Sister Nia, what's wrong with that bad man? The pure elven maiden Angelica looked at Han Shuo in surprise and asked Nia in a sweet voice. Nia also didn't know what Han Shuo was doing and shook her head when she heard Angelica ask. She said oddly, I don't know either, but Han Shuo is a marvelous person. I think he's doing some magical things again. Trunks understood that some obscure secrets were concealed within Han Shuo's body. These secrets could cause even him, a fierce and domineering swords master, to have extreme misgivings towards Han Shuo. When he saw Han Shuo's bizarre appearance this time, he immediately thought that Han Shuo was doing something mysterious again. He immediately focused his attentions on observing Han Shuo's body and any abnormalities around him, attempting to find out the mysteries that shrouded Han Shuo. Unfortunately, even with Trunks' extraordinary abilities and uncanny eye for fighting aura and magical power, the original demons had no fighting aura within them and weren't supported by magic. This made Trunks' observation come up empty-handed, as he had absolutely no idea why Han Shuo did what he did. One of the original demons made its way into the midst of the thickest patch of man-eating plants and suddenly discovered plants that looked human-esque within a claret-red mound of sludge. This plant looked like an ordinary person, replete with hands, feet, waist, and cheeks. It was hidden in the sludge beneath the waist with a thick stalk that was similar to a root, and there were 3 brains that looked like they had lost their fleshy coverings on the neck that were exposed to the air. The appearance of these 3 brains were the same as the fruit of Dagmar that everyone had described. Taking a deep breath in, Han Shuo opened his eyes as an excited light sparkled and danced within his eyes. He said, the fruit of Dagmar is within that patch of man-eating plants. It has a human-esque stalk, but 3 fruits shaped like a human brain have blossomed on it. The fruit of Dagmar is indeed within the swamp, but how should we reach it? Aphrodite was first overjoyed at hearing this news, but then immediately reacted with a woebegone expression. Yes, none amongst us are at the Archmage level and have no way of flying above the swamp. Gordon frowned and said equally weakly. Trunks looked at Han Shuo, who was deep in thought for a moment himself, and said, Han, all sorts of poisonous insects fill the swamp and there are slow-acting toxins within the air. If you fall into the swamp accidentally, it would be very unrealistic to want to leave alive. I've thought for a moment and the only way is to make use of a few of the towering trees on the side of the swamp. If we make use of the trees' slender branches and swing out fiercely, we'll be able to briefly fly over the center of the swamp. However, I can't promise that the oscillation force of the branches will be able to send someone directly to the other side. In addition, you'd only swing through the center of the swamp for a brief moment. I think it's impossible to just so happen to swing by the fruit of Dagmar and obtain it whilst under attack from the man-eating plants in such a short amount of time. Han Shuo's brow remained creased in thought after Trunks said his piece, with a smile breaking out on his face all of a sudden. He stared at the female elf Angelica, all smiles, and spoke to her as gently as a big grey wolf talking to a white rabbit. Beautiful, cute elf, did you cast wind blades on me just now, a magic that belongs to the wind family of magic? Pulling the slightly panicked Angelica behind her, Nia looked a bit oddly at Han Shuo, like she was a mother hen protecting a small chick. Han, are you still begrudging what's just happened and planning on taking revenge against Angelica? Angelica has a noble status amongst us elves, so I suggest that you don't make trouble for her. In addition, I won't allow you to do anything to her. Anyone with smiles on his face is no one good, that's what Grandpa told me. I feel very perturbed by his smile, he must not be anything good. Angelica, behind Nia, glared at Han Shuo and proclaimed. Shaking his head with a rueful smile, Han Shuo said to Nia, just what are you thinking about? I need Angelica to help me with a small favor, if she's a wind mage. Nia let out a sigh of relief after hearing Han Shuo's words, turned around to look at Angelica peacefully and said with a smile, he's not a bad guy. You were casting wind magic just now, what level wind mage are you? I'm only a journeyman mage, so I can't fly. Don't tell me to get that fruit, I'll fall. Angelica squealed as her slender calves wobbled, her body floating into the air. She was holding her breath and her tender, small face turned red from effort. She seemed to gather all her strength and took 2 ferocious steps upwards into the air, then fell down to the ground with a clatter. She spread her hands at those assembled and displayed a powerless expression. Her performance just now had been to tell everyone that she truly couldn't, and that she would fall down like this. I just need you to cast the journeyman magic grim wind in a moment. Was there really a need for you to prove your ineptness? Han Chuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at this bizarre little elf. Sitting up abruptly from the ground, Angelica dusted off herself and stuck out her small chest, saying proudly, "So it's just the grim wind spell? I, Angelica, promise to help you. What do you need me to do?" Trunks and everyone else gathered around Han Chuo at this moment with looks of curiosity, waiting for Han Chuo to respond. Han Chuo's face was solemn as he stared deeply at Angelica, saying lowly, "In a moment, as soon as I leap off from a branch, you must cast the grim wind spell at me immediately. Remember that you must cast it when I push off, and be sure to grasp the best timing." "Han, are you really planning on doing this? The force from the branch's velocity won't be enough to support you to the other side of the swamp. Even with the aid of the grim wind spell, it's still quite unrealistic. In addition, the grim wind spell will only increase your speed in flying away, further decreasing your chances of grabbing the fruit of Dagmar. I highly recommend finding another way." Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Chuo, attempting to convince him. Shaking his head, Han Chuo's expression was resolute as he said to Trunks, "No need, I wouldn't do so if I wasn't fully assured of success. All of you be at ease, I have other methods as well." After saying these words, Han Chuo took out a tent amidst everyone's surprise and slashed several times with the Demon Slayer edge in his hand. The tent ripped apart. Han Chuo then moved steadily and took out some durable rope to wrap around the tent. After a while, Han Chuo stopped his movements and said with a smile, "I've created a simple tool. With the aid of this tool and the help of the grim wind spell, I am confident that I can pass through this patch of swamp, and under the conditions of slow speed." "Han, what kind of strange device is this? You say it can help you cross through the swamp? I really don't believe it." Aphrodite looked in confusion at the item within Han Chuo's hand and said in disbelief, "This is called a hang glider and it can do it." Han Chuo picked up the simplistic hang glider that he'd modified from a tent and slowly crawled up to the tallest and most thickly grown tree on the side of the swamp beneath everyone's disbelieving eyes. "Have you really decided?" Although Trunks still didn't quite believe it, he was unable to penetrate all of the miraculousness of Han Chuo, and thus he didn't continue to try to convince him. He only asked for one last time after seeing Han Chuo crawl up the highest part of the tree and grasp the tensile, pliable branch. "I'm ready, are you ready, Angelica?" Han Chuo nodded and asked the beautiful elven maiden, Angelica, in the distance. Angelica nodded proudly and said with great confidence, "No problem, you can start." Chapter 114. Next chapter. Chapter 114, Changes in the Swamp. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Han Chuo pushed off with all his strength and flew out using the pliable branch, his body drawing an arc through the air. When he returned to his starting point, he stomped down on the branch fiercely with both feet and his body once again flew out like lightning. After swinging back and forth like this a few times, the degree to which Han Chuo's body was swinging out became larger and larger, and his speed increased further and further as well. The group watched him with astonishment as their hearts fluttered up and down in accordance with Han Chuo's swinging. Just as Han Chuo felt that the speed of his swinging had reached its maximum, he called out loudly, "Angelica, prepare the grim wind spell." Han Chuo suddenly let go and flew out towards the other side of the swamp under the enormous momentum behind his motions. At the same time that he left the branch, the simple hang glider that he'd stored back in his space ring reappeared. It was as if a pair of wings had suddenly appeared beneath Han Chuo as he held them beneath his body. At the same time, Angelica confidently chanted the grim wind spell, and a violent gust started blowing where Han Chuo was, propelling him forward as he hovered over the swamp. If it hadn't been for the hang glider, Han Shuo would have surely flown out like lightning, and possibly fallen into the swamp like lightning as well, but with the aid of the hang glider and the movement afforded by the grim wind spell, it allowed Han Shuo to magically, but slowly float towards the center of the swamp with an unhurried, unrushed pace. "Oh, my gosh, he's really doing it!" Nia exclaimed in surprise with a look of incredulity on her face. The other observers were equally astonished, with only Trunks maintaining his calm as he said lowly with a look of gravity, "The toxic gas within the center of the swamp is the heaviest, and the man-eating plants there are equally difficult to manage. It won't be that easy to grab the fruit within a short period of time. I hope he succeeds as he wishes." Everyone finally remembered Han Shuo's goal when they heard Trunks' words. He wasn't simply traveling across the swamp, but the most important thing was that he needed to gain the fruit of Dagmar. After Trunks' splash of cold water, everyone's expression grew heavy once again. As he slowly approached the center of the swamp, Han Shuo focused his concentration and tightly gripped the Demon Slayer edge within his hand. His eyes, however, were tightly closed as he observed all abnormalities within the center through the original demons. Finally, the Demon Slayer flew out Han Shuo's hand with an ear-piercing whistle. The man-eating plants all extended their life-reaping branches and twigs as soon as the Demon Slayer edge entered the swamp, attempting to entangle it within the swamp. However, the Demon Slayer edge's keenness didn't let Han Shuo down. Large patches of the branches and leaves were sent falling into the swamp under the Demon Slayer edge's dance. A patch of man-eating plants had already been cleared away in the span of an instant. As Han Shuo approached with his hang glider, the Demon Slayer edge hewed through everything according to Han Shuo's will as expressed through the Demon Slayer edge. In this moment, Han Shuo, with his eyes closed, seemed to have reached some accord with the Demon Slayer edge, as if he had suddenly become that indestructible blade. The three original demons appeared in that area at the same time, observing all changes around the fruit of Dagmar from three different directions. As Han Shuo slowly approached, the patch of man-eating plants broke apart beneath the Demon Slayer edge's slashing. When Han Shuo was a few meters away from the center, Han Shuo suddenly opened his previously firmly closed eyes. His body slanted at the same time as his hand grabbed one of the ropes, fully focusing his eyes on the fruit of Dagmar. He paid no heed to the man-eating plants around him, including the slowly spreading but faint, poisonous gas, as if none of these dangers existed. The people observing around the outside were also quite nervous right now. Angelica's breathing was increasingly heavy and her face was red with excitement, as if thinking that this situation was quite thrilling. Whoosh! The rope suddenly flew out, with the Demon Slayer edge that had been ripping through the man-eating plants suddenly flying upside down towards Han Shuo. Under Han Shuo's will, the end of the Demon Slayer edge brought the rope with it as it flew to loop around the fruit of Dagmar. A disgusting stench suddenly permeated Han Shuo's surroundings, making his chest suddenly feel tight in that moment. His mind was briefly disoriented, and the Demon Slayer edge, that had been making for the fruit of Dagmar, suddenly descended, directionless, as Han Shuo lost his bearings. "Be careful, hang on!" Aphrodite suddenly called out loudly from the shore as she reminded Han Shuo to keep his concentration focused. His magical yuan automatically flowing to his chest, slowly removing the heaviness in his chest wherever the miraculous magical yuan passed through. His slightly dizzy mind finally stabilized. As his thoughts moved, the Demon Slayer edge, that had been about to sink into the swamp, suddenly emitted a shrill scream. Its sharp edge trembled a few times as it flew like lightning towards the fruit of Dagmar, bringing the rope with it and landing around the neck-shaped part of the fruit of Dagmar. Han Shuo took a deep breath in and tugged sharply with his hand, the rope pulled tight on the man-eating plant. Having completed its mission, the Demon Slayer edge churned as branches and leaves were cut off, with multicolored liquid flowing out of some of the leaves. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, the fruit of Dagmar slowly left the swamp, little by little. Han Shuo increased his strength and then, with the aid of the Demon Slayer edge, cut off the fruit of Dagmar from the waist. Han Shuo then abruptly lifted up and the fruit of Dagmar came flying out of the swamp, along with the neck and arm-shaped portion of the plant. Slowly exerting force and withdrawing the fruit of Dagmar, the hang glider enabled Han Shuo to fly through the center of the swamp and slowly travel to the other side. Rob them! A shrill yell suddenly rang out at this moment, following shortly thereafter by 4 arrows, blazing with fire, flying directly at Han Shuo's body. At the same time, the sludge on the ground suddenly formed into an enormous hand and grabbed at Han Shuo's legs. Oh, damnit, enemies! On the shore, Trunks suddenly cursed and yelled loudly. Up in the hang glider, Han Shuo was only 10 or so meters from shore. The threat from the sludge-formed hand proved to be of greatest threat, forcing Han Shuo to call back the Demon Slayer Edge to handle the great hand. The 4 burning arrows would obviously not be that easily handled. Han Shuo had no place to exert force from in the hang glider and thus appeared a bit bedraggled. He blocked 2 arrows with some difficulty, with one of them still connecting with Han Shuo's calf, bringing him a fiery pain. Han Shuo could only slightly divert the other arrow's direction, but it still landed on the bottom part of the hand glider and caused to it start burning. Be careful, he's making it to shore. More than 10 people stood on the other side of the swamp, all of them waiting in readiness for Han Shuo to make it over. Their outfits seemed to indicate that they were mercenaries or some sort of private troops. All sorts of professions were mixed in. Boundless fury suffusing his heart, Han Shuo itched to kill every single person standing on the other shore at this moment. These people looked like they had arrived on the other side of shore by coincidence. Because Trunks and the others were separated by the entire swamp, and they'd been too focused on Han Shuo, their alertness had greatly decreased and thus hadn't discovered this group, which resulted in them successfully ambushing Han Shuo. The fruit of Dagmar was finally stored within Han Shuo's space ring during this entire process. He was in great pain now that a flaming arrow was stuck to his calf. The hang glider was also slowly burning and was crisping the sleeves of Han Shuo's shirt, forcing Han Shuo to endure the agony of being burned. These people were ruthless, all right. As the burning Han Shuo and hang glider drifted inexorably towards the ground, some of them fitted another round of crossbow bolts into their crossbows and attempted to shoot Han Shuo dead in mid-air. The Manticore's roars suddenly rang out at this time. Han Shuo then saw a furious Trunks with killing intent shooting out of him dash towards this group of people with an upraised sword. Not too far away, Aphrodite and the others were also extremely enraged and quickly approached the other shore. At this time, thanks to the efforts of the Demon Slayer Edge, the sludge hand, that was likely to have been formed by an earth mage, had returned to a peaceful state. When the whistling sounds from arrows rang out, the Demon Slayer Edge had returned to Han Shuo's side and helped pulverize the crossbow bolts. Bearing the agonizing pain, vast swathes of his arms being burned, and crisp hair, Han Shuo finally landed onto the other shore with the hotly flaming hang glider with soul-searing hatred. When Han Shuo yanked out the arrow stuck in his calf, he stood up resolutely with a scarily grimacing expression. A pair of proud, cold, and incredibly dangerous eyes shot towards these ambushers. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Demon Han Shuo. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? Who are you? Trunks first heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shuo had arrived safely, then fixed these strangers with a cold eye. Don't bother with who we are. Leave behind the Medusa's core and blood as well as the fruit of Dagmar. You can keep your lives and leave. One of the adept mages held a magic staff in his hands and said with a sinister face. Leon, we can't let them off that easily. Ha, look, 3 beautiful girls have come running. We haven't had girls in so long. Those 3 girls have to stay behind for our enjoyment as well. Another senior swordsman, ferociously built like a gorilla, shouldered a broadsword as large as his body on his shoulder, as he leered with a lascivious grin. Angelo, your words make some of sense. I didn't see the 3 chits just now. Haha, leave the 3 beautiful ladies behind and all your belongings. Strength is above all within the dark forest, you can get the hell out now if you want to live. The adept mage Leon also looked at Nia, Aphrodite, and Angelica running in from the distance with great interest and spoke with a merry twinkle. There were more than 10 people in this group, with not only mages and swordsmen, but also archers, priests, and thieves. They were all well experienced and possessed uncommon strength. What, to the likes of you? Han Shuo had walked over from the distance by now. He was suffused with a dangerous presence that he wasn't bothering to suppress. Having been burnt, Han Shuo appeared quite grim and horrifying. Everyone felt a bit shocked and fearful as he drew closer, step by step. Han, are you all right? Trunks couldn't help but immediately ask when he saw Han Shuo's outrageous appearance. This ugly thing is an eyesore. He clings rather stubbornly to life and hasn't died yet. Brothers, take him out first. Angelo called out with a cold face and spoke directly. Gordon, Aphrodite, and the others had finally made it over. Han Shuo didn't say another word as his body flew out quickly and made directly for Angelo. A faint, black demonic mist slowly exuded from Han Shuo's body. His desire to kill and anger reaching unheralded heights, it caused abnormalities in Han Shuo's unstable molded spirit realm mentality. The black demonic qi leaked out due to the effects of the magical yuan as Han Shuo sank into a stupor. There were only the violent emotions of bloodlust and destruction left within his heart as his eyes turned a frightening ghastly white, with no black pupils left. This kid is a bit strange. Everyone be careful. Han Shuo's current demonic appearance gave Angelo a fright and the latter immediately called out. Although Trunks and the others couldn't see Han Shuo's expression from where they stood, they could also feel that something wasn't quite right with Han Shuo at the moment. Tendrils of black demonic qi interspersed with frightening, evil presence arose from Han Shuo's body. This kind of presence made one feel terror arise from the depths of their hearts. Let's go and help Han kill these people who wanted to take advantage of him when he was in trouble. Gordon roared out and took the lead in dashing out. When everyone behind him saw Gordon make his move, they also started mobilizing without a bit of doubt. Only Angelica stood there, a bit at a loss of what to do with herself. She spoke to Nia, who was seeking a large tree for cover. Hey, Sister Nia, should I help? Just protect yourself. It's too dangerous right now. Nia called back impatiently as she'd already notched an arrow into her bowstring and taken aim at a human archer in the distance. A forlorn and desolate wail permeated the entire surroundings in the span of an instant, as if it was the desperate wail of a demon residing in the depths of hell. Everyone's hearts trembled and their skin was clammy, utterly shocked by this bizarre, soul-wrenching, shrill scream. They looked around frantically to try to identify the source of the sound. The sound's coming from that kid. Angelo was horrified as the veins on his forehead jumped, shouting as he looked at the swiftly approaching Han Shuo. Everyone finally noticed that the source of the sound, as he shouted out this warning, was the demon slayer edge that was flying close to Han Shuo. A thick, demonic qi was bubbling up from the blade of the demon slayer edge and encircled Han Shuo's body. The black demonic qi that circled around it danced like a demon that swallowed everything, causing others to feel an exceedingly evil visual impact. Kill him first. Angelo was truly panicking internally now. An exceeding sense of discomfort rose in his heart as he suddenly started hollering. Everyone could see Han Shuo's peculiarities now, even Trunks, baptized by countless battles, felt an internal chill when he saw Han Shuo's current condition. He couldn't understand just what had happened to Han Shuo. The enemies were even more frightened and could only think of destroying this unknown danger. Suddenly, several violent magical attacks and bolts from crossbows flew through the air, shooting towards Han Shuo. Even Trunks would have found it difficult to deal with such ferocious attacks. However, the currently berserking Han Shuo emitted a low roar, like that of a wild beast, and pushed off with both feet, his body seeming to actually fly a few feet through the air and completely sidestepped the attacks, shooting directly towards Angelo. In the area where Han Shuo had just pushed off, several crossbow bolts and magical attacks from the enemy landed around a pair of sunken footprints. Damn it! Angelo frowned and suddenly discovered that the frightfully grimacing Han Chuo was heading directly towards him. There was only the adept mage Leon next to him, and the latter would be of no use at all. He could only raise his broadsword and strike a good stance, ready to give Han Chuo a painful blow. The Demon Slayer edge, that had been orbiting Han Chuo, magically flew out with a soul-entrancing whistle, making directly for Angelo, like a demon to its food. His heart chilling, Angelo suddenly exerted force as dark green fighting aura surged out of the broadsword in his hand, forming a cross and striking at the Demon Slayer edge that was descending through the air. A metallic clashing sound abruptly spread from where the Demon Slayer edge and Angelo's weapon made contact. After a round of howling, a crack actually appeared in the Demon Slayer edge as it swung to the side. Whilst Angelo was stricken in shock, Han Chuo's body descended from the air and crashed into Angelo with a loud bang. A biting scream emitted from Angelo's mouth as painful keens sounded from a person who had just been arrogantly domineering. Han Chuo descended like a demon had possessed him and straddled Angelo's body, the Demon Slayer edge ripping at Angelo's body. Angelo fought back, his blows interspersed with fighting aura. However, Han Xiao had no reaction when the attacks struck his body, and only responded with even more ferocious attacks. His palms seemed to have become sharp weapons as he ripped off Angelo's ears and sank his nose into his cheeks. The flesh within Angelo's eyes became a blurry, bloody mess, his eyes having already exploded into plasma and were leaking out in a gooey mess. Large swathes of flesh and skin on Angelo's chest were being ripped out beneath Han Chuo's crazy tearing. The scene made everyone else's scalp go numb. "Save me! Save me!" At this moment, Angelo's features had been obliterated and he looked even more frightening than Han Chuo. Only his mouth was left and able to voice desperate cries for help. Having sunk into a demonic stupor, only the urges of bloodlust and destruction remained within his heart. There was no more of the usual placidity and restraint that could be normally found. He was a bit irritated by Angelo's calls and swung a fist down at Angelo's mouth. The sound of teeth breaking rang out as Angelo moaned feebly and spat out bits of teeth. "Oh, my gosh! How did we enrage such a madman?" Leon, not too far in the distance, was getting an eyeful of Han Chuo's brutal torture. A cold fear grew in his heart as his body trembled and he gave an involuntary scream. Blow after blow from Han Chuo's fists landed on Angelo's cheeks and neck. He'd been moaning continuously before, but his chest now faced upwards and his cheek was against the ground. This posture noticeably indicated that his neck had already been broken and Angelo was long without breath. What's happened to Han? Why is he being so brutal? Aphrodite and the others had been about ready to attack the other side when they were all scared senseless, even forgetting to raise their hands against the enemies and could only stand there dumbly, watching Han Chuo continue his violence. "Angelica, stay there and don't come any nearer." Nia saw that Angelica was curious and wanted to come over to check things out, and so suddenly yelled out loudly to prevent her from drawing close. She wasn't willing to let Angelica see such a bloody scene. "Don't let them get away. Although Han is a bit out of sorts right now, we should still assist him." Although Trunks had killed his share of people, Han Chuo's current violence also made his scalp numb. However, Trunks was someone who'd weathered strong winds and big waves as well and understood what should be done at this point. Trunks rushed over with his manticore, milky white aura flaring out from his long sword, and immediately killed a robber and an archer. His milky white aura represented his identity as a sword master, and the appearance of the manticore indicated Trunks' identity. It was only now that these people finally realized that they had gotten entangled with Trunks of the Dark Forest, and that Leon cursed and said in pain, "Damn it, why were we so unlucky? It's enough that we met one crazy madman, but now we've run into this notable harbinger of bad luck. Damn it, why is it Trunks? Everyone run!" Another swordsman also cried out with some trepidation. The group of more than 10, which contained senior swordsmen and adept mages, as well as all sorts of other professions, actually had more than enough strength to defeat them. Even with Trunks on the other side, Han Chuo's group may not have full confidence in defeating them, but the other side was overwhelmed by Trunks' reputation and Han Shuo's outrageous reactions, and thus made the decision to retreat. "You stay here, I'll chase after them." Seeing that Aphrodite and the others were attempting to follow them, Trunks suddenly called out loudly. His voice had just sounded and didn't even have the time to taper off when the berserk Han Shuo suddenly leapt up from Angelo's corpse and dashed out with the Demon Slayer edge, making for Leon, fleeing towards safety, at the speed of lightning. "That demon's catching up to us. Leon, how did you decide on picking on them? You've doomed us all." One swordsman turned his head back to see Han Shuo appear and complained bitterly to Leon. Everyone split up. "Although I can't tell how strong that demon is, he absolutely wouldn't be much weaker than Trunks given that he could kill Angelo just like that. You better hope that you don't run into him, or you'll be tortured to death." Leon immediately changed direction after calling out these orders. Everyone had also witnessed Han Shuo's brutality just now and didn't need to be reminded by Leon. All of them suddenly changed direction and formed groups of 2 or 3, splitting off into several directions to escape from the premises. Although they'd heard of Trunks' might, they also knew that Trunks had never killed someone so brutally. Therefore, they'd rather bump into Trunks and didn't want to run into the equally unknown, but much more brutal demonic Han Shuo. Whoosh sounded out as Han Shuo appeared and rushed ahead without stopping. He finally caught up with 2 journeyman swordsmen and 1 thunder adept mage in front of a river. When the 3 of them saw that the person ahead of them was Han Shuo, they all displayed expressions of fear. Their bodies all trembled uncontrollably, and when they saw that Han Shuo was swiftly approaching, the adept mage finally roared, "Damn it, let's fight him head to head or we'll all be tortured to death." After the thunder mage had spoken, he recited a string of incantations and 5 bolts of lightning, like traversing dragons, appeared out of thin air, snaking towards Han Shuo. The 2 journeyman swordsmen gripped their long swords and were a bit nervous due to fear. It wasn't until Han Shuo had rushed in front of the 2 of them and evaded 3 lightning bolts, but was rendered greatly charred by 2 more, that the 2 swordsmen and mage were overjoyed. The swordsman intended on killing Han Shuo after the mage had done his bit. It was a pity that they had no way of knowing how strong and durable Han Shuo's body was. Although his body had injuries upon injuries after taking 2 bolts of lightning, he felt no pain in his enraged mental state. He crashed into the swordsman and mage, immediately giving rise to a struggle between life and death. After taking a few breaths in, he took 2 bolts of light from the swordsman's swords based purely on an indomitable will. He killed the thunder adept mage, who had miscalculating Han Shuo's bodily strength and used the last bit of his magical yuan to severely injure another swordsman. His body finally thoroughly lost all strength and he sank down listlessly. "He's done for, help me kill him, hurry." The heavily injured journeyman swordsman lay in a puddle of blood and called out to the other fellow. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, I'm actually a necromancer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hurry, kill that madman. The fallen swordsman screamed out. Shut up. The swordsman, who had been walking towards Han Shuo, suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at the man behind him, saying with a stilted voice, "I'll kill you too if you keep yelling nonsense." The person on the ground suddenly froze and used a completely foreign look to look at his companion. He asked in confusion, "Franz, what's wrong with you?" Franz, who'd pulled his sword out and was walking towards Han Shuo, had a look of excitement and greed on his face. His gaze was only focused on Han Shuo as he opened his mouth to say with excitement, "I'm going to be rich. You better not get in my way, or I'll let you die along with him." The person on the ground finally understood what was going on now. Franz had now been drowned by his greedy heart and had no thoughts for his companions in his mind now. What was left was just his desire to strike it rich. His brain prickling with pain, Han Shuo was slowly awakening from his demonic state. After experiencing a short period of haziness, Han Shuo remembered everything that had happened just now and immediately understood the urgency of the situation. The trophies that were harvested from the Medusa and the fruit of Dagmar will all belong to me very soon. Go to hell, you evil, crazy madman! Franz's gaze locked tightly onto the space ring on Han Shuo's hand as he said with a dark look of excitement. Franz raised the long sword in his hand as soon as he'd said this and stabbed it towards the completely listless Han Shuo. It looked like Franz planned on taking Han Shuo's life first, before taking the space ring to analyze the contents inside. Han Shuo swiftly chanted an incantation, and a bone dagger abruptly blocked the sword in Franz's hand when it stabbed towards Han Shuo's chest. Actually, I'm a necromancer. Han Shuo looked bizarrely and muttered coldly at the shocked Franz. The bone dagger pushed forward as Franz backed up involuntarily, startled. A little skeleton, wearing an enormous eye patch over one eye, swiftly approached Franz with its bone dagger. The heroic little skeleton killed the previously injured combatant amidst a wave of metallic clangs. The other heavily injured swordsman, who had been calling out for Han Shuo's death earlier, naturally met the same fate. The little skeleton also killed him when the order was given. Starting from the moment that this group of people had appeared, they'd used base and despicable actions to deal with Han Shuo. They hadn't shown any kindness through it all. Han Shuo wasn't a naive innocent child and naturally understood that an eye for an eye was the most appropriate downfall for them. The appearance of the little skeleton saved Han Shuo from impending death, and completely upended the original situation. The bone dagger-wielding little skeleton adeptly maneuvered the three bodies and collected all the valuables from their corpses, helping Han Shuo store them within his space ring. Of the three, only the Thunder Adept Mage had some valuable belongings, which included an expensive magic staff. There was also a few hundred gold coins as well as 2 or 3 level 3 and 4 magical creature cores. Apart from a subpar quality sword and some broken bits of gold coins, the two swordsmen had nothing else on them. Sprawled listlessly on the ground, Han Shuo's reasoning had immediately sunk into the midst of violent bloodlust when he entered the demonic trance. It was impossible for him to wake up before the magical yuan in his body and energy had been exhausted. This time, not only had Han Shuo fully expended his magical yuan after entering the trance, but his body had also suffered from various sorts of injuries. This was one of the times he'd been most heavily injured. He was even worse off than Odysseus, who'd suffered a blow from the manticore. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's tenacity was something that Odysseus couldn't hope to measure up to. Therefore, although Han Shuo was as hideous as a ghoul right now, and his body was so weak that it couldn't support him standing, Han Shuo still understood the condition of his body within his heart and knew that even without the aid of any medicine, he would be able to recover within a short period of time. Han Shuo hadn't revealed his identity as a necromancer all along because concealing some of his strengths would be able to save his life in critical moments. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd still had some mental strength he could use when facing his attackers this time, he'd be hard-pressed to escape death. If these people had known that Han Shuo was also a necromancer beforehand, then the conclusion of the battle would likely not have reached this current level. He chanted out another incantation as several zombies and skeletal warriors suddenly appeared around him. They raised their weapons and surrounded Han Shuo, planning on handling any possible changes that might happen. After waking up, Han Shuo immediately connected with the original demons and confirmed through them that Trunks, Aphrodite, and the others had already regrouped and were searching for him in this area. Now that Han Shuo was incredibly weak, he couldn't move and couldn't speak loudly, but had large amounts of dark creatures that he could make use of. After giving his order, the little skeleton created a large disturbance and sent shrubbery and grass flying everywhere. "There's movement over there, let's go check it out." Trunks' ears were quite sensitive and immediately detected the disturbance. After pointing out its direction to the others, he brought the group to rush towards where Han Shuo was. Having just summoned those dark creatures, Han Shuo immediately sent them back to the other dimension with his mental strength again. Trunks and the others arrived in front of Han Shuo after a short while, with Trunks leading the group. "What happened to you?" Trunks exclaimed and immediately ran towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked incredibly bedraggled as he was scorched and charred all over. Many parts of his body had been burnt by huge flames, and his entire face was a blackened mess. It was impressive that Trunks could still recognize Han Shuo. "I'm fine, Just didn't think I'd meet this group of people halfway through. Han Chuo's voice was a bit feeble as he said softly after laughing ruefully. It's my oversight this time. I was surprised by your unconventional tactics and let down my guard for a moment. That's why this situation developed, but it's not a big deal, things like this happen every day in the dark forest. I've long since grown used to it all. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Chuo was still alive and shrugged his shoulders. Gordon and the others all asked after Han Chuo, with Aphrodite saying afterwards, "Looks like things are as Caspian said, Trunks is a good man." At least Trunks only wanted the spoils of battle from the twin-headed dragon last time and didn't attack us from the start. He also didn't say he wanted to kill us or have ideas to dirty us. I finally understand Caspian's words after comparing Trunks to these people. I thought he was joking at first. Everyone recalled their encounter with Trunks after Aphrodite's words and then thought of what these people had done. They suddenly felt that Trunks was rather kind. I'm actually not as you think and I've been constantly changing. When I first arrived in the dark forest, I was once as simple as all of you and once trusted the companions by my side, but after continuous operations, I came to the realization that apart from myself, I can trust no one within the dark forest. The dangers that exists everywhere mean you must harden your heart to face everything around you. Otherwise, whenever you possess emotions of kindness or weakness, it may very well lead to your death. Trunks shrugged and explained dashingly. What happened to you just now? Nia asked Han Chuo with some trepidation after hesitating for a moment. Everyone's gazes flicked to focus on Han Chuo after Nia's question, seemingly waiting for a reasonable explanation from Han Chuo. After all, his methods just now had been a tad ruthless. His expression had been greatly different from usual, giving rise to these questions from those assembled. The martial arts technique I'm training causes me to sometimes sink into a frightening stupor when I suffer from a strong shock because it's not yet fully complete. I'm very sorry that I've caused concern for all of you because I was so enraged earlier. I don't wish to be like this either, but this isn't something that I can currently control. Han Chuo was unable to explain anything to them with regards to sinking into a demonic stupor and could only explain it in this fashion. So that's the case. You were very scary just now. If you can't control this type of martial arts technique, then you should give it up while you still can. If you continue on this way, then that might give rise to unpredictable consequences. Aphrodite looked sincerely at Han Chuo and spoke a few words of concern. Han Chuo naturally paid no heed to her persuasion. If sinking into a demonic trance was something that could be controlled, then it wouldn't be called a trance. A demonic trance like that wouldn't happen so easily. It would only occur when a practitioner reached a certain realm, and would be triggered because of a particular mental state as well as other reasons. To Han Chuo, he could only remain vigilant against this occurrence, but wouldn't give up training demonic magic just because of this. Alright, we should get Han away from here first and discuss other matters after reconvening with Odysseus. Trunks first stared a bit strangely at Han Chuo and then spoke to Aphrodite. Trunks' suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Gordon and the other two swordsmen made a simple stretcher, raised Han Chuo up, and walked towards where Odysseus was. Along the way, Han Chuo learned from Trunks that this group of people seemed to be the personal guards of the McGrady Guild. Trunks had kept chasing them and killed many until he saw that they'd joined up with more guards. He detected that the other side's strength wasn't something that he could withstand alone, and doubled back because he was concerned about Han Chuo's condition. Han Chuo had once heard of the McGrady Guild as well. It was a merchant guild that had a similar level of power to the Booze Merchant Guild. Phoebe had fretted a bit over this guild previously. It was said that this guild specialized in the business of smuggling and sold all sorts of contraband between various countries. It had tight relations with the nobles of all countries. The McGrady Guild didn't belong to the Lancelot Empire, but rather belonged to the Brute Merchant Alliance that had been founded by mercenaries and merchants. The reputation of the Brute Merchant Alliance wasn't much and they had only recently started operations within the Lancelot Empire. They'd caused a slight bit of loss to Phoebe's Booze Merchant Guild. The injuries on Han Shuo's body were so severe that they could be deemed too ghastly to look at. If such heavy injuries were on any other person and they were subjected to the hardships of making fast time on the road, they would have surely cried out, but after half an hour of being jolted on the bumpy road, Han Shuo lay on the stretcher with simply dressed wounds and never made a sound. This made everyone greatly admire Han Shuo's astounding ability to endure pain. Not only was this the case, Han Shuo actually had the strength to continuously talk to Trunks and ask him for more information regarding the McGrady Guild. It was as if the grave injuries on his body, which caused the other's scalp to tingle with numbness whenever they looked at him, weren't something that he was enduring at all. When everyone jointly dug out a cave and moved aside the boulders blocking the entrance, Gordon walked out with a wide, lopsided grin. Gordon finally couldn't hold it in and looked at Han Shuo with a look of insatiable curiosity and asked the question that was on everyone's minds, "Han, what kind of monster are you?" Laughing involuntarily, Han Shuo's tolerance of pain and agony had already reached monstrous levels. He truly didn't know how to respond to Gordon's question. He could only laugh ruefully and shake his head, saying, "I'm just a bit more thick-skulled than you guys." When Odysseus came out and Nia recounted all that had happened, the greatly recovered Odysseus listened with a pounding heart and was incredibly astonished by everyone's encounters. "Nia, I think I should go back now. My grandpa must be getting worried." Angelica realized that no one was paying attention to her here, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, then spoke up in her boredom. Nia smacked her forehead in sudden realization when she heard Angelica's words, "I almost forgot about you. Let's go, I'll take you to your grandpa's. It's too dangerous in the dark forest, so don't randomly run around next time." Nodding, Angelica smiled sweetly and bid everyone farewell. When she got to Han Shuo, she waved her hand and said, "Goodbye, bad guy. Nia, will you be alright just by yourself? Gordon, you accompany her." Odysseus frowned and said to Nia. Shaking her head, Nia smiled, "No need, Captain. Her grandpa is just nearby. I'll yell if there's a situation." She left swiftly with Angelica after speaking and vanished out of sight within a blink of an eye. "I think my promise to you has been fulfilled, and that it's time for me to leave." Trunks looked at Han Shuo and opened his mouth to speak to him. After spending a certain amount of time together, Han Shuo had discovered that Trunks wasn't as bad as outside rumors made him out to be. At least, his actions during this struggle didn't make Han Shuo feel uncomfortable. Han Shuo had even unconsciously started viewing Trunks as one of his companions, and was a bit unused to the situation now that he heard that Trunks was going to leave immediately. "Be a good Samaritan to the end. Look at how heavily injured I am now. You should stay and take care of me for a little bit at least. It won't be too late for you to leave once we're clear of this dangerous territory." Han Shuo looked at Trunks as he joked. "This wasn't what I promised you before. To be honest, our agreement should have terminated ever since you had the fruit in hand. Helping you against enemies afterwards was already extra service. Don't be too greedy. Look at me being injured now and Odysseus not being able to move. It'll be quite difficult for the rest of the group to walk safe and sound out of this dangerous area. I don't think you'd be so cruel-hearted as to just leave us, right?" Trunks was silent for a while after these words and finally opened his mouth to say, "How about this, Han? Promise me one thing and I'll protect you guys and help to get you to a relatively safer area." "What thing?" Han Shuo was startled as he asked Trunks. "I won't say what it is for now, but just remember that you promised me. Aren't you afraid that I'll renege on my word?" "Heh, I'm not a person of my word. I believe you." Trunks looks deeply into Han Shuo's eyes as he carefully pronounced each word. Han Shuo suddenly quieted down and exchanged a look with Trunks. Although he was still grinning cheekily, he nodded and responded, "All right, I promise you." Odysseus looked at the two with a look of gratification, suddenly feeling in this moment that these two people were similar in many ways. They both had mysterious origins and were both strong. Their personalities were similar in that they were calm and composed when the unexpected happened, and they showed no hesitation when they should make a move. Just as Odysseus was staring at Han Chuo too was looking at Odysseus. He thought for a moment and said to Odysseus, "You ventured into the dark forest this time for the fruit of Dagmar. I know that you had no high hopes originally and didn't seem to value the fruit as much as I did. As friends, I'd like to ask you, Odysseus, do you really need the fruit of Dagmar?" "Not really. Our main goal in entering the dark forest was to increase our strength. Of course, if we were lucky, we would also gain some items of value. I think by now, we've completely attained our wishes. The fruit of Dagmar was just a vague goal, we didn't think that we'd really be able to acquire it. Normal people go mad if they eat this fruit, so we have no use for it. We've only lightly promised someone that we would come and try our luck." Odysseus also explained seriously when he saw Han Chuo's face full of gravity. He then looked at Han Chuo with befuddlement. "Han, what are you asking this for?" Breathing out in relief, Han Chuo smiled and nodded his head, saying, "Because I want to claim the fruit of Dagmar for myself. The martial arts technique I'm training in confuses the mind like I mentioned. I can improve this condition with the fruit of Dagmar, so if you don't really need them, I'd like to keep all three for myself, but I can compensate you with gold coins." "Then take it all for yourself, heh. We've already received too much. You've given us the twin-headed dragon and Medusa core. These will be enough to trade for gold coins. If you need the fruit of Dagmar, then take all of them. There will be less meaning in all of this if you talk any more about reimbursement." Odysseus smiled dashingly and said sincerely to Han Chuo. Aphrodite, Gordon, and the others all indicated for Han Chuo not to stand on ceremony and said that they didn't really need the fruit of Dagmar. "Then all right, I won't hold back then." Han Chuo really did need the fruit of Dagmar in the demonic realm of molded spirit, and thus he didn't make any more hypocritical protestations. He accepted decisively and happily. In the next couple of days, the group traveled back on their original path, with Han Chuo's original demons scouting the way and under Trunk's protection. They planned on leaving the depths of the dark forest as soon as possible. Han Chuo had originally been so weak that he had to rely on others carrying him around. He could actually get down from the litter after a few days. A pair of slender arms and pristine as jade cheeks were revealed after the old skin had scabbed over and shed from his originally severely burned arms and cheeks. There wasn't the slightest traces of burns to be found. The burned parts of his body and charred bits of his hair also returned to normal after a few days. The miraculousness of this made Odysseus and the others once again wonder, "What kind of monster are you?" His magical yuan also recovering swiftly, Han Chuo carefully put away the fruit of Dagmar during this process. He planned on consuming them when he was quietly alone after returning to the cemetery of death. The injuries within his body also recovered speedily with the circulation of the magical yuan. Han Chuo's injuries quickly healed with the passage of each day. On this day, Han Chuo's original demons detected the passage of a large group of people in the distance traveling with earth dragons. He discovered the adept mage Leon within this group and suddenly discovered that these people were part of the McGrady Guild. Counting the days and the distance they'd traveled, Han Chuo discovered that they were nearing the area where the forest trolls resided. He suddenly remembered those renowned robbers and villains were still waiting for instructions from their great Datara. Connecting the dots to those McGrady Guild guards and the despicable acts they'd committed against him, a slightly chilly and cruel smile grew involuntarily on Han Chuo's lips. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Rob them all. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Odysseus, we met here, so let's part here. Han Chuo smiled faintly as he looked at Odysseus in the spot where they'd first met. This was close to where the forest trolls lived, and after the healing properties of the Medusa's essence blood kicked in, Odysseus could be assured of a full recovery from his injuries. After a few days of recovering, Han Chuo's injuries had also mostly healed. There was no danger to him leaving now, and thus Han Chuo has raised the suggestion of departing. All good things must come to an end. Odysseus and the others also knew that this location was relatively safe. After Han Chuo voiced his proposal, Odysseus nodded with resignation and said, "Since this is the case, then let's part here. I hope we will be able to meet again in the future." Everyone bade Han Chuo and Trunks farewell a bit reluctantly and slowly left the area, moving to the outskirts of the dark forest as Han Chuo and Trunks waved them onwards. It wasn't until Odysseus and the party of 6 had vanished from sight that Trunks finally said, "You no longer need my protection with your current body condition, it looks like it's time for me to leave." Han Chuo looked at Trunks and shook his head, smiling, "You can't leave yet." "Why?" "I'm quite furious with the injuries that the McGrady Guild has gifted me. My anger won't be assuaged before that Earth Adept Mage Leon has died by my hands. Heh, I've discovered that you and the Manticore have been disappearing for certain periods at a time recently. Have you already discovered traces of the McGrady Guild and are planning on slowly making a move against them?" Trunks said with a dumbfounded look when he heard those words, "It looks like there is indeed something mysterious about you. It's like there's nothing I can hide from you." "Indeed, I am planning on making a move against the McGrady Guild, but there's an archmage holding down the fort within it. They also have a lot of helpers, so I can only make moves in the darkness and wouldn't dare to be an openly declared enemy of theirs. You're currently injured, so if we were to start fighting, you won't have much of an effect. That's why I ruled you out." Looking deeply at Trunks, Han Chuo mused silently for a bit and then opened his mouth to say, "I have a way to handle the McGrady Guild, and I also know that they'll pass through here. It will be tough for me to handle an archmage. As long as you help me handle the archmage, leave the rest to me." "Are you crazy? The McGrady Guild is traveling on the back of Earth Dragons, and all their followers, guards, and others add up to 100 or so in number. There are 60 to 70 guards of various professions within this powerful group. Do you think you can handle so many with your power alone?" Trunks stared at Han Chuo and exclaimed in bafflement. Smiling slightly with great meaning, Han Chuo said, "Don't worry about that. You'll understand why I can handle them after I appear. From now on, just follow the McGrady Guild. You'll see how heavy of a price they will pay after a while." Han Chuo didn't stay for further questioning after saying his piece and left with a long laugh, walking in another direction and leaving behind Trunks with a face full of confusion. After arriving at the forest troll's sacred ground, Han Chuo summoned the little skeleton and took out the raft that the forest trolls had hidden here, taking him downstream to the forest troll's residence. When the little skeleton appeared, the silent forest troll tribe immediately sank into a panic. The forest troll warriors who led the way in immediately ran inside after arriving, and the excited old priest came scrambling out shortly thereafter, falling to his knees in front of the little skeleton and started genuflecting loudly. "The Great Datara commands you to fully equip and ready yourselves. The Great Datara plans on leading you into battle to rob a large human merchant train passing by." Han Chuo threw his head back and issued orders in a proud fashion. All of the forest trolls, whether the elderly, women, or children, immediately became excited when they heard news of a robbery. They waved the weapons in their hands and shook the pockets that were always on their bodies, yelling loudly. It looked like this race's innate nature to steal was something that no one could change. Many thanks to the Great Datara, many thanks to the Great Datara's guidance. The old priest was beside himself with excitement as he immediately turned to the strong forest troll chief running in from the distance and started giving instructions in a mumble. The head of the forest trolls raised a spear and stood at a high vantage point, mobilizing everyone. All the various young and strong forest trolls within the tribe automatically lined up in long columns, with the combinations of hunters and priests automatically splitting up. 500 to 600 forest trolls were standing at the ready after not too long. Seeing that they were all ready, Han Chuo nodded and didn't say much else, giving an order to the little skeleton. The little skeleton was in vigorous spirits and stood from a high vantage point like the forest troll chief, waving the bone dagger in his hand high above his head. The little skeleton, wearing the pirate's eye patch, did indeed have a few traces of a robber's demeanor at the moment. Under the old priest's calls, the carriage that had been used to carry the little skeleton was once again brought out, and the little skeleton took up residence within. Han Shuo took out a black magic robe and completely wrapped his body and head with it, walking towards the road that the McGrady Guild was sure to take. Because the forest trolls truly did have such a horrid reputation, it would bring him some trouble if other people discovered that he'd gone raiding with them in the future. Therefore, after considering for a while, Han Shuo decided to conceal himself to the best of his abilities. He'd diverted Odysseus and the others away because he knew that they were too kind and simple. Not only would their existence not prove to be much use, but it might impact him, and thus he had them leave halfway through. From the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo was quite clear with regards to the McGrady Guild's location. He brought the 500 to 600 forest trolls to a mountain valley. Under Han Shuo's orders, the forest trolls started adeptly setting traps and rocks that would impede forward movement. When all was ready, the forest trolls stood to the side amongst the trees and shrubbery, becoming one with the foliage with their oily green skin. It would be difficult to detect them without taking a close look. Trunks rode on the manticore and followed this group of people behind from quite a distance away. Because there was an archmage within the company, Trunks didn't dare make any rash moves either. He only followed them according to Han Shuo's earlier instructions. After half an hour, the group of people, with the earth dragons leading the way, slowly began to appear. The earth dragons plodded in front, the goods on their bodies swaying back and forth. Guards of all sorts of professions walked in front, patrolling the surroundings with wary eyes. Two of them were quite familiar with Han Shuo, they'd been amongst the group that had attacked him in the swamp. Apart from the two earth dragons, this group of people from the McGrady Guild also had several enormous lizard pack animals. Several opulently dressed merchants were sitting on top of them, surrounded by highly experienced guards. No wonder Trunks didn't dare to make a move. When they walked into the valley, some of the guards scouting ahead suddenly sank into the traps. Rocks rolled down the small slopes of the surrounding hills, completing blocking off their paths. Spears and javelins were hurled out from the sides, nailing the ground at these people's feet. Enormous cheering sounds suddenly sounded from all directions. The excited forest trolls flung off the concealing props and charged over to encircle the caravan and surround the people from the McGrady Guild. Datara, Datara. At this moment, the forest trolls discovered that this group of prey was indeed very large. They all felt that this was the gracious bestowment from the great Datara and started yelling out involuntarily. The old priest even knelt reverently in front of the little skeleton's carriage and started offering thanks in an ancient language. Damn it, it's the cursed forest trolls. All sorts of complaints sounded from the McGrady Guild train. When they saw that the attackers were forest trolls and in such large numbers, the McGrady Guild people also felt that this was an extreme inconvenience. The way forward and backward for the train had been blocked off and a conflict seemed inevitable. A beautiful woman with fey features and a fully rounded body slowly walked out from one of the carriages in the back, wearing a luxurious magic robe and holding a magic staff embedded with many gems in her hand. The emblems on her magic robe testified to her status as an archmage. She walked over merrily and used a soft voice to call out, "Hello, is there anyone I can talk to? Liaison, do we talk to her?" The old priest, who was still genuflecting to the little skeleton, looked involuntarily at Han Shuo, hidden in the corner of the carriage and wrapped in a black magic robe, when he heard the woman's call. "Go see what she wants." Han Shuo nodded and opened his mouth. Under Han Shuo's orders, the old priest stood quite a distance from the beautiful woman, under the protection of the forest trolls. The old priest opened his mouth to say, "Ugly human female, what do you have to say?" The woman had been smiling merrily when her face immediately darkened as she heard the old priest's words. It was only for an instant, however, and her facial expressions quickly recovered and a smile made its way onto her face again. She opened her mouth to say, "We're people of the McGrady Guild and know the strength of you forest trolls. So, we'd like to enter a transaction with you. We're willing to pay 10,000 gold coins in exchange for our safety in leaving this place." We have many people on our side as well, and you're sure to suffer injuries if we fight. What do you say? Ugly human female, don't you know that the appetite of our race has always been big? The old priest looked arrogantly down at the mature, alluring woman as he spoke with a stiff, cold voice. To Han Chuo's eyes, the woman had a curvaceous body and strikingly beautiful features, and was full of a mature feeling. She did possess a high amount of allure for ordinary humans. However, the old priest was a forest troll and had completely different standards of beauty compared to humans. A beauty in Han Chuo's eyes had rather turned into another word for ugliness in his. Beneath the repeated blows of ugly human female, the beautiful woman took in another deep breath to control herself, but her gaze was no longer as friendly. She stared at the old priest and opened her mouth to say, "Then what do you want to do?" The old priest puffed out his chest and was about to open his mouth to respond when he suddenly recalled Han Chuo's existence. He said, "We need to discuss this." The old priest walked quickly towards Han Chuo after this, and several forest troll warriors blocked Han Chuo from sight so that those around them didn't learn of Han Chuo's existence. The old priest came to Han Chuo's side and looked at him. "Liaison, what do we do now?" His brow furrowed as he looked into the distance. Han Chuo saw Leon appear in the back. The McGrady Guild specialized in smuggling and had some conflicts with Phoebe's Booze Merchant Guild, not to mention their crimes earlier had offended Han Chuo. He hesitated only for a slight moment before opening his mouth to say coldly, "There's nothing much to say. Rob them all according to the rules of our tribe. Kill anyone who resists." The old priest immediately exclaimed excitedly after he heard these words, "The liaison is wise and great. The liaison is wise and great." The old priest didn't say much else as several forest troll warriors walked out from the huddle and nodded to the forest troll chief in the distance. The forest troll chief raised the spear in his hand and gave a charged, high cry as forest troll warriors rushed out from all sides, charging the guild's guards with a death-defying attitude after the priests had cast their magics on them from the back. "Damn these greedy forest trolls! We'll fight them to the death!" Various furious mutterings came from the guild's party. The smiles on the mature woman's face disappeared at this time as she chanted a magical incantation. A grey cloud of air flew out from her staff as she waved it around, transforming into the head of a demon in mid-air and rushing forward to entangle the forest trolls that were rushing over. More than 10 grey clouds continuously changed shape within the air, sinking into the bodies of the forest troll warriors with no resistance. Their fast dash forward suddenly slowed down as mutations seemed to occur within their bodies. Tumors quickly appeared and looked quite frightening as they expanded and pulsed. Pfft! The tumors on the first forest troll's body burst open and a dark black liquid oozed out. As the liquid remained on their bodies, it brought with it an incomparably strong corrosive effect, causing a round of wild shrieks and howls to sound from the forest trolls as their bodies slowly turned into liquid. White smoke also arose from the other forest trolls that were sprayed by the liquid, and they appeared to be in great pain. Standing behind the others, Han Chuo recalled some of Fanny's magic teachings when he saw the archmage attack. He recognized that this was the advanced dark magic, demon entanglement, and finally understood that this mature woman was a frightening dark archmage. The gruesome death of the first 10 or so forest trolls caused a certain amount of panic to the forest trolls, but it was a good thing that this race had also lived in the midst of cruel raiding. Although they panicked briefly, but they continued forward due to strength in numbers. A shrill piercing sound suddenly sounded from Han Chuo's mouth. Trunks, hiding in the shadows and observing everything, didn't quite understand things because Han Chuo's whistle came from within the forest trolls. No matter how Trunks envisioned things, he hadn't thought that Han Chuo would be in the company of the forest trolls. But due to his trust in Han Chuo, Trunks still abruptly dashed out of his hiding place according to their previous agreement and made for the dark archmage who was torturing the forest trolls. Riding on his manticore and long sword in hand, Trunks set his sights on the female archmage. He made use of everyone being in a frantic mess to charge directly at the female archmage. He planned on taking her down first because the power of her dark magic was simply too strong. Any ordinary person simply couldn't defend against it. It's that Trunks. Everyone stop him and don't let him come near me. The female Dark Archmage had actually discovered Trunks and immediately called out. 5 or 6 senior swordsmen, plus archers and other mages, immediately ran over from all directions to block the path to the female Dark Archmage when they heard her yells. Attacks poured out from this group of people, making it so that Trunks couldn't approach easily. The female Archmage didn't pay any attention to Trunks as she stood with her back to him and sent out wave after wave of dark magic with enormous destructive power, sweeping across the more than 10 forest troll warriors who were dashing over. They fell down one by one, with not a single one being able to approach the female Archmage. Liaison, what do we do now? The old priest scrambled to Han Shuo when he saw the forest troll warriors die one by one and asked in extreme panic. Staring at the frightening female Archmage for quite some time, Han Shuo felt that he would still be hard-pressed to escape death if he rushed in. The invasion of the dark magic was simply too horrifying. It looked like only the little skeleton, that made entirely of bone, would be unafraid of the dark magic's invasion. Look, the great Datara has already come out. Han Shuo reassured the old priest as he pointed at the little skeleton that had stepped out of the carriage. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, The Little Skeleton Immune to Dark Magic. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Upon seeing that the little skeleton had walked out from the carriage, the old priest heaved a sigh of relief and called out excitedly, Datara, Datara. Under the old priest's excited yells, the forest trolls, that had turned somewhat cowardly, all regained their fighting spirit and followed behind the little skeleton, once again charging towards the female Dark Archmage. The bone dagger-wielding little skeleton had an eye patch on its smooth and shiny skull plate as it dashed nimbly towards that female Archmage. Oh, heh. It's only a comical skeletal warrior. The female Archmage had thought some strong reinforcements were coming her way when she saw the forest trolls regain their courage. When she saw that what was dashing towards her was just a low-level dark creature, the skeletal warrior, she immediately started chuckling in mockery. When the little skeleton arrived in front of her, she spoke to a journeyman swordsman next to her, "Kill that ridiculous skeletal warrior." "Understood, Lady Emily." The swordsman responded respectfully in a low voice and strode forward, grasping his broadsword, towards the little skeleton, smirking coldly. It was a pity that before the journeyman swordsman had approached, the little skeleton, that had been approaching with normal speed before, suddenly sprang off both calf bones and hugged the ground in magical flight. The increase in speed was more than 10 times as the little bone dagger in his hand abruptly aimed directly for the journeyman swordsman who was attempting to block his way. The little bone dagger drew a round arc after leaving his hand, and had already made its way to the journeyman swordsman's neck in the midst of his shock and surprise. Frightened senseless, the journeyman swordsman's body abruptly came to a halt, drawing his sword in a no-holds-barred attempt to defend against the bone dagger attack. Clang rang out softly as the bone dagger crashed into the broadsword held in the journeyman swordsman's hand, causing his stopped body to involuntarily take a step backwards. Although the journeyman swordsman was surprised that he'd had to take a step backwards in defending against the bone dagger, he still breathed out a sigh of relief as he felt that he'd already gotten past the danger. However, a sudden change in fortune occurred, one that he would never understand, even in his moment of death. The bone dagger that had fallen to the ground once again shot towards his chest just as he was about to charge forward. It completely upended his knowledge of the world as it opened a bloody hole in his chest and caused him to lose his life where he stood. The swiftly moving little skeleton didn't pause for a single moment here as the withered bones of his left hand extended, and the little bone dagger that had just pierced through the journeyman swordsman returned marvelously to his hand. The remaining empty eye socket in the little skeleton's head once again fixed its gaze on the astonished female Dark Magus Emily. Oh my gosh! That little skeleton killed a journeyman swordsman. Although Trunks was busy fending off enemies in the distance, he still paid heed to the little skeleton's movements. When he noticed that the little skeleton had murdered one of the journeyman swordsmen, he immediately gave an involuntary cry of shock. "Stop him! Stop him!" Emily had also witnessed the little skeleton's miraculous performance. The jeering smile that had been at the corners of her mouth had long since vanished as her heart was in frantic disarray. She quickly recited several journeyman and adept dark magics, with them landing directly on the little skeleton's body. However, the little skeleton was made entirely from bone and had been repeatedly refined by Han Shuo's magical yuan, and had no reaction whatsoever. He stood there and rather looked at Emily in confusion, as if wondering why Emily's attacks were so feeble. "The great Datara has demonstrated his courage and power, what are you standing there dumbly for?" Concealed in the distance, Han Shuo suddenly called out coldly at this moment and once again gave the little skeleton the order to attack Archmage Emily. Yells of gobbledygook suddenly roared out from the old priest and forest troll chief's mouths. When the forest troll warriors, who were following behind the little skeleton, saw that the previously frightening Emily couldn't do anything to the little skeleton, they cried out Datara with excitement and once again charged forward with no fear of death. The forest troll hunters in the distance shot out a dense wave of javelins and long spears as ranks of attacks shot towards the McGrady Guild's guards. Add to that the arrows from the archers as well as magic attacks from several priests. Numerous guards were pierced full of bloody holes after this wave of javelins and spears had shot past. Bloody froth bubbled from their mouths as they lay on the ground, unmoving. "Stop that damned skeletal warrior!" Emily saw that the little skeleton was chasing her in hot pursuit and became a bit frantic. When several dark magics had no effect on the little skeleton, Emily finally realized that this bizarre little skeleton had an extremely high defense against dark magics. Emily gathered up the folds of her magic robe in one hand and bedraggedly fled towards the back as she hollered. Her well-rounded buttocks swayed continuously as she had no further time to cast destructive and harrowing dark magics. Because of Emily's retreat, the pressure on the forest troll warriors decreased greatly. Add to that the little skeleton's presence strongly boosted morale. This caused these faithful followers to completely ignore their injuries and casualties and charge towards the McGrady Guild guards like the tide waters. At this moment, the forest troll warriors that had been unable to draw near the McGrady Guild train finally crashed into the guards after paying the price of several dozen forest troll warriors. The low roars of the earth dragons, the stomping sounds of the lizard beasts, the frantic calls of the merchants, and the sounds of combat between the forest troll warriors and the guards permeated the scene. The advantage in numbers quickly became apparently. Although their personal strength didn't measure up to the forest trolls, they were much more disciplined than the randomly scattered guards. They were not in the slightest bit disorganized after rushing over, and each was more unafraid of death than the other. In only the span of a moment, the forest troll contingent, made of young warriors and boasting of numbers more than 5 times that of the McGrady guards, had already taken the high ground. Han Shuo stayed in the back, commanding the little skeleton to pursue the Archmage Emily and directing the forest troll hunters to attack as well. The rows of javelins and spears landed on the earth dragons and lizard beasts afterwards, causing the deaths of all the merchants. When the 2 main pack animals were injured, they began to run wildly in their madness. When their enormous hooves trampling down, they caused the deaths of many guards. Finally, the merchants of the McGrady Guild saw that they would be unable to obtain victory and they decisively decided to make a break for it in their timidness. Some personal guards protecting them, these merchants yelled and hollered, saying that they were giving up the goods and split into several directions to break through. The situation was already under control and Han Shuo didn't continue to further conceal his movements. He walked out from the midst of the forest troll warriors and set his sights on the earth mage Leon who had personally attacked him. The dark archmage Emily was completely frightened with fear beneath the little skeleton's pursuit. She'd tried to fly through the air, but became the target of many under Han Shuo's order as she immediately took the brunt of several dozen javelin and long spear attacks. Even though she'd erected a dark magic shield in the nick of time, she didn't have an easy time of it as a walking human target. The magic shield blocked this round of attacks, but also greatly depleted her mental strength, even causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. With the warning of previous experience, Emily didn't dare fly through the air again in such a short distance. She could only hide amongst the McGrady Guild's guards to the best of her abilities and continuously cry for help, asking for someone to help defend her from the little skeleton, but it was a pity that the scene was a chaotic mess at this moment. Under circumstances in which one's own personal safety was tough to guarantee, no one else would pay heed to someone else's survival. This caused her to flee haphazardly, in great panic. How did you know it was me?" Han Shuo looked askance at Trunks after he'd revealed himself and asked. "I didn't fully recognize you, but it could." Trunks smiled and shrugged his shoulders, pointing at the manticore beneath him. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "So this was the case. It's you guys. What do you want?" Leon immediately recognized the memorable Han Shuo when the latter revealed himself, and he asked timidly. "Your life, of course. An eye for an eye. Shouldn't you pay up for the injuries you've caused me?" Han Shuo looked coldly at Leon and dashed towards him after saying this noncommittally. "Han, leave this person to me. You haven't fully recovered from your injuries yet, best not to make a move that easily." Trunks saw that Han Shuo was about to make a move and suddenly spoke up to stop him, then spurring the manticore forward to Leon before Han Shuo had responded. The Earth Adept Mage Leon immediately chanted an incantation when he saw that Trunks was spurring the manticore forward to him. The ground before Trunks suddenly roiled and an earth wall quickly formed, forming an obstacle in the direction that Trunks was charging from. Having released the earth wall magic, Leon understood that Trunks wanted his life and that there was a Han Shuo of unknown strength hovering around the edges. He didn't dare linger at all and immediately fled without another thought as soon as the earth wall had appeared. "Don't worry, I'll kill him." Trunks smiled from the back of the manticore at Han Shuo and charged the wall together after these words. Beneath the manticore's impetus and the efforts of the long sword in his hand, the wall of earth that had just formed suddenly collapsed. Leaping across the wall, Trunks leisurely pursued the escaping Leon and he seemed quite at ease. The original's demons were spread out in 3 directions, and Han Shuo retained a complete picture of the entire situation through their observations. He discovered that the forest trolls, with their strength in numbers, had completely grasped the situation with the cowardly merchants leading the way in fleeing. The guild's guards were retreating beneath their attacks. No one was laying down their lives to protect the goods and they did everything in their power to break through to the outside. The little skeleton pursued the dark archmage relentlessly under Han Shuo's orders. A group of forest trolls were following tightly behind the great Datara and handling the female archmage along with the little skeleton. The female dark magus couldn't use her dark magus due to the little skeleton's continual harassment, and the forest was blocked off on all sides. They finally forced the archmage Emily into a trap, capturing her with a large net woven out of branches. "I have what you need, you can't kill me, you can't," Emily abruptly called out when javelins and spears were aimed at the archmage and about to descend. A thought struck Han Shuo as he immediately gave the little skeleton an order. When the little skeleton received the order, he waved his empty left hand, giving the forest trolls next to him a gesture to halt. The little skeleton walked towards Emily with bone dagger in hand, her frightened gaze fixed upon him. The little skeleton tore the shirt off a random corpse of a guard next to him and shoved the rag into Emily's mouth, using ropes to tie up her arms and legs at the same time. When the female dark archmage's gaudy red lips had been stoppered up, she continuously emitted sounds from her throat, but no one paid attention to her. The little skeleton wielded the bone dagger and took up the responsibility to looking over her. Han Shuo leveraged his observations through the original demons to continuously give commands to the forest trolls and point out where people were escaping, maximizing their spoils of battle to the greatest degree possible. After half an hour, the scattered sounds of fighting from all sides had all stopped, and when Trunks approached from the distance on the back of his manticore, the forest trolls also tried to kill, but stayed their hands beneath Han Shuo's orders. When Trunks spurred the manticore onto Han Shuo's side, he saw the forest trolls on the side look at Han Shuo with respectful and humble expressions. He seemed to understand something in that moment. "I'll explain in detail to you later. Trunks, you must believe me. Han Shuo also noticed the oddities in Trunks' gaze and opened his mouth to express his apologies. Trunks smiled and nodded, saying, "I have time to listen to your explanations." Looking at Trunks with gratitude, Han Shuo walked to the side of the dark archmage and roughly tore the cloth out of her mouth. He lowered his body and stared at Emily, saying coldly and cruelly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Liaison, you can't be this cruel. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The trussed-up Emily suddenly kissed Han Shuo's left cheek when he neared her, leaving behind a red mark. "Oh he, you've fallen to my curse. If I die, you'll be cursed until your body rots all over and dies." Emily immediately looked at Han Shuo in ease after kissing Han Shuo, delivering these lines merrily. A strange pulse of energy flowed through Han Shuo from the place that Emily had kissed. Just as Han Shuo wanted to investigate the location of this energy, he suddenly discovered that the strange energy had already vanished without a trace. This curse was one of the Dark Mage's most bizarre and mysterious magics. Many legends and stories passed down through the ages all spoke of the frightening and mysterious power of this curse. Han Shuo could clearly feel it when that strange bit of energy had flowed through his body just now, and understood that the Dark Archmage Emily hadn't done this randomly. Looking at the enormously proud Emily, Han Shuo's face was sinister as various fleeting expressions made their way across his face. He seemed to be wavering between whether or not to dispose of her. With the protection of the magical Yuan, Han Shuo felt that this kind of curse wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for him, but he didn't dare to take the risk either. "Han, you'd better not leap into the dark. The curses of the Dark Mage are a most mysterious magic. It can often achieve quite frightening things. We can temporarily allow this B*TCH to live, and then kill her when we find a way to break the curse." Trunks offered this suggestion when he saw Han Shuo frown in contemplation. Nodding, Han Shuo chuckled oddly, his unfriendly gaze patrolled over Emily's well-rounded and charming, mature body. Emily's body was quite curvaceous, particularly her pair of heavy, well-rounded breasts. They looked like they would explode out of her clothes at any moment. Her sexy lips were a brilliant red and a trace of a wanton smile curved at her lips, full of naked lust for men's bodies. Under Han Shuo's odd gaze, Emily chuckled and swayed forcefully within the net. The durable branches tightened around her body, making her curves look even more wondrous, exuding a strong force of attraction. Not bad, not bad. I won't let you die. There will still be plenty of ways for you to help me slowly lift the curse." Han Shuo started at Emily for a few deep moments and said to the old priest, "I think our strong forest troll warriors would enjoy this beautiful and mature human woman together." The arrogantly chuckling Emily's face immediately drained of color as soon as he'd spoken, and she cried out, "You can't do this." "He, why can't I? I'll have the forest troll warriors be careful when they rape you. Don't worry, they won't kill you." Chuckling evilly at the panicking Emily, it was Han Shuo's turn to kick back leisurely. Emily was frightened and panic-stricken, her horrified eyes looking at the exceedingly ugly, yet fiercely built forest trolls. She didn't dare say anything else. "Liaison, please don't make us do this. This human is so damned ugly, the children will have nightmares after having her. We're all followers of the great Datara. Liaison, you can't be this cruel." At this moment, the old priest suddenly kneeled down before Han Shuo and begged Han Shuo with a look of pain on his face. "You blind old dog of a thing, how dare you sully my beauty? I'm going to kill you, disgusting old worm." Before Han Shuo had a chance to react, the previously panic-stricken Emily immediately struggled furiously within the net and glared ferociously at the old priest, cursing loudly. Han Shuo was involuntarily dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Emily would be so ugly in the eyes of the forest trolls? It looked like it was actually a cruel torture to gift Emily to them. This made Han Shuo not know whether to laugh or cry. "Han, I think you should get back to more serious matters." Trunks looked at Han Shuo with a slight smile and said, Nodding, Han Shuo said, "Take back the spoils to the tribe. Stop her up the mouth of this woman and also take her back. Guard her well, but don't touch her for now." The old priest immediately called out instructions to the forest trolls when he heard that they didn't need to undergo such cruel torture. He told them to pick up all the spoils of war in the surroundings according to Han Shuo's orders. The little skeleton was on guard duty next to Emily, ready to give Emily a strong blow at any time. Throwing a significant look at Trunks, Han Shuo and Trunks left the area, with Han Shuo avoiding the forest trolls and stopping when he found a quiet place. He began to explain everything to Trunks. Of course, Han Shuo withheld everything about the cemetery of death and refining the little skeleton. He only picked the bits that he could tell Trunks. Trunks paused for a long while after Han Shuo had explained all of this and looked at Han Shuo in confusion. "This means that you're also a necromancer?" Nodding, Han Shuo smiled, "Of course, I'm a bona fide necromancer. Except, the little skeleton I've summoned is a bit odd, leading to the forest trolls mistakenly taking him for their great god Datara. Although these forest trolls are irritating and greedy, since they accept my orders, rather than let them commit evils as they will, why not control them so they raid targets they should raid? That's why I've kept them around. If you can use them appropriately, these forest trolls will be of a great help. I hadn't thought that you'd be a necromancer as well. Ha, there are quite a bit of magical things about you. How much more are you keeping from me?" Not too much else. Everyone has their own secrets. You never mention your own matters either. All right, then I won't ask any further. You continue doing your own thing, I need to continue training in the further depths of the dark forest. Remember what you've promised me. I'll have you help me when the time's right. Yes, I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. When I finish handling all the matters at hand, I'll also head deeper into the dark forest for more training. I think I'll find a way to locate you then." The two were truly treating each other as friends by now, but everyone had their own secrets. Han Shao's current base was in the Cemetery of Death, and he also had further necromancy magic to study. In addition, he needed to report to the Empire's Dark Mantle organization and prepare the dwarves' rations. He temporarily couldn't just head further into the depths of the dark forest to train. There wasn't too much melancholy and sadness in parting with Trunks. When Han Shuo picked up the location of the original demons and little skeleton, he headed towards the forest trolls, finally reconvening with the forest trolls and heading back to the tribe. The forest trolls had sent out 500 to 600 trolls this time. All of them had brought pockets especially for raiding. Everyone mobilized themselves and brought back their spoils of war to within the forest troll tribe. The McGrady Guild had been couriering resplendent silks and satins, soft and comfortable carpets, and a few other luxury items that nobles enjoyed. Apart from those, there were also battle chariots as large as carriages and a few items for use in attacking cities. The luxury items were easy to take care of and sell off, but the battle chariots and other siege weapons would be a source of great trouble if they were being ferried to the Empire, but not to the army. Han Shuo had learned from Phoebe that the McGrady Guild conducted a lot of smuggling. In this way, it seemed that these items likely weren't being supplied to the Empire's army. It seemed that the McGrady Guild did indeed have unfettered boldness. Luxury items were usually stored within the space rings of the dead merchants. The battle chariots and siege weapons couldn't be stored within space rings, this was why they were being transported by the Earth Dragons. They took count of inventory back at the Forest Trolls tribe and discovered that the number of luxury items filled 2 of the Forest Trolls warehouses, and there were another 3 warehouse worth of battle chariots and siege weapons. Looking at the 5 warehouses full of resources, Han Shuo wasn't sure how to handle this. The space ring on his hand was already full of gems and gold from the Forest Trolls. He had no way of storing more items. Han Shuo smiled ruefully as he looked at the mountains and heaps of resources within the Forest Trolls' warehouses. Right, how do you usually handle the items that you've raided? The Forest Trolls were a race of high intelligence that understood the pleasures of life. Therefore, Han Shuo inquired after their previous methods as he looked at these items. Someone will make a trip to trade food, weapons, and necessities for these items. Stuff that we have no use for is in high demand from others. This is enough for us to trade for a winter's worth of food and necessities. Many thanks to the great Datara's favor. It was the great Datara who led us down the right path. The old priest explained to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo privately thought that this was indeed the case. The merchants who traded with the forest trolls must have garnered their trust and brought the food, rations, necessities, and weapons necessary to come and trade for these priceless items. Items like food, rations, and necessities weren't that expensive within the empire. If they were transported here and used to trade for the valuables that the forest trolls had looted, then these merchants would be sure to be able to earn an eye-popping margin. This was no wonder that despite the presence of danger all throughout the dark forest, there were still so many merchants who still swarmed into the dark forest without heed for their lives. The dark forest would be exceedingly cold when winter arrived, and many magical creatures wouldn't venture out then. Because the roads would be sealed off, merchants and adventurers wouldn't easily venture in as well. Therefore, all tribes had to hurry and prepare the rations and food they needed to weather the winter, otherwise they'd be in bad straits when winter arrived. This was why the dwarves were worrying and why the forest trolls were raiding and looting in all directions. The old priest was dumbfounded but nodded his head in understanding, as if thinking that Han Shuo's command was a bit baffling. However, the old priest was accustomed to following orders and didn't ask much. All of you temporarily don't go out raiding during this time. The great Datara and I will look around and notify you when we discover a better target. When I come back next time, I'll bring a portion of rations and necessities for your use. Be at ease. Han Shuo said to the old priest after thinking for a while. Liaison, what do we do about the ugly woman? The old priest nodded and brought up the difficult question of Emily. Han Shuo also felt a bit of a headache when this question was posed. He mused silently and then said, I'll take her with me. It wasn't until they were a few li away from the forest trolls and at a pond that Han Shuo finally loosened the restraints that covered Emily's eyes. 2 zombie warriors had been carrying the ensnared Emily along the way, with Han Shuo completely disregarding her groans and moans. There was no other way they could proceed out of the forest troll tribe territory, thus Han Shuo had to proceed in this fashion. When he reached the water's edge, Emily started cursing at Han Shuo when the coverings over her eyes and restraint on her mouth were released. Han Shuo ignored Emily's curses and undid his shirt, revealing an evenly fit body. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, several traces of panic were displayed in Emily's eyes when she saw that Han Shuo took off his clothes without another word. She hastily spoke, What do you want to do? Han Shuo had only wanted to take a shower within the pond, but a plot formed in his mind when he saw the panic in Emily's eyes. He immediately leered and chuckled oddly as he took steps closer to Emily, wantonly looking up and down her mature, full body. He asked her in return, What would you like me to do? Ahaha. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Forcing himself on a female archmage. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Emily's body was alluring and curvaceous, presenting a deadly attraction as her mature body was revealed as it was tightly leashed within the net. Emily's eyes were full of obvious panic now, and this only further heightened the temptations of her body. Han Shuo had only planned on terrorizing Emily, but as he drew near to her, a surge of an uncontrollable desire grew from his heart, uncontrollable like an avalanche. The speed in which his magical yuan was churning was many times faster than usual, and the heavily panting Han Shuo suddenly felt his mind go dull and heavy and his consciousness slowly become hazy. No, please spare me, I'll lift the curse for you. Emily was truly panicked and watched Han Shuo prowl over like a wild beast. She could no longer suppress the fear within her heart and started screaming frantically. NSFW part. Walking towards the pond, Han Shuo suddenly felt alert and full of vigor. The heavy injuries he'd sustained a few days ago seemed to have all taken a turn for the better. When he walked into the pond to wash himself, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there were traces of red between his legs. He was immediately shocked as his gaze swiftly landed on the unconscious Emily. Her body mature and tantalizing, Emily had seemed like a beautiful woman and her actions had been rather wanton. Han Shuo had originally thought that she was greatly experienced, but hadn't thought at all that this would be her first time. This was simply too baffling. No wonder Emily would have such panic in her eyes when she first saw him display that lascivious expression. No wonder Emily had sobbed with pain in the beginning, later moaning involuntarily, and finally unconsciously continuously moving with him in the end. If Emily's body had long been defiled, Han Shuo wouldn't have had too much of a burden. A mature woman wouldn't be too overly concerned with this matter, but now that Emily's body condition was obviously testifying that Han Shuo was her first man, this made the tenor of this matter a bit different. As Han Shuo washed himself, he racked his brains to decide how to handle this. His brain was a churning mess in that moment, and he couldn't find an appropriate way to handle this matter. Han Shuo washed himself unconsciously like this within the pond, coming to himself with an abrupt start when a low moan sounded. A broken piece of rag was still shoved into Emily's mouth and her hands were still tied. Standing across from Han Shuo, she seemed to have just woken up and was looking at Han Shuo with a frightening gaze. All sorts of hatred, anger, and hesitation were swimming within her clear eyes as she coldly stared unblinkingly at Han Shuo, who stood within the water. Scratching his head awkwardly, Han Shuo also felt his scalp tingle with numbness. He hesitated, then hesitated some more and thought a bit more, finally walking out of the pond and taking out a new set of clothing from the space ring to wear. He smiled with embarrassment as he walked towards Emily. "I didn't mean that, that was an accident." Emily still looked at Han Shuo with that frightened gaze. He suddenly remembered that her lips were still sealed only after he walked up to her, and thus she likely wasn't able to talk. Taking a deep breath in, he first summoned the little skeleton and then took the rag out from Emily's mouth. Exactly as he'd expected, a string of furious curses exploded out from Emily's mouth, like bombs, when the rag was taken out of her mouth. Her voice choked up, Emily switched various sorts of evil curses, hectoring Han Shuo's shamelessness and that he was less than an animal. She finally stopped when she herself was tired after half an hour, and then sobbed lowly, saying a few words that Han Shuo couldn't hear clearly. Seeing that Emily's out-of-control emotions were finally calming down, Han Shuo finally awkwardly opened his mouth as he scratched his head. "Everyone's a grown adult here. It was my first time as well. You aren't any worse off. Let's just let it go like this. Release me, release me. You damned kid, I'll have your life for this." Emily had finally gotten herself under control, but her struggles began anew when she heard Han Shuo's words, as if she wanted to lay down her life. His scalp numb, Han Shuo took a step back and spread out his hands with a rueful grin. He asked Emily, "How was I supposed to know that that was your first time? Now that the matter's happened, what do you say we should do? You little brat, that's less than an animal, you shamelessly raped me. What do you say should be done?" Fires of anger spurted out from Emily's eyes as she said furiously. "Although you were in a bit of pain originally, I saw that you also looked quite comfortable afterwards. It was my first time as well, you weren't that taken advantage of. How about I let you go, and then we go our separate ways? It can be as if we don't know each other." Han Shuo furrowed his brow and thought carefully, proposing this to Emily. "Shut up!" Emily yelled out, making Han Shuo jump with fright. Emily then quieted down and first displayed a weak expression of resignation, then stared directly at Han Shuo, saying lowly, "If you don't have an explanation for me, I'll kill myself immediately. You'll be hard-pressed to escape death as well when the curse takes effect upon my death." Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shuo walked ruefully towards Emily. He took out the Demon Slayer edge and removed the restraints from Emily's hands and legs. He opened his mouth and said softly, "Why don't you wash your body first, we can talk after." After saying these words, Han Shuo raised his level of alertness and was privately on guard against Emily suddenly attacking him in a rage. However, when the restraints on Emily's body had been released, she didn't make any moves out of the ordinary. She only continuously patrolled her eyes over Han Shuo's body, as if wanting to see him clearly. After staring at him for a while, Emily nodded her head blankly and wrapped the robe around her body tightly, walking towards the pond. She tripped halfway through and almost fell to the ground. Her face reddened as she cursed lowly, slowing down her pace afterwards. When she walked into the pond, she took off robe and flung it far away from her, revealing the charms of a mature woman, and started washing up without any reservations. Taking in his fill of Emily's mature body, having had his first taste of the pleasures between man and woman, Han Shuo's heart started itching again, but he spoke with all seriousness, "Hey, I'm still here. You've taken off the robe and started washing up just like this, that isn't the best option, is it?" Suddenly turning around, Emily fully displayed her taut abdomen and a patch of black between her legs to Han Shuo. She glared ferociously at Han Shuo, saying, "You've seen all there is to see and touched all there is to touch. How dare you act serious in front of me? You're truly not just typically shameless." "Humph! If I were to move too far away, who knows if you would take advantage of the opportunity to run away. I'm going to keep you close at hand." Han Shuo had really been about to run away when given the chance. When he heard her say so, he smiled awkwardly with some embarrassment. "I'm not the type to avoid responsibility." "Heh, go ahead and wash up, I'll keep a lookout for you." After a while, a freshly washed up Emily with a new set of luxurious magic robes once again reappeared in Han Shuo's vision. Radiating with beauty, she walked to Han Shuo and first looked askance at the little skeleton wielding a bone dagger, then stared at Han Shuo and asked, "After contemplating for so long, have you decided what explanation to give me?" Having looked his fill for a while, Han Shuo pulled Emily into his embrace with one hand and suddenly kissed down on Emily's red, luscious lips. His hands started unceremoniously roving all over Emily's well-rounded body. An intoxicating, wondrous sense started to spread out from Han Shuo's heart as their mouths and tongues entangled and he entwined himself with her body. Emily started struggling fiercely at first, but even with the restraints on her hands and feet having been released, she still had no way to break free from Han Shuo's embrace. As Han Shuo drew her into a long kiss, her body also started becoming pliable as her struggles became weaker and weaker, finally voluntarily moving within Han Shuo's mouth like a little snake. After a while, when both their breathing was starting to become difficult, they finally panted heavily and broke apart. Han Shuo then drew close to Emily's bright red ears, nipping her bright red ear tips, and said softly, "Well then, you're my woman then." Emily's body first stiffened, and then encircled Han Shuo's body like a snake after he'd spoken and also bit his ear tip. "Humph, shameless brat, at least you know what's the right thing to do." Laughing wildly in pride, Han Shuo swept up Emily by the waist and started a ravaging campaign on her amidst her protestations. He only stopped when Emily was about to faint. Over the next 3 days, Han Shuo and Emily appeared on the path leading to the cemetery of death. The two had been at odds with each other, but suddenly became inseparable after 3 days of intimacy. During this process, Han Shuo's strong body had caused Emily to sway and waver whenever she walked. Emily had gone from her initial lust to subsequent panic, and finally begged Han Shuo to let her off the hook before she could finally recover. Having tasted sweetness, Han Shuo finally knew that the taste of the pleasures between man and woman were beyond words. The conquests of the past 2 days made Han Shuo feel that he'd lived in vain before, and had thoroughly let himself go in depravity. The closer they drew to the cemetery of death, Han Shuo finally thought of something as he looked at the brilliant and mesmerizing Emily next to him. The two of them hadn't volunteered information about their own identities, and neither had they asked each other. Therefore, Han Shuo still didn't know Emily's identity, even until now. At this moment, the only thing that Han Shuo felt was a bit inappropriate was that he wasn't sure how to face Fanny in the future. He had true feelings for Fanny, and was only with Emily due to ridiculous circumstances. He wasn't sure how to handle the future, and could only take each step as they came. But as they neared the cemetery of death, Han Shuo involuntarily started worrying. The cemetery of death was Han Shuo's greatest secret, and the fastest way to the empire was through the transportation matrix within the cemetery of death, but Emily had already expressed that she was going to cling on to him no matter what. He knew nothing of Emily's status right now and didn't dare take the risk of telling her this secret. Therefore, he was in a bit of a hard spot. "Don't worry, I was lying to you about the curse I'd cast on you. You don't need to be worried at all. Such a strong curse would need something from your body as a medium, it wouldn't be as simple as a kiss if I really wanted to cast it. I would have to pay a heavy price as well." Emily saw that Han Shuo had a long face and thought that he was worrying about this. She smiled involuntarily and spoke up in comfort. Han Shuo started, and although he wasn't fretting over this, he still felt a bit relieved to hear her say that the curse was fake. He then recalled the strange feeling that had entered his body when Emily had kissed him. He furrowed his brow and looked at Emily in confusion, asking, "But I clearly felt a strange energy enter my body then. What was that?" That was a low-level disease magic that I'd released, purposefully to create an illusion for you." Emily looked at Han Shuo with pride as she explained with a smile. Pausing, Emily seemed to suddenly remember something and stared oddly at Han Shuo. "Speaking of this disease magic, I rather forgot that you should have long since been sick by now. You're just a small necromancer. Why is it that there's nothing wrong with you at all, and you're full of boundless energy when you commit that bad act? What's going on?" An ordinary magic of disease would, of course, not have any effect on his perverted body. The magic Yuan's repeated reforging had crafted an enormously strong body for Han Shuo. Add to that Emily had always thought Han Shuo was just a necromancer, it was no wonder that she would find it odd. However, Han Shuo didn't explain and only chuckled evilly, not saying a word. Mysterious evil little brat. Emily paid no attention and also rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. Suddenly, Han Shuo's brows knit together as an original demon patrolling nearby suddenly detected the appearance of people who shouldn't be here: the Wind Archmage Duke and the senior swordsman Eric. Last time in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, because Han Shuo had made a report to the Dark Mantle, the old witch Camilla disappeared without a trace. Duke and Eric had also hastily returned to the Kasi Empire. Who would have thought that these two would appear again after only 20 or so days? Someone seen the cemetery of death nearby, but that person died suddenly of unexplained circumstances. Eric waved the long sword in his hand and hacked away at the strong growth of shrubbery and grass around him, speaking as he opened a path. It looks like the cemetery of death is nearby. The dark mantle of the Lancelot Empire is very frightening indeed. I wonder how Camilla's identity was exposed. She was actually killed that night. It was a good thing that we read the situation correctly, otherwise we would have been hard-pressed to escape death as well if we'd stayed. The old mage Duke frowned and revealed some information in his low murmurings. It looked like Camilla had been done away with by the Dark Mantle organization. "Hey hey hey!" A shout that became louder and louder suddenly rang out from Emily's mouth. When Han Shuo abruptly came to himself, Emily was tenderly stroking his face. She asked merrily, "My cute little devil, just what evil thoughts are you thinking of that you're so entranced?" There's sounds to the south, let's go take a look." Duke had been walking along unhurriedly and unrushed when he suddenly made a shushing motion towards Eric, saying this softly afterwards. He immediately floated up using a flotation spell and swiftly neared where Han Shuo and Emily were. "Someone's coming, we need to hurry and hide." Han Shuo had been about to respond when he detected Duke's movement and hastily called out to Emily. He used another original demon to continue observation and grabbed Emily by the waist, dashing towards a big tree on the left. When he arrived, Han Shuo said lowly, "Use a flotation spell to go up the tree, we should stay together." Han Shuo climbed adroitly up the tree when his words had finished, landing into a thick patch of branches and leaves in the blink of an eye, waving down towards Emily who was floating in the middle of the tree. "How come I haven't heard anything? Are you overreacting?" Emily said softly with some suspicion, but still meekly squirmed into the thick of the leaves and even leaned comfortably on Han Chuo's body, squirming her snake-like body around. Shh. Han Chuo made a shushing motion and then took a deep breath in, immediately calming down his heartbeat and breathing. She'd originally thought he was overreacting and was about to speak again to make fun of Han Chuo. Emily's brow suddenly furrowed as she too felt the same disturbance. She chanted out an incantation in a low voice as a cloud of grey air appeared and obscured the two's location. As an archmage, Emily also naturally had sensitive hearing, but because a wind archmage majored in wind magic, their ears would be a bit more sensitive than ordinary archmages, otherwise Duke would have been hard-pressed to hear Emily's cry. "It's Duke from the Kasi Empire." Killing intent suddenly flared in Emily's eyes when Duke appeared. Han Chuo was surprised when these words were spoken and looked quite in surprise with Emily, didn't think for a moment that Emily would also know Duke. Chapter 121. Chapter 121, It turns out it was our own people. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Duke used a flotation spell to arrive where the two had been hiding and inspected the four surroundings for a sign of anything out of the ordinary, with a lofty air and above everything. The senior swordsman Eric also rushed in from a distance and carefully poked his head through the shrubbery. He raised his head towards Duke. "Up in the sky, Mr. Duke, nothing out of the ordinary here." The wind archmage Duke closed his eyes and didn't say a word, concentrating and listening to the wind, as if trying to obtain some clues. Situated within the thick growth of branches and leaves, Han Chuo and Emily were completely concealed. Their surroundings were also covered by a grey magic wall from the dark major arts. The dark major magics were veiled in mystery and adept at hiding traces of movement. As a fellow archmage, it would be difficult for Duke to detect the dark magic wall that she had set up. After a low exclamation, Emily looked at Han Chuo, extremely astonished. "How did you do that?" His expression grave, Han Chuo looked at Duke, who hovered in the distance, and made a careful gesture, indicating for Emily not to speak and alert Duke and Eric. Extending a finger to tap Han Chuo's forehead, Emily smiled. "What are you being furtive and scared about? There are thick branches and leaves concealing our whereabouts. The wall I just set up has sound insulating properties. Even if Duke is a wind major archmage, he won't be able to hear a bit of our conversation. What are you worried about?" Emily had spoken several times, but Duke, standing in the distance, was still listening with his eyes closed. It looked like he truly hadn't discovered anything. Heaving a sigh in relief, Han Chuo grabbed the finger that Emily had extended and bit it, making her roll her eyes at him with a brightly flushed face. "Speak, how did you do it?" Emily, her face brilliantly red, stared at Han Chuo as she asked. At this moment, Emily was leaning on Han Chuo's left side, and half her body was pressing against him. Her full chest was resting on Han Chuo's left arm and her long and smooth thigh tightly mashed against his waist. Emily, with an extremely amorous expression, was an uncontrollable temptation for Han Chuo, who had just gotten an initial taste of the pleasures between man and woman. Chuckling lowly, Han Chuo said, "So there's a soundproofing effect." "Ha, we haven't done it on a tree yet." Han Chuo grabbed Emily as soon as he'd finished speaking and moved to position her behind at his waist. He immediately started ravaging with his hands as Emily's face and neck immediately flushed red from Han Chuo's actions and the finger that he'd just bit. She said, "Duke is below and Eric is also observing from below as well. We can't do this. It's too embarrassing." "No worries, that's what makes this exciting." Ha. When Han Chuo had ripped Emily's shirt apart, his mouth neared her earlobes and he kissed her tenderly as he chuckled evilly in a low voice. After this string of teasing, Emily finally couldn't hold it any longer and emitted a tempting moan from her sweet lips. She forgot everything that they'd been talking about before and no longer cared that they were in a large tree, with two enemies making observations around them. She voluntarily reached out a hand into Han Chuo's shirt as her well-rounded bottom searched for the right position. "Ah!" Both of them gave out a comfortable cry when he entered. After a while, when Emily's body had gone completely soft and she'd screamed herself hoarse, everything began to slowly calm down. Maintaining their position, Emily sprawled on Han Shuo's chest and used her index finger to trace small circles. She asked again, "How did you do that?" At this moment, the Wind Archmage Duke and Eric had long since left. An original demon trailed far behind the two and relayed everything it reacted to into Han Shuo's mind. Because the two of them had come with the intention of finding the Cemetery of Death, their speed in walking away wasn't that fast. They would find it difficult to escape the surveillance of the original demon within a short amount of time, thus Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. His large hand unconsciously roved over Emily's naked back. Han Shuo asked, "How did I do what?" "I'm a dark major archmage and I didn't discover when Duke was approaching us." "You're just a minor necromancer, how could you detect this disturbance? In addition, you're a mage, but your adroitness and deftness in climbing this tree was more ridiculous than an ordinary swordsman. I've also seen how you've adjusted your breathing and heartbeat. What's going on?" Emily breathed out lightly in enjoyment after they'd calmed down from Han Shuo's motions and asked him on the side. Remaining silent for a while, Han Shuo said, "Apart from training in necromancy magic, I'm also training in a wondrous martial arts technique. This wondrous technique is different from ordinary fighting aura. Therefore, I can count as a mage swordsman. All of the particular points you saw just now are because of this martial arts technique." Her body straightening slightly, Emily looked in astonishment at Han Shuo. "Such a wondrous martial arts technique exists? Then can you fight like a swordsman?" Nodding, Han Shuo said affirmatively, "Of course." His forehead then creased as he looked at Emily with confusion. "How do you know those two?" It was Emily's turn to be silent after his question. She hesitated, and then said slowly, "I haven't told you everything about me because I was afraid of bringing you trouble. I'm actually someone from the Lancelot Empire and was escorting the McGrady Guild's smuggled goods from the Brute Merchant Alliance this time because I was investigating something. I wanted to get to the bottom of who was receiving this batch of resources that would be used for war. Honestly speaking, I belong to a secret organization. Duke and Eric have come with an unspeakable secret to the Empire this time, and their actions threaten the livelihood of the Empire. Therefore, our organization is making a move against the two. Although I wasn't in the Empire, I have the clearance level to know everything that happens. I also saw Duke and Eric's headshots within the organization's files. The organization is sending people to shadow their movements. The organization said that they might appear on the borders of the Empire and thus wanted me to return to the Empire through the border. I paid quite a bit of attention, that's why I know so much. Although our organization allows everyone their space and usually won't interfere in members' lives, there's still no benefit if you know too much." The soft and tender voice emitted from Emily's mouth as she calmly relayed the entire matter and her identity. After all of this, Han Shuo suddenly displayed a strange smile, scaring Emily. She wondered if something was up with him. "What's wrong? Are you frightened?" "Don't worry, our organization answers to His Majesty the King and exists completely and only for the security of the Empire. We don't interfere in members' lives and I don't think they will be of any threat to you." "Oh, are you afraid of me? Are you prepared to throw me away?" Emily first explained, but then felt a bit afraid when she saw Han Shuo's weird smile. This man had gotten everything of hers and was quite cute when he was acting bad. He had helped her heart enjoy the past few days in peace, and so she wouldn't let him go, no matter what. Emily's heart raced frantically. Beneath Emily's worry and fear, her previously reddened and flushed face appeared full of fear and trepidation. When she got to the end, her voice was choking up. No matter how strong or mature a woman was, when she gave her body and heart to a man, she would display weakness and timidness in front of the man who had received her all. Emily was naturally no exception. After a while, Han Shuo said with a shadow of a smile, "Your organization is called the Dark Mantle, right?" Her heart leaping in fear, Emily's body stiffened as she looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and shock. She asked, "How do you know that?" His space ring lighting up, the iron medallion that represented his identity as a Dark Mantle member suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's hand. Han Shuo said to Emily, "Because I'm also a member of the Dark Mantle." Emily. "Heh, who would have thought that we'd be colleagues? Hurry and let me see your medallion and let me know what rank you are." Han Shuo chuckled oddly as he grasped Emily's small hand and caressed her space ring with his finger. "You wicked little brat." Emily blanked for a moment and suddenly started chuckling delightfully, splaying herself on Han Shuo's chest with tears of joy. She reached out her hand and ran it acres Han Shuo's chest. When Han Shuo was breathing out comfortably, her teeth suddenly bit down fiercely and started squeals from Han Shuo. "See if you dare bully me again, humph." Emily chuckled with pride when she saw Han Shuo scream out of startlement. She put on an air of glaring ferociously at Han Shuo before subsiding. Feeling that the distance between them and the original demon-trailing Duke was increasing further, Han Shuo suddenly pulled down his shirt and also looked over Emily before saying, "Let's follow Duke and see what he's up to." When Han Shuo finished speaking, Emily recited an incantation in a low voice and the grey air that had been surrounding them suddenly disappeared without a trace. As Han Shuo poked his head out of the leaves and grabbed Emily, he directly jumped down from the tree amidst her screams. He landed solidly within the shrubs in the back and didn't cause any harm to Emily's body. Leveraging the original demon-tailing Duke, Han Shuo and Emily exchanged some information. Han Shuo also told Emily about his recent experiences within the Dark Forest. However, he picked which ones he could say, and still concealed what he had to conceal. "A minion of the third Dark Star, you need to listen to me in the future or I can directly punish you." When she knew that Han Shuo was just a lowly third Dark Star, Emily continued to lightly tease Han Shuo along the way. Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, was at the highest level of 5th Dark Sunday. Emily was already a 3rd Dark Sun and thus her status within the Dark Mantle would surely be very high. No wonder she had the authority to know so much. "Who would have thought you would be a 3rd Dark Sun?" "Heh, so what if you are? You're still conquered by my prowess. You live if I want you to live, you die if I want you to die." Han Shuo smacked his palm on Emily's butt and laughed delightedly. "You crude, despicable little brat. I'm going to make you completely tame and make you answerable to me sooner or later." Emily's hand that was curled around Han Shuo's arm suddenly pinched him fiercely, and wasn't in the slightest bit angry about Han Shuo's crudeness. His body suddenly froze as Han Shuo discovered, through the original demon, that Duke and Eric had actually discovered traces of the Cemetery of Death. Duke kept circling the area around the Cemetery of Death with a frown on his face, as if he'd discovered something. Emily stopped when Han Shuo halted and looked askance at him, opening her mouth to ask, "What now? Are you annoyed at me because I said I would tame you? You know I'm joking." Shaking his head, Han Shuo said lowly, "Should we kill Duke and the other?" "Let's not for now. If I'm guessing correctly, the old fox Candide must be planning on thoroughly understanding Duke's intentions. That's why he's still alive. Otherwise, there's no way that the two of them would be able to leave the Lancelot Empire alive. You've just entered the Dark Mantle so you don't know how strong the organization is. It's impossible for a Wind Archmage and a senior swordsman to escape from that sly fox Candide's hand." Emily mused deeply and then opened her mouth to explain to Han Shuo. "I actually understand, because I answer directly to Candide." Han Shuo said in a low. Covering her surprise and looking at Han Shuo, Emily said lightly, "You're joking. You're just a 3rd Dark Star. You don't have the right to be managed by him at all." Shrugging, Han Shuo said, "If you don't believe me, you can look into the internal information of the Dark Mantle. I was directly inducted by Candide, and he said that I would be under his deployment in the future. That's how things are." Emily rather believed Han Shuo after his words. She stroked his cheek as she said, "You're quite something all right. How did the old fox take a fancy to you? Let's not talk about this, we should hurry and follow them. I think Duke and them are planning on doing something." Han Shuo suddenly said and tugged Emily towards Duke and Eric's direction. Leveraging the original demon's vision, Han Shuo discovered that Duke and Eric were circling the outside of the Cemetery of Death. It looked like Duke had indeed discovered something. He changed magical incantations and released several grim wind spells. They howled around the edges of the Cemetery of Death, attempting to discover something. Just as this moment, the concealed original demon discovered someone crouched within the shrubbery. This man wore a body of dark brown clothing, with the color of the clothing melding into the trees. He lay there unmoving, and it would be difficult to discover him if one didn't look carefully. His clothes and actions clearly indicated that he was after Duke and Eric. From the information that he'd just received from Emily, Han Shuo's thoughts raced and he immediately understood that this man was likely someone that the Dark Mantle had sent to keep an eye on Duke and Eric. The grim wind spells blew randomly and tore through everything around them. When one of the grim wind spells blew over, it happened to crash directly into him. Although the man lay crouching on the ground and didn't move, a bloody furrow was gouged out of his body and he involuntarily cried out from the pain. "Who is it?" The sensitivity of Duke's ears were beyond belief as he heard a cry of pain from such a distance away. He'd been standing within the bushes, but suddenly once again, used the levitation spell to drift through the air and make straight for where the person was. Seeing that he'd been made, the person immediately stood up and planned on hastily leaving the area. However, as a wind archmage, Duke's speed was obviously faster than this person. He'd arrived behind the person with a whoosh as soon as he'd activated the levitation spell. "You Dark Mantle people again, you really linger and refuse to leave. You've discovered me even in the dark forest. I have to say that you Dark Mantle people are truly infinitely resourceful." Duke said this with a light smile and chanted an incantation. Great winds suddenly appeared in front of the Dark Mantle member, who was attempting to leave, obstructing his path forward. The howling wind formed blades of wind and crisscrossed as they shot towards the Dark Mantle member. When his body met the obstruction, a dagger appeared in his hand as he dodged nimbly within the shrubbery, evading most of the attacks from the wind blades. He then waved the dagger to defend against the other wind blades. Explosions rang out, and although his dagger defended against a few of the wind blades, 2 deep gouges of blood appeared on his legs. "Oh no, the observer from our organization keeping an eye on their movements seems to have been caught. We should hurry on over. You take care of Duke and I'll handle Senior Swordsman Eric." Han Shuo was deathly afraid that the Cemetery of Death would be revealed and thus planned on using Emily's power to kill Duke and Eric once and for all. He immediately cried out when he saw this situation developing. Emily's facial expression immediately changed when she heard Han Shuo's words. A grey robe suddenly appeared as it covered her entire body. She also casted the levitation spell and flew out after murmuring "Be careful" to Han Shuo. Apart from serving within the Dark Mantle, many within the organization had other identities. Therefore, unless there was no other option available, they wouldn't easily show their true faces to others. This was the basic modus operandi of all Dark Mantle members. When Emily left, Han Shuo also took out a grey robe to cover his entire body as 2 of the original demons flew towards Duke, with the other closely tailing Eric. Han Shuo was quite familiar with this area as he dashed over from another path and planned on intercepting and getting rid of Eric halfway. Han Shuo's injuries were mostly healed by now, and his magical yuan had greatly increased after last time's experience of entering a demonic trance. As his magical yuan circulated now, it gave Han Shuo a feeling of being free from inhibitions. When Eric heard Duke's voice, he grasped his long sword and quickly, but cautiously approached the same spot. When he reached an uneven hill, Han Shuo, who'd been lying in wait, suddenly chanted a magical incantation. A bone spear suddenly shot towards Eric, and a crossbow also twanged when the bone spear materialized. When the crossbow bolt shot out, Han Shuo's body also shot out like lightning. When Eric saw these 2 attacks charging towards him, Eric completely lost his composure as he panicked and used a most practical, yet exceedingly ugly roll to move out of the way towards the front, not giving a thought to how he looked. The ugly method was quite useful as he evaded Han Shuo's 2 waves of attacks. Eric then appeared right in front of Han Shuo and stabbed forward with a sword imbued with dark green fighting aura. Han Shuo hastily took out the Demon Slayer edge, but his hand trembled slightly from the impact. Eric also grunted, but didn't actually make use of the opportunity to follow up. He stood up and chased in Duke's direction. Snorting lightly, Han Shuo grasped his Demon Slayer edge and quickly followed. Another original demon, who was observing Duke, discovered that Emily had already exchanged blows with Duke, and it seemed that she had the upper hand. It was a pity that she seemed to be a few steps too late, as the Dark Mantle member already had multiple lacerations crossing his body. He seemed to be dead. "Master Duke, I'm going!" Eric cried out loudly and charged over with upraised sword. Duke, in the midst of his fight with Emily, had his facial expression flicker rapidly, but when he saw Han Shuo chasing behind Eric, the staff in his hand suddenly shook as he released a hurricane spell, lifting up Han Shuo's charging body and flinging it into the distance. At this moment, the Eye of Darkness that had been stored within Han Shuo's space ring actually flew out of the ring automatically, flaring out with sparkling green light, opening the boundary that protected the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo's body also landed within the cemetery with a thud. "Oh, my gosh, it really is the Cemetery of Death." Duke had been about to turn back and handle Emily when he saw the green light explode in the air, revealing the bizarre view of the Cemetery of Death. He immediately cried out with joy and suddenly dashed over, paying no heed to anything else. Eric and Emily were both incredibly astonished. They first stared, dumbfounded, and then sprinted forward with all their might before the boundary to the cemetery closed again. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Thinking for You. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Tall and angular buildings were erected within the Cemetery of Death that was strewn with bones. All of them drew Duke's attention. In that instant, he concerned himself with looking around wildly and didn't continue making a move against Han Shuo. However, when Emily rushed into the cemetery, her first task wasn't to take in the surroundings. Rather, she flew to Han Shuo instead and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" If it'd been an ordinary person falling from such a height, they might have actually been injured. But Han Shuo, of course, wasn't injured at all. He shook his head at Emily and stood up with a darkened face, fixing his gaze tightly onto the Wind Archmage Duke in the distance. Looking around with excitement, Duke said joyfully when Senior Swordsman Eric arrived next to him, "This is the Cemetery of Death, there's no doubt about it. Who would have thought that we'd actually make it inside?" "Master Duke, we didn't discover anything after such a long period of studying, but the boundary to the Cemetery of Death opened when green light was emitted from that person. It's very strange." Eric looked at Han Shuo from afar and said lowly to Duke. Nodding, Duke said, "That's right. It looks like there's something odd about this person. That green light just now also gave me a familiar feeling, it seems to have come from the Eye of Darkness." Eric was greatly astonished when these words were voiced. How is that possible? Grasping the Demon Slayer edge in his hands, Han Shuo recited an incantation and the little skeleton, wielding a bone dagger and sporting 7 wings, appeared. 3 zombie warriors also appeared. They all held wooden clubs and barred the path to Han Shuo and Emily along with the little skeleton. "You were the one who opened the boundary to the Cemetery of Death." Emily breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Han Shuo was unharmed. She then recalled what had just happened and asked Han Shuo with great confusion. Nodding, Han Shuo said with a darkened face, "That's right. The Cemetery of Death was opened by something on my body. Duke and Eric must die now. You help me take care of Duke, and I'll explain to you after we kill them." Emily didn't ask anything else after hearing Han Shuo speak thus, and docilely picked up her magic staff, setting her sights on the approaching Duke with a look full of killing intent. He's also a necromancer to boot, it looks like this will be a slightly difficult fight. Eric had traded blows with Han Shuo and could feel that Han Shuo's strength was not in the slightest bit weaker than his own. When he saw that Han Shuo had even summoned zombie warriors, his brow creased as he spoke. Kill them first. We're excavating the secrets of the cemetery of death. Duke snorted lightly and floated over. Eric didn't say much else after pausing for a moment and following Duke in a charge over. A string of incantations leisurely surged out of Emily's mouth. The magic staff in her hand suddenly shot out a few strands of black air and like snakes twisted and twined towards the approaching Duke. When Duke saw the black air attacking him, his face became incomparably grave. A tornado formed suddenly in front of him and churned up all the white bones on the ground. It made for the black air and twisted all of them into the tornado. Snorting coldly, Emily said, "Be careful," to Han Shuo and also flew towards the black air. She waved the magic staff in her hand and started fighting fiercely with Duke within the air. "We shouldn't just idly stand around either." Han Shuo grinned and gave a long laugh. The little skeleton led the 3 zombie warriors in heading towards Eric. At the same time, Han Shuo kept an eye behind Eric and Duke, via the original demons, observing their every gesture and move. "Do you think 3 zombies and a skeleton are enough to stop me?" Eric snorted lowly with disdain as dark green fighting aura flared out of the long sword in his hand. His body was like a bulldozer as he sent dirt and dust flying as he charged directly towards Han Shuo. Continuously laughing coldly within his heart, Han Shuo made use of his mental strength to manipulate the zombie warriors and little skeleton, blocking the way in front of him. The little skeleton's usual speed was as fast as lightning, but was now being purposefully curtailed by Han Shuo so that he was as slow as the zombie warriors. Dashing over, Eric's dark green fighting aura formed a ball of light as it enclosed a zombie warrior within it. The sound of bones exploding suddenly emitted from the zombie warrior's body. Beneath the effects of the dark green fighting aura, the first zombie warrior had its body shattered. Its wooden club also broke into several segments. Turning his body sideways with a disdainful smirk, Eric's nimble body evaded the crashes from the other 2 zombie warriors' wooden clubs and stabbed forward with his long sword, slashing open the neck of another zombie warrior. The zombie warrior swayed and looked like it was about to fall down. The little skeleton raised the bone dagger and pressed itself against the other zombie warrior, jerkily raising the bone dagger in its hand and stabbing it towards Eric. Eric could easily handle even the zombie warriors, so he paid absolutely no attention to the little skeleton's upraised dagger, raising his sword rather impatiently to block the strike. At this moment, the originally abnormally slow bone dagger suddenly increased more than tenfold in its striking speed. The previously stiff and slow little skeleton became so agile that it caused Eric's eyes to bug out. Eric's long sword had just started rising and he hadn't had time to make his move before the bone dagger was already landing on its target. Eric retreated in horrified fright, but he was still a beat too slow. A puncturing sound rang out as a large piece of flesh and blood flew out from his chest. As Eric cried out in pain, he also called out with incredulity, "How is this possible? What kind of skeletal warrior is this?" It was a pity that the little skeleton had no reaction to Eric's astonished yells. When he'd succeeded with one of his blows, he didn't relax and immediately followed up afterwards. He didn't wait for Eric to stabilize his footing before appearing in front of him. As Eric's fighting aura gathered anew on his long sword, the 7 bone spurs on the back of the little skeleton's spine flared out at the same time and they flew in a semicircle, landed accurately on Eric's body. The 7 bone spurs pierced through Eric's neck, forehead and heart. He didn't even have time to release the fighting aura that he'd gathered before his body fell backwards. The frightened and terrified expression on his face didn't even vanish in death. Duke and Emily had been fighting when they both noticed the disturbance on this side. When they saw that Eric had died a gruesome death, both were surprised. However, Duke's worry and Emily's joy followed closely after that surprise. Emily had already witnessed the little skeleton's miraculousness last time, and even she, a dark archmage, had been powerless in the face of the little skeleton's pursuit. The little skeleton's nimbleness and speed had left a powerful impression on Emily. Upon seeing that the 7 bone spurs on the back of the little skeleton could even harm someone, she had a deeper understanding of Han Shuo's mysteriousness. Duke was already having trouble fending off attacks from Emily alone. He'd actually been hoping that Eric would help him after taking care of Han Shuo. He hadn't thought that the seasoned and well-experienced Eric would die so quickly. Han Chuo was still standing there, having made not a move. This made Duke panic momentarily. What, you want to run? Do you think you can get away today? After killing Eric, the original demon noticed that Duke's eyes were darting around. Han Chuo drew near to him with a shadow of a smile as he opened his mouth in mockery. Duke's face suddenly grew frosty as his usually benevolent features twisted as he stared at Han Chuo. You're seeking death. Many sharp shards of bone fragments on the ground suddenly shot towards Han Chuo as Duke waved his magic staff. The sound they made while shooting through the air was extremely ear-piercing, and their momentum was quite frightening. When Emily saw that Han Chuo was under attack, she was even more nervous than Han Chuo as she hastily chanted a dark magic spell. An inky black opening appeared out of thin air before these sharp bone fragments reached Han Chuo. When the bone fragments arrived, they were all attracted to the black opening and completely sucked in. After releasing his attack, Duke didn't continue to attack, but rather hurtled his body towards the outside in an attempt to escape. It looked like he'd counted on Emily being concerned for Han Chuo. That's why he'd attacked Han Chuo so that Emily would save him, and then take advantage of the opportunity to run off. However, it was easy to enter the cemetery of death, but quite difficult to leave. After the Eye of Darkness had revealed itself, it once again sank back into Han Chuo's space ring. Without the Eye of Darkness, even him, a Wind Archmage, would be unable to open the boundary. He crashed headfirst into the boundary, and a large bang sounded out. A ball of green light flared out from the boundary as Duke was affected by its power. He was unable to maintain his levitation spell and fell from midair. Some broken pieces of bone happened to pierce his calves, stomach, and waist, causing immediate injury to his body. My condolences. Han Chuo approached Duke with a cold smile as Emily and the little skeleton surrounded Duke. Han Chuo ripped the mask off his face and said, "Long time no see, benevolent Mr. Duke." Duke, crying out painfully, immediately spoke with fear when he saw Han Chuo reveal his true face. "Why is it you? I remember that I once saw you in the Babylon Academy. Aren't you that necromancy student?" Nodding, Han Chuo smiled sinisterly and said, "That's right, it's me." He then took out the Eye of Darkness and placed it on his palm, lighting it up. "The small errand boy, whose tracks you guys discovered last time, in the cemetery in the mountains at the back of the academy, was also me. I was the one who gained the Eye of Darkness that Dylan buried in the ground. You guys didn't think that I wouldn't die, did you? It's come full circle not too long afterwards. So you were the one who obtained the Eye of Darkness. No wonder the boundary to the cemetery of death was opened after that light came from your body." Duke spoke in sudden enlightenment. 3 more zombie warriors appeared, making it a total of 4 zombie warriors and 1 little skeleton. They walked slowly towards Archmage Duke. Han Chuo raised his crossbow and took aim at Duke. Emily chanted a dark major spell, officially sealing Duke's fate as the little skeleton's 7 bone spurs flew around in a dance. When the 7 bone spurs flew out, Duke used wind blades to rapidly defend against them all, but the approaching 4 zombie warriors and little skeleton made him feel quite troubled. When Han Chuo's crossbow had shot it, the bolt pierced through the hastily dodging Duke's thigh and nailed him to the ground. Emily's dark magic had already enclosed Duke before Han Chuo had taken out the Demon Slayer edge. Thick smoke rose up from Duke's body in that instant as he became another set of stark white bones within the cemetery of death. The little skeleton drew close to Duke and took off the space ring from the white bones of his hand. He handed it over to Han Chuo along with the pouch of the senior swordsman Eric. Emily stared at the little skeleton with clear eyes and was dumbfounded for quite a while by the little skeleton's motions. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked Han Chuo with an exceedingly high amount of curiosity, "Can you tell me what was up with that wondrous little skeleton?" Nothing much. I refined it with a secret art. That's why its performance is so wondrous." Rubbing the little skeleton's clean and smooth skullcap, Han Chuo smiled as he picked up the spoils of battle being offered up to him. Emily glared fiercely at Han Chuo and said huffily, "Just how many more things are you hiding from me? Why do you have the Eye of Darkness, and how come you're able to refine such an amazing skeletal warrior? You're just a small necromancer, yet you also have uncommon fighting techniques. Just what is going on here?" Some things had to be explained at this moment. Han Chuo explained everything that had happened in the Necromancy Major, including the discovery of the Cemetery of Death, to Emily. However, he still didn't mention anything with regards to refining the little skeleton and the magical Yuan. This conversation caused exceedingly great shock to Emily. As she contemplated silently, Han Chuo started searching through Duke's and Eric's things. But after rifling for a while, Han Chuo discovered that Eric was one heck of a poor guy. There wasn't anything valuable in his pouch. Duke should have had some interesting items on him, but he'd set up a magical boundary within his space ring and Han Chuo was completely unable to break it to obtain anything from inside. After a while, Emily looked at Han Chuo with a grave face. "Does anyone else know that you've obtained the Eye of Darkness and that you can come and go from the Cemetery of Death, apart from you and me?" "No one else knows." Han Chuo looked at Emily and hesitated before asking, "What do you plan to do?" "In that case, then we'll continue to keep this secret. Duke and Eric are dead anyways, and the agent that the organization had sent to chase them is gone. No one else knows about this matter. Then, in the future, the Cemetery of Death is still your secret alone, the foundations for you to train your body to slowly control the dark forest." Emily gazed deeply at Han Chuo as she spoke lowly. Staring in stupefaction for a bit, Han Chuo smiled slightly and suddenly yanked Emily into his arms. He smiled, "You're my woman all right, I thought you'd want me to offer the secret of the Cemetery of Death to the organization." Rolling her eyes in a display of ill temper at Han Chuo, Emily said, "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you wanted to tell the organization about this secret, you would have done so a long time ago, why would you wait until now? I understand what the Cemetery of Death means to you, and it seems very important for your future development. We're already like this now, I would naturally think for you." Han Chuo was really a bit touched upon hearing Emily's words. He privately thought to himself that women were incomprehensible creatures all right. Once their bodies and hearts were captured, then all their previous resolutions would completely collapse. When she spoke these words, it meant that Emily had chosen to lean towards Han Chuo between the Dark Mantle and himself. If Han Chuo had any conflicts with the Dark Mantle in the future, it looked like Emily would be willing to make a stand against the Dark Mantle for Han Chuo. "Right, you said that your goal this time was to investigate where those weapons had gone. I used the forest trolls to rob that batch of resources this time, will it affect your mission?" Seeing that Emily was thinking on his behalf, Han Chuo thought for a bit and suddenly recalled what Emily had mentioned last time, and so opened his mouth to ask her. Smiling merrily for a bit, Emily looked soulfully at Han Chuo in the midst of his surprise. "You bad boy, you're finally willing to think of my situation. How nice." Han Chuo was speechless as he thought back to prior events and discovered that he really had never thought on Emily's behalf. He'd thought for himself from start to finish, and he now felt a bit embarrassed by her words. He laughed a bit awkwardly. "Don't worry too much about this matter, I actually had a fair guess of where these resources were going. I just wanted to catch him in the act so that he'd have nothing to say. Although these resources have been intercepted, many of the McGrady Guild's men have made it out. They'll surely think of a way to ransom back the siege weapons from the forest trolls. If anyone wants to purchase the siege weapons from the forest trolls, just let them handle the matters they usually would. You'd be doing me a great favor that way. When they obtain all their items, they'll still deliver it to my target. I'll arrest him then, and it won't affect the greater picture." Emily looked at Han Chuo and said with a smile. Nodding, Han Chuo said, "No problem, I'll go back to the Empire and get my hands on some rations. I'll return to the dark forest after that. I'll go speak to the forest trolls so it won't impact your mission at all." "Oh right, you can't open Duke's space ring either. So why not give it to me? I'll think of a way to break through the barrier and see just what's inside. Okay, you take it then. Han Shuo straightforwardly handed Duke's space ring over to Emily, and then suddenly remembered Yuna's pretty space ring from his previous encounter when that thought struck him. Yuna was only an adept mage. Theoretically, the boundary that she'd set up should be easily broken by Emily. Therefore, he took out Yuna's space ring and gave it to Emily. There's also a boundary placed within this space ring, but that person was only an adept mage. I think you should be able to break the barrier inside and see what's in it. Emily took the space ring without asking how Han Shuo obtained it, took a deep breath, and focused her concentration. The jade-green space ring suddenly lit up, and abruptly dimmed when a strong pulse of magic was felt. Breathing out slightly, a few items suddenly appeared in Emily's hand. There were some female personal effects, a crystal card, a book on water magic, and some medicine to treat injuries. Staring at Han Shuo oddly, Emily asked, "To think you would be such a brutal person as to destroy a feminine flower. How did this woman die in your hands?" Turning the items over after taking them from Emily, Han Shuo put away the jade-green space ring when he discovered there wasn't anything valuable. He smiled, "A wanton woman betrayed me. I was so angry that I killed her. This is quite normal." "Pa? I don't believe you," Emily said. "All right, I have 2 more days before I need to report to the organization. I must hurry and leave the cemetery of death. You already know my identity and origins, so we can temporarily leave this place. Go about your business first, whether you are going to report to the Dark Mantle or the Academy first. I think it'll be easy for me to find you. We should part ways here." Han Shuo remembered that he had a ton of things to do and spoke to Emily. "All right, although you're a dishonest brat, it is indeed easy for me to find you. I'll ask you a final question. Between Brian and that weird name Han Shuo, which one should I call you by?" Emily asked. "How about Han Shuo? This is the new name that the person who passed on the martial arts technique created for me. Call me that in the future." Han Shuo thought for a moment and responded. Nodding and saying nothing else, Han Shuo took Emily on a quick tour around the cemetery, and the two left via the transportation matrix amidst Emily's repeated exclamations of surprise. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, You didn't rob the giant dragon, did you? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After leaving the cemetery of death, Han Shuo and Emily went separate ways. Emily still had to accomplish her mission from her superiors and couldn't stay by Han Shuo's side. He hadn't returned to the Babylon Academy in a while and he was rather missing Fanny. Except, the whole incident with Emily had happened, and this made Han Shuo a bit uncertain of how to face Fanny. He hesitated and didn't directly return to the academy, rather walking to the Booze Merchant Guild first. Han Shuo had asked Phoebe to help look for items to refine an Earth Elite zombie. So much time had passed, it was time to ask if she was ready. There were also treasures that had come from the forest troll's sacred land within his space ring that needed to be disposed of via Phoebe. Add to that the fact that he needed to prepare rations for the forest trolls and the dwarves, so he rather needed to make a trip to the Booze Merchant Guild. After experiencing the Grover incident, Phoebe had already grasped the reins of power at the guild. After making a couple visits, those within the guild were all familiar with Han Shuo. When Han Shuo presented himself at the door this time, the guards sent him in directly. When he walked towards the living room, Han Shuo suddenly heard the sounds of Fabian lecturing someone in a room. "Your father spent gold coins to help you enter the guild, so you must work hard. Otherwise, with my position in the guild, I won't be able to protect you." "Understood, uncle." Another voice that Han Shuo was familiar with responded honestly. When this voice sounded, Han Shuo's body sped up in surprise. When he arrived at the door to the room, he pushed the door open without knocking because he was so agitated, giving Fabian a shock. He immediately cried out, "Who dares to trespass in my territory?" "It's me, Mr. Fabian." Han Shuo laughed lightly and walked in with great strides. When he heard Han Shuo's voice, Fabian heaved a sigh of relief and walked out chuckling from the room. He said, "So you've come, are you here to come see our Miss Phoebe again?" Another fat and chubby body quickly dashed out of the house. When he saw Han Shuo, he cried out with unexpected surprise. "Brian, how come it's you? How come you're in the Booze Merchant Guild as well? Are you a member of the guild as well? We can be colleagues again." Little fatty Jack's body had grown a bit taller, but his weight seemed to have increased even faster. When he rushed out of the house with large strides, the ground sounded with thumps. "Long time no see, Jack. How come you're with the guild?" Han Shuo was also quite happy to see Jack again. Little fatty Jack was the closest friend that Han Shuo had met after arriving at the academy. When Han Shuo gave him a sum of money last time, he thought he'd never see Jack again. Who would have thought that the two would see each other again after not too long had passed? "You two know each other?" Fabian was a bit taken aback as he looked at Jack and then at Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled as he explained, "When I was in the academy, I was an errand boy with Jack. Not only do we know each other, but our relationship is quite good." "Yes uncle, Brian is quite amazing. Who would have thought that I'd run into him here?" Jack said, delighted. "Mr. Fabian, I'd like to catch up with your nephew. I'll go meet Miss Phoebe later. Please pass that along for me," Han Shuo said to Fabian with a smile. Han Shuo had saved Fabian and Phoebe's lives, and had brought a great deal of business with him the last couple of times. This made Fabian long since view Han Shuo as a person of great fortune. When he heard Han Shuo speak thus, he immediately agreed and winked at Jack, as if hinting something to Jack. It was a pity that the excited Jack didn't discover his uncle's hints, but rather, the more mature and experienced Han Shuo saw it all clearly and laughed ceaselessly in his heart. When Fabian left, Han Shuo immediately asked, "Jack, how did you come to the Booze Merchant Guild? When you gave me the gold coins, I left the academy. When I returned home, I didn't know what to do and helped my father butcher cows and sheep. I saw that things were difficult at home, so I secretly exchanged the gold coins you gave me into bits and pieces and gave them to my father, but he discovered my secret in the end, so I told him I found a bag of gold coins on the streets. My father felt that I couldn't always be a butcher, and so he took half of the gold coins to find my uncle Fabian to ask him to let me help in the guild. I'm learning bookkeeping from someone, and that's how things are." "Right, why are you in the guild? I see that my uncle seems to have a lot of respect for you, what's going on here?" Jack looked at Han Shuo with surprise and asked in confusion. Han Shuo said something random and fobbed Jack off with them. Han Shuo and Jack chatted for a while. From Jack's expression and words, Han Shuo felt that he was actually quite happy to work for the guild. So he decided to help Jack a bit and was prepared to say something to Phoebe. He felt that Phoebe would at least give him this face. No wonder he was happy to stay here. When he was an errand boy in the academy before, not only did Jack have to work day and night, but he was often bullied by other students and errand boys. His days weren't too comfortable. Now that he was in the guild, he had the protection of someone like Fabian, who worked at Phoebe's side. At least no one dared do anything to him. Compared to the back-breaking work of an errand boy, the material he was now learning was much more interesting. No wonder Jack liked it here. They talked for quite a while until Fabian came to rush Han Shuo, telling him that Miss Phoebe was waiting for him. Han Shuo then patted Jack's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Then I'll be going. Since you're within the guild, we'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. All right, you go about your business. Come see me whenever you have the chance. Although I'm doing well here, I don't have that many friends." I know." After leaving Fabian's room, Han Shuo's sensitive ears immediately heard Fabian and Jack's conversation. Fabian was telling Jack to build a good relationship with Han Shuo, saying that Han Shuo was a person of great fortune, etc. Phoebe was still stunning as usual. A well-tailored, form-fitting green robe even more fully offset her tall, slender, and uncommon demeanor. Faint blush powdered onto her cheeks displayed their clean smoothness, with a hint of red blush hidden within them. Her bright eyes were embedded into a face that seemed a work of art, appearing completely perfect and flawless. "You've disappeared for almost a month, what do you plan on talking about this time?" The surrounding maids had long since left as Phoebe sat within the hall, holding a cup of tea within her hands and leisurely sipping it. She flicked a non-committal glance at Han Shuo and delivered her words faintly. "I've only been gone for a month, but why does Miss Phoebe look even more beautiful?" Han Shuo spoke truly. When he'd seen Phoebe before, she'd never purposefully dressed up, but this time, she'd noticeably put on some makeup, and her beauty truly had been enhanced a bit in Han Shuo's eyes. When these words were spoken, Phoebe's eyes lit up as the faint red on her cheeks slowly spread out. A happy curve traced her lips as she said in a soft, gentle voice, "You've grown more glib in the month that I haven't seen you." Laughing heartily, Han Shuo walked in front of Phoebe and took the teapot and cup from in front of Phoebe, pouring himself a cup and taking a sip before saying, "Before we chat about serious matters, I hope you can do me a favor. Help my friend advance a bit." Phoebe wasn't surprised to hear that, and her translucent chin nodded lightly twice. She said in a quiet and beautiful voice, "I heard from Fabian just now. Who would have thought that you'd be friends with the fatty? Ha, he's such an honest person and has you as a friend." Breaking out into laughter, Han Shuo scratched his head, "With your words, am I not honest enough?" "Humph! If you counted as honest, then there'd be no people who don't abide by the rules in this world. I remember all the bad things you've done to me, how dare you say that you're honest?" Phoebe rolled her eyes in a pretty way as she bit off her words while glaring at Han Shuo. Abruptly taking in a sip of tea to hide his awkwardness, Han Shuo said awkwardly, "Don't mention what's in the past. You still haven't agreed to help me take care of Jack." "No problem, I'll take good care of him for you. It's easy to help you with a small matter like this, but the other matter is a bit trickier," Phoebe said a bit thoughtfully. Starting, Han Shuo looked askance at Phoebe, asking, "What's tricky?" "About the materials you asked me to buy for you." Phoebe thought for a moment and opened her mouth to speak. The refinement of the Earth Elite Zombie was something that Han Shuo felt imperative he wanted to complete. When he heard Phoebe said that she'd run into some trouble, Han Shuo immediately felt a bit worried. He hastily asked, "What trouble? Is it that your guild can't find those materials?" Shaking her head, Phoebe's painted eyebrow creased slightly as she sighed lowly, "With our guild's abilities, if these items exist in the world, then we'll be able to get our hands on it as long as someone can afford the price. I had thought that the items wouldn't be that expensive, but who would have thought that after careful inquiry, I'd discover that all those unknown items would all be at an exorbitant price. According to my calculations, all these materials added together would need at least 30,000 gold coins. Although I hold the power within the guild, but I've just become the head and don't have the authority to completely mask such a large transaction for you, because each transaction will leave behind a record." Han Shuo had been a bit worried when he heard her say she'd run into troubles, but now that he saw that it was due to the price, he rather breathed a sigh of relief. The current Han Shuo could be short on other things, but he had so many gold coins that he couldn't take them all with him at any given time. When he heard Phoebe say that the problems resulted from pricing, he immediately smiled. "What are you smiling about? I know you've got some savings in your hands, but 30,000 gold coins isn't a small amount. I can privately put together 10,000 for you, but I can't access my father's savings before I'm 25, so I can only take out so much." "Why are you still laughing? I'm talking about serious matters." Phoebe was frowning and trying to think of a plan for Han Shuo, but he was smiling and laughing as if nothing was the matter. This made Phoebe feel a bit irate. "Right, how old are you now?" Han Shuo halted and asked Phoebe. Her face reddening, Phoebe appeared a bit shy. She hesitated, and then snuck a glance at Han Shuo with a bashful expression. 23, you. 17. Han Shuo said. Phoebe's face whitened and she appeared a bit panicked. She hastily cried out, "Who are you kidding? Do you talk and look like a 17-year-old? Han Shuo only remembered that he'd already been 24 when he'd possessed Brian's body. Brian had originally been thin and small, but now looked completely like an adult after the reforging from the magical Yuan. Add to that his original way of speech and experiences, he didn't look like a 17-year-old no matter how one cut it. Thinking for a while, Han Shuo finally chuckled, "I'm kidding, I'm 24. Phoebe noticeably heaved a sigh of relief when she heard these words and then laughed wryly at Han Shuo. "Don't think of using me to make a plan. There's still 2 more years until I'm 25. I don't think you can wait 2 more years. Let's think of another plan." A smile still hanging on his lips, Han Shuo blew a breath of air at the space ring and rubbed it with his fingers. Blocks of gold and all sorts of jewels, jade, and precious gems appeared one after another within the hall. In that instant, the hall was filled with the luster from the jewels as all sorts of dazzling, opulent splendor made the hall extremely luxurious and extravagant. "Is this enough?" Han Shuo looked at Phoebe, who'd sunk into a dumbfounded state, and asked merrily. The riches within the hall had come from many years of forest troll looting. When he took them all from the space ring and piled them in front of Phoebe, it did indeed cause a huge shock to her. Heart of the Blue Ocean, Sierra Leone jade, the Mudani necklace, King Finley's crown. Phoebe's stunning face was full of shock as her slender fingers rifled through the jewels that had appeared. She murmured these amazing names in a low voice. After a while, Phoebe took in a few breaths in a row, finally looking deeply at Han Shuo and asking, "A lot of missing treasures are here. You didn't rob a giant dragon, did you?" Shaking his head with a low laugh, Han Shuo said, "Don't ask how I obtained these items, just tell me if they're enough for me to exchange for the materials I requested." I temporarily can't estimate the value of these goods, but I think their value will definitely exceed 30,000 gold coins." Phoebe's clear eyes still stared firmly at Han Shuo as she slowly responded. Nodding, Han Shuo said straightforwardly, "Good, these items are showy but not substantial, they don't have much value for me. Collect them all and dispose of them for me at a reasonable price. I need the materials that I mentioned earlier. In addition, please purchase another space ring for me, I'd like to take the rations from last time with me. With so many treasures, aren't you afraid that I'll list some random price that disadvantages you?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and stared for a bit, a trace of a faint smile blossoming on her lips as she asked him. "I believe that you won't." Han Shuo smiled. "I'll visit again in a few days, I hope the items I need will be ready then. Stay for lunch." Phoebe nodded and hesitated, suddenly saying lightly when she saw that Han Shuo was about to leave after leaving the treasures behind. Han Shuo felt a bit strange when he heard these words, but Phoebe truly could help him with a great deal of things right now. Although he had a lot of things to handle at the moment, the time it took to eat a meal wasn't that long either. Therefore, he decisively nodded and agreed to it. The location of lunch was near the artificial mountains where Phoebe and Han Shuo had once crushed themselves into. This place had been redecorated now and all sorts of expensive flowers and grass had been planted in the surroundings. The branches and leaves of some green and luxuriant, soft plants were entwined around the stone pillars of the little pavilion. It looked quite charming. Han Shuo continuously felt a bit uncomfortable as he sat at the table within the little pavilion, after the maids had filled it with food and wine. His eyes kept drifting to the crack in the artificial mountain that he'd squeezed into with Phoebe as he kept recalling what had happened here. Phoebe rather looked quite comfortable, and she didn't seem to pay any attention to that area at all. She waved her hand and dismissed all the maids and guards, hospitably encouraging Han Shuo to drink wine and tea. This change in attitude made Han Shuo feel uncomfortable. After eating and drinking, although Han Shuo wouldn't get drunk thanks to the magical Yuan, now that he'd tasted the wonders of women, he kept recalling the time that he'd taken advantage of Phoebe, for some reason. His serious and professional glances at Phoebe were suffused with another meaning at some unknown point. Phoebe observed Han Chuo's changes, and whether it was because of the sweet wine, her cheeks became even more reddened and beautiful. As her chilly facade retreated, Phoebe's charms continued to increase rapidly, making Han Chuo across the table from her panic inwardly and think random thoughts. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, We haven't even slept together. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? Why are you looking at me like that? Phoebe drank another cup of translucent and clear red wine that sparkled with a wondrous light. She flicked a glance at Han Chuo as she said lowly. No, nothing much. Han Chuo panicked and he stammered a bit. Then why are you drooling? Phoebe pointed at the corner of Han Chuo's mouth as she lightly laughed playfully. He touched his chin and discovered that there really was some trace of water on his chin. Han Chuo said awkwardly, that isn't drool. It's wine, it's really wine. Oh. Phoebe smiled delightedly, so it's wine. How is it possible that you'd miss some even when drinking wine? How interesting. He kept feeling that the atmosphere was a bit odd. Han Chuo felt very comfortable at heart as he listened to Phoebe's soft and gentle words. His mind kept making connections as his eyes once again involuntarily drifted to the crack in the artificial mountain. It's only been a short time since we started eating, and you've already glanced to the left at the crack in the artificial mountain 9 times. Just what is there that deserves your attention? Phoebe's beautiful eyes darted around and landed on Han Chuo's body as she said lightly. Panicking inwardly, Han Chuo blurted out, how do you know that I kept glancing at that area, and that I've done so 9 times? These words made Phoebe's face even redder. She tsked lightly and said lowly, you've been looking around shiftily. Sitting in front of you, of course I saw everything. I know what bad thoughts you were harboring when you looked there. Then what bad thoughts would you say I've been thinking? After what he'd just gone through, Han Chuo suddenly felt that he was a bit too passive. A demonic practitioner was unafraid of all conventions and was most at ease when he did what was on his mind, no matter what others would think or say. When he suddenly understood this, Han Chuo no longer wildly casted around surreptitious glances, but rather stared directly at Phoebe and asked her with a smile. Phoebe started as the red blush on her cheeks slowly spread down her slender, white neck. She stuttered and stammered, but didn't say anything with her reddened face. Her affectedly bashful face was even more ill at ease than Han Chuo had been earlier. Seeing Phoebe like this, Han Chuo gave a happy laugh, feeling that the depressing passivity from earlier was completely swept away. He said merrily, who would have thought that Miss Phoebe would care so much about me? You've even noted how many times I glanced over. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Oh shut up Brian, I've discovered that you're full of bad thoughts. Looks like I'll receive the short end of the stick whenever I do business with you in the future. Phoebe flew into a rage and glared fiercely at Han Chuo, complaining as she did so. When Phoebe said this, Han Chuo suddenly remembered the matter having to do with the McGrady Guild. The humor on his face was immediately replaced with seriousness as he asked Phoebe, talking of business suddenly reminds me of something. You mentioned the McGrady Guild last time and said that they were your competition, right? Phoebe was a bit surprised that Han Chuo had suddenly mentioned this, and she looked at him, taken aback. Phoebe nodded and responded, that's right, the McGrady Guild belongs to the Brute Merchant Alliance and have been doing a lot of business in our Lancelot Empire lately. The items they transport do not travel through the towns of the Empire and thus they don't need to pay customs taxes to the Empire. When their goods arrive, they can keep their prices low and thus impact our guild's business a bit as well. Smiling faintly, Han Chuo said, not going through the proper channels can indeed result in large profits, there are particularly huge, even frightening profits to be made in the industries forbidden by the Empire. The McGrady Guild is quite daring to act and risk a lot. Why are you suddenly mentioning the McGrady Guild? Phoebe looked at Han Chuo with confusion as she asked him. I have a friend in the dark forest with a rather particular profession. He robbed the McGrady Guild entourage lately and came by many luxury items. He wants me to get rid of them. I wonder if I can do that through you. Being a robber is a robber, what particular profession? There are all sorts of robbers within the dark forest, there's nothing strange about that. Heh, the McGrady Guild wouldn't dare pass through the Empire's cities because they want to avoid the high customs taxes. However, this naturally increases their risk of danger, but their McGrady Guild has private guards, and therefore, very few robbers are blind enough to make a move against them. Your friend is quite something to be able to rob them. Of course. So, do you dare accept goods from the McGrady Guild? Our guild will accept everything as long as it's not siege weapons. I've heard that the Empire is investigating this area rather closely recently. Forget it if it's siege weapons. Han Chuo remembered the matter that Emily had mentioned when Phoebe spoke, and he seemed to catch a vague hint of something. However, Han Chuo had long since promised Emily the batch of war resources. He'd only planned on selling to Phoebe the goods used by nobles, and so he had no particular concerns. Be at peace, I wouldn't make life difficult for you. I've eaten well today and will come by in a few days to come find you again. Help me take care of my matters as soon as possible if you can. Han Chuo comforted Phoebe and stood up, preparing to take his leave. Seeing that Han Chuo was about to leave, Phoebe hesitated and then said with a bit of difficulty, I actually have a favor to ask as well. Looking at Phoebe in baffled surprise, Han Chuo asked, what is it? I need to attend a banquet in 5 days' time. If I appear alone, some annoying people may bother me. I'd like for you to come with me and act as my boyfriend like last time. Phoebe looked a bit shyly at Han Chuo and said lightly. A rueful smile on his face, Han Chuo shook his head, forget it, I don't want to be your shield again. If I trigger someone else's jealousy and they come at me from the darkness, I'll be in some danger. Why don't you find someone else? No. Phoebe shouted, and then explained with a wry expression, I've previously introduced you to the founding elders in the guild. If I suddenly change to someone else within a month, they'll say I have loose morals. This absolutely won't do. Han Chuo was still hesitant and appeared a bit ill at ease. Phoebe stared at Han Chuo, and then pouted. If someone doesn't agree, then I won't be serious about my business either. It will be very normal if the thing that I promised him is delayed by 10 days or half a month. This was what Han Chuo didn't want to see. He had no choice but to nod after Phoebe's words and say, then all right, as long as you don't think I'm embarrassing you then. There we go, how could you allow someone else to take me to the banquet? What if they take advantage of me, wouldn't you be worried? A faint smile reappeared on Phoebe's face when she saw Han Chuo agree. Then aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Han Chuo rolled his eyes at Phoebe and said bad-temperedly. When he said these words, Phoebe's beautiful face flushed again, and she turned her head away, too shy to look at Han Chuo. She said lowly, no, you've already taken all the advantage you can. Han Chuo's heart lurched as he looked at the redness of Phoebe's neck and ears, and in a curious coincidence, blurted out, not all. We haven't even slept together. Han Chuo immediately reacted and swiftly walked towards the outside before Phoebe had a chance to speak. He hastily said, I'll be going now that I'm full. I'll come by 5 days later. You rubbish-talking villain. Phoebe hadn't thought that Han Chuo would say such things and immediately flew into a rage. She cursed at Han Chuo's fleeing back and only broke out into a low laugh when his body sped up and vanished. Damn it, how dare he say that to me? Hey, he's getting bolder and bolder. It was just past noon after leaving the Booze Merchant Guild. Since the last time he'd reported into the Dark Mantle, it was almost a month. Thus, after seeing the time, Han Chuo hired a carriage and set off for the Dark Mantle's stronghold. When he was a street away, Han Chuo disembarked and released the 3 original demons to survey the surroundings, walking to the manor on foot. Boss, you're finally here. I've been counting the days and knew that you would come and report soon. Therefore, I purposefully swapped shifts with others and have been waiting here to bring you into the organization's interior. The bandit Chester squirmed out from inside when Han Shuo arrived and said lowly with excitement. Why are you calling me boss? Han Shuo looked oddly at Chester and asked him with confusion. I'll follow you in the future, and I hope that you'll give me tips and pointers. Of course I need to express my respect towards you. Chester said matter-of-factly towards Han Shuo. This title doesn't sound very nice, let's just go by our given names. Heh, but don't you worry. If there are any good missions, I'll ask to bring you along as well. Han Shuo said. After receiving Han Shuo's promise, Chester appeared overjoyed and brought Han Shuo inside with passion and excitement. He chattered away non-stop, asking where Han Shuo had been during this time, and if he'd gone out on any missions. Han Shuo carelessly responded to Chester's questions and walked slowly into the internals of the Dark Mantle organization. There was no surprise for him this time, and he walked with an air of familiarity directly towards Candide's room. Ooh, you really are here. I thought Emily was lying to me. Candide sat in a shadowy corner and was examining something in a magical flask. He didn't raise his head when Han Shuo came in. Han Shuo hadn't anticipated that Emily would mention him, and was a bit surprised. He didn't know what Emily had said to Candide, and thus stood there silently. After a while, Candide put away the flask in his hands, finally speaking with his never-changing sinister face. Emily said she happened to bump into you in the dark forest and rather admired your style and competency. I was quite surprised. I hadn't thought that Emily, with her high standards, would speak so highly of you. It looks like there truly are some unique things about you. No shit, Emily's my woman, of course she'd say good things about me. Han Shuo thought with pride, but maintained his usual expression on his face. He opened his mouth to say, it's been 1 month since my last mission. I've come to report in as per the rules and see if there are any other missions. The Dark Mantle usually didn't interfere in personal matters, thus Han Shuo didn't go into detail about how he and Emily had met. Since Emily had already spoken of it, she surely would have concealed all that had to be concealed. As long as Han Shuo didn't give anything away, nothing would happen at all. Nodding, Candide said, Emily gave you a round of compliments and said that she wanted you to complete the mission in her hands with her. You'll share the rewards and honor together then. What do you think? You're one of mine. Emily won't be able to make use of you without your agreement, but if you agree, then it's another matter entirely. With Han Shuo and Emily's relationship now, there was naturally no reason not to agree. Not to mention Emily needed to get the resources out of the forest trolls through Han Shuo for her mission. He had already become unwittingly embroiled in all this. If this became a mission that he could benefit from, then it'd be even better. No problem, I'm willing to complete the mission with her. Han Shuo didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. He paused and said, the bandit who brought me in, Chester, is quite smart. Can he join as well? The mission is Emily's, it's up to her if she needs another person. You can ask her directly. Candide said faintly, paused and then said, Emily is Ami's sister by blood. Her status within the Dark Mantle isn't low. It will be good for you to interact more with her. However, Emily's identity within reality is a bit mysterious. Keep an eye out, don't give others any gossip to talk about. Amis was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle and was in charge of surveillance and investigation of all nobles and officials. He was a character within the Dark Mantle who was hugely active in the political scene, and one who held great power in his hands. To think that Emily was his sister by blood. In addition, Candide seemed to be alluding to something else about Emily's other identity. This made Han Shuo a bit surprised, unsure of the meaning within his words. Looks like you didn't know all this, let this be a reminder to be careful. This will be all. She's already pulled your information to peruse and will be able to find you easily. Come find me after you complete the mission with her. Candide said as he looked at Han Shuo. Chapter 125 Chapter 125, I'm damn good, aren't I? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When he left the Dark Mantle, Han Chuo left some instructions with Chester, telling him to wait here for news. When he walked out of the Dark Mantle headquarters, Han Chuo didn't linger and returned to the academy. When he was about to arrive, he disembarked from his carriage and went to the graveyard in the mountains behind the academy, entering the tomb that went to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't return to the Cemetery of Death, but rather rubbed his space ring and took out the fruit of Dagmar that was shaped like a human brain. Han Chuo had sealed the 3 fruits in special containers. When he took it out, he took a good look and discovered that this fruit of Dagmar didn't have a remarkable appearance, and it looked rather ugly. Taking a deep breath in, Han Chuo sat down cross-legged, hesitated, and swallowed the fruit of Dagmar that was a bit larger than the size of a fist. It tasted a bit bitter and was tough to chew. It tasted really bad compared to normal, ordinary fruit. When Han Chuo had completely swallowed the fruit of Dagmar, he immediately circulated his magical yuan and slowly started concentrating it towards the back of his brain. Nothing abnormal happened as first, but Han Chuo slowly felt something was different after some time had passed. Swirls of strange energy emanated from his stomach and bubbled up from his lower abdomen, spinning as they moved to the brain. The strange energy within these swirls was accompanied by a pain that pierced into his bone marrow. Even Han Chuo, with his resolute tenacity and willpower, felt it was a bit tough to endure. When these bubbles of strange energy made it to Han Chuo's brain, his mind shuddered greatly, as if 100 bombs were exploding at the same time. The sounds of explosions rocketed through his brain. Bone-piercing pain accompanied the violent explosions in his head. When his brain had been opened up by the magical yuan, the perceptiveness of his 5 senses greatly increased. Han Chuo could feel that the folds on the left and right sides of his brain was suffused with the power within this swirls. It was a bit similar to when Han Chuo had expanded his meridians. Because of the effects of the fruit of Dagmar, Han Chuo's brain was being developed bit by bit. This process was mysterious and strange. Even Han Chuo didn't know what had happened as he succumbed under the painful process. If it'd been anyone else going through such strong stimulation of their brain, they would basically immediately turn into an idiot or a madman. This was because the brain was the most complex thing in the world. Any abnormalities within it could immediately trigger changes that upended the heavens and earth. This kind of bone-achingly deep pain that seeped into a person's heart would be enough to immediately make a normal person lose their mind and never recover from it. Even Han Chuo, someone with extreme mental strength and the protection of the magical yuan, suffered greatly throughout this process, under the effects of the fruit of Dagmar. Any other bystander would have only faced death in front of them. His entire body trembling, Han Chuo was raining sweat as he sat there cross-legged. He hadn't screamed himself hoarse in a long time, but these screams once again erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Finally, in the end, the place that Han Chuo was sitting on was soaked with sweat, and his hoarse screams slowly became weaker and his lips trembled like the rest of his body. He remained in this position for a long time as Han Chuo lay there stiffly within the drenched soil, sinking into a coma in that instant. After who knew how long, Han Chuo slowly woke up. When he came to himself, he felt that his head hurt so much that it was about to split open, and that his body ached all over. He raised his head and shifted his body. When he looked upwards, Han Chuo's heart was immediately filled with delight. Within the gloom of the tomb, Han Chuo could clearly see even the smallest of the patterns within the stone slabs a few meters over his head. Although Han Chuo's original vision had been quite clear, the feeling was even more marvelous now, and he barely believed his own eyes in that moment. When he'd carefully observed the 4 corners and discovered that he could see anything within the dusk of the tomb as long as he concentrated, Han Chuo's astonishment grew even greater. It was as if his eyes had transformed into a magnifying glass. If he slowly concentrated on something a few meters away, the distance would seem to slowly decrease. The originally small dot would be slowly enhanced, with him finally catching an eyeful of unparalleled clarity in the end. This kind of feeling was quite marvelous, and Han Shuo knew that this was absolutely due to the effects of the fruit of Dagmar. If it wasn't for the fact that one couldn't eat the fruit repeatedly, Han Shuo really wanted to swallow the other two whole as well. In a frenzy of joy, Han Shuo sat down and meditated for a bit. He found that the concentration and circulation speed of his mental strength had indeed greatly increased. In this regard, when Han Shuo meditated, he would obtain mental strength at an increased rate. When he used magic to fight against others, the recovery rate of his mental strength from meditation after it'd been exhausted would be vastly greater than the ordinary person's. This meant that whether in terms of training or battle, Han Shuo would be able to operate at a much faster tempo than ordinary mages. In his great joy, Han Shuo didn't linger in this place. Now that he felt his mental strength had increased, Han Shuo decided to advance to the next step of necromancy magic. Han Shuo had only been able to fully grasp and skillfully employ several novice necromancy magics until now. With the increase of his mental strength, Han Shuo was confident that he could achieve another breakthrough. It looked like it wouldn't be a difficult thing to graduate from the necromancy major as an adept mage in a short period of time. Han Shuo had studied some of the intermediate necromancy magics for a while in the days when he was injured. There were still a few theories that he wasn't fully clear on. Now that he'd returned to the academy, it looked like it was time to find Fanny for some answers. When he crawled out of the tomb, the sky was brightening over a silvery world. There'd actually been a huge snowfall, and the snow covered everything. It was a snow-white world as far the eyes could see. As the harsh, chilly wind blew, Han Shuo's already sweaty and wet body felt a bit cold. Han Shuo took off his damp clothes in this cold, snowy place and faced this silvery world with a naked body. The range of his vision had greatly increased as he looked out across the world. If it was said that Han Shuo's eyes had the function of a magnifying glass within the tomb, then his eyes seemed to have the function of a pair of binoculars as he walked out of the tomb and looked out. His vision expanded endlessly, taking in even the sights in the distance. His eyes alighted on several nearby trees. They all appeared incredibly clear, and it was so amazing that Han Shuo almost wanted to whistle loudly in appreciation. Although Han Shuo's current body wasn't afraid of changing seasons, in order not to appear too out of the ordinary, he still took out some new, thicker clothes from within his space ring and wrapped up his naked body, proceeding towards the necromancy major. All the landmarks had their own flavor to them beneath the cover of the thick snow. His various memories with Fanny kept resurfacing in his mind as Han Shuo walked over, but every time he thought of his current relationship with Emily, Han Shuo felt a bit shy about facing Fanny. When he arrived at the Dark Major, earth-shattering yells immediately traveled into Han Shuo's ears. They were filled with excitement and fervor, as if some grand party was being held. Han Shuo was astonished as he didn't know what was going on. There were a lot of buildings in the way on his way to the Dark Major, so he couldn't use his amazing vision to see anything. The distance of several hundred meters would be covered quickly, so he felt no need to release the original demons. Therefore, he picked up the pace and walked over quickly. There were many students and teachers occupying the enormous square. There were dark and necromancy major students within, as well as the students and teachers from other majors. There were even a few knights and swordsmen mixed in, and it was all very exciting. The enormous square appeared a bit crowded after taking in 100 people. Many students on the outside were trying to push their way inside with all their strength. There were also a few dirty and depraved fellows staring at some female students and putting the weight of their bodies on the female students, eliciting a round of light screams and yells. When he arrived here, Han Shuo had planned on releasing the original demons for surveillance, but felt strong magical pulses in the area. It looked like a magical boundary had been set up inside. If he accidentally had the original demons crash into the magical boundary and gave rise to attention from other people, that would be a bit unfavorable. Therefore, he hesitated only a little bit and didn't release the original demons. He used his strong body to shove his way inside. Several thunder mages glared at Han Shuo angrily beneath his shoving and pushing, and Han Shuo paid them no heed and ignored them, ramming them aside. Their fragile and thin bodies were a far cry from Han Chuo's, and they were shoved aside as Han Chuo's actions blazed a path for him. His extraordinary senses were of use now. Han Chuo spied Lisa up ahead and immediately shoved aside those next to him, squirming his way towards Lisa. He was subjected to frowns and low curses along the way. When he came near to Lisa, Han Chuo saw an exceedingly shifty swordsman look hungrily at Lisa's now well-rounded chest. He was attempting to get closer to Lisa and take advantage of her. Now that Han Chuo was inside, he finally discovered that the magical boundary that had been set up was for the magical battle that was taking place inside. No wonder it had drawn a lot of attention. Lisa was giving the fascinating battle inside her full attention, and would cry out excitedly every now and then. Amy and Athena, at her side, were just as excited, and weren't paying any attention to the looks of those around her. The swordsman had finally made it next to Lisa. He was taking in his fill of Lisa's chest and licking his lips as he approached, wanting to take advantage of her in the crush. Bam! Han Chuo suddenly appeared midway and body slammed the approaching swordsman, pushing him into a group of male thunder mages. He was subject to a round of abuse and curses. Han Chuo, smiling merrily, flashed a proud grin at the swordsman who'd finally regained his footing. He then leisurely stood next to Lisa and purposefully pushed his way forward a bit, placing himself at Lisa's back. The swordsman had been about to get what he wanted when Han Chuo had thrown him for this loop. He displayed an angry and depressed expression, flipping Han Chuo off from the distance and mouthing the words, "You cut in line." Shrugging, Han Chuo had a proud look on his face and also slowly mouthed the words back, "So what?" Rolling his eyes, the swordsman was a bit resigned. His shifty eyes spun in a circle as he planned on finding another target. At this moment, Lisa's elbow suddenly shot back swiftly and suddenly attacked Han Chuo's chest, catching him unawares. However, this level of attack had absolutely no effect when it landed on Han Chuo. The swordsman on the other side, however, immediately revealed an expression that delighted in the misfortune of others, and he looked at Han Chuo with an eager expression, hoping to see him get in trouble. "Hey! Another blind idiot coming over to take advantage, how irritating!" Lisa's impatient low growl sounded out, and she then twisted her head to angrily look over, but when she saw that it was Han Chuo, she immediately revealed a surprised and happy expression and hastily asked, You've come back? I didn't know it was you, did I hurt you just now?" Seeing the fellow across from him wanting to delight in his misfortunes, Han Chuo immediately pretended to rub his chest and displayed a pained expression. Lisa was greatly shocked and frantically reached out with her small hand, rubbing Han Chuo's chest. Because this place was already crowded, Lisa's movement basically made her flush against Han Chuo's chest. The swordsman, who'd been ready to watch Han Chuo go down, was flabbergasted when he saw the situation develop. Han Chuo had a proud smile on his face and he mouthed to the swordsman, "Aren't I awesome?" The swordsman didn't say anything else and stuck up his thumb at Han Chuo, indicating that, "Damn, you're good. I'm in awe." He then turned his head and set his sights on another girl, pushing through once again. It looked like he was trying to see if he had the same luck as Han Chuo. By now, Han Chuo could fully see the fight within the square. He kept one eye on the battle between the dark major students and the light major students, and searched for traces of Fanny within the crowd. Chapter 126. Chapter 126, I Want to Battle. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Academy would hold a competition every winter between all the majors according to tradition. The victor would gain rich rewards, and this was used to spur the students to study even harder. This was when the Academy was bustling the most as the majors competed not only for rewards, but also for the face of their major and teachers. Even the future of their teachers were closely tied to these battles. Therefore, all the majors would send out their strongest students at this time every year to take part in the fighting. This was both for the students' own benefit, and for the face and future status of the teachers within the Academy. Chapter originally published on Volari Translations. If you're not reading this chapter on Volari TL, then it has been stolen without the translator's permission. The Dark Major and Light Major had always been hated rivals. Open conflict and veiled struggles between the two majors had waged on for many years. The battle between the Dark and Light Major was to determine who would win the title of the strongest major. This was why it attracted so many observers. An enormous magic shield had enclosed the entire square, allowing combatants to battle to their heart's contents without causing injury to anyone. There were 5 participants from both the Dark and Light Majors, and a fine show was being put on the stage. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Han Chuo's gaze wandered around, finally resting on Fanny, who was sitting in the back corner of the row of teachers sitting at the front stage. Their section was raised, and the teachers from all majors were sitting there. The dean was also sitting there quite primly. It looked like everyone was placing great importance on this time's demonstration. Is anyone from our necromancy major part of the team? Han Chuo started after Lisa had explained the situation for him, and opened his mouth to ask her. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Shaking her head, Lisa said, our necromancy major is an offshoot of the Dark Major. The Dark Major teachers and students were awfully afraid that we'd be a burden to them, so they didn't count us in for this time's demonstration at all. Therefore, it's only students from the Dark Major being involved from beginning to end, and there's nothing to do with our necromancy major. So that's the case. Who do you think will win between the Light and Dark Major this time? Han Chuo stared at the 2 groups within the square and asked carelessly. Not sure. The Dark and Light Major have always been the 2 strongest majors within the academy. After all these years, the 2 majors have been trading the title of strongest major back and forth. No major has been able to win consecutively. The Dark Major won last year, but the captain that led the team last year has already graduated, whereas the Light Majors is still here. I think the Dark Major is in some trouble this time. Lisa fixed her gaze on the situation within the square and explained for Han Chuo. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. AI, too bad there's nothing to do with our necromancy major. After all these years, the Dark Major has always directly counted us out. Although Master Fanny and Jean try quite hard, because of this, their standing within the academy keeps decreasing. See, Master Fanny can only sit in the last row, and Master Jean doesn't even dare show his face because he's afraid that people will laugh at him. Our necromancy major is truly a failure. Amy shook her head and spoke dejectedly with a woebegone expression. This can't be helped either. The creatures that our necromancy major students can summon are innately weak to light magic. Without the help from our summoned creatures, it's very difficult for necromancy magics to obtain the upper hand against light magic attacks. This is why Master Fanny can only resign herself to accepting the arrangements from the Dark Major and not have us join in the battle. If we did so, we'd only be making life more difficult for ourselves. Athena was also similarly dejected as she followed up on Amy's words. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. It wasn't smooth and without obstacles within the square, but all sorts of artificial mountains and fake trees had been placed, as well as numerous moats that were jagged and uneven. The school authorities wanted the students to become used to real environmental situations, and thus had made the battleground quite complicated. At this moment, the 5 students from their respective majors were making use of the fake trees and grotesque rocks to conceal their bodies within the square. They would pop out and attack each other every now and then make use of the terrain to back off or regroup with their teammates. The enormous magical shield protecting the square also made the light hazy and dim. It looked like this had been a conscious decision to create this effect, to make it easier for teams to cooperate. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. The 2 sides were probing each other when one of the members from the Dark Major suddenly clutched his stomach and fell down. Cold sweat beaded his forehead as his face was drained of all color. Dark Major Archmage Deo's facial expression changed drastically when he saw the situation develop, and he immediately spoke to Dean Emma. Dean, Phil Lyde seems to be feeling unwell. I'd like to halt the battle and see what's going on. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Space Grand Magus Emma was also looking at the fallen Phil Lyde with some surprise. She seemed to be puzzled as to why he'd suddenly fallen down when the real fight had yet to take place. When she heard Deo's words, she nodded and said, "Halt, let's see what's wrong with Phil Lyde." Emma then waved her hand and the enormous magic shield suddenly lit up. The other Dark Major students helped the anguished Phil Lyde to Deo. Dark Major Archmage Deo and several other Dark Major teachers examined Phil Lyde, with Deo finally speaking to Emma with a darkened face. "Dean, Phil Lyde's eaten some food that he shouldn't have eaten. I don't think he can participate this time. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter." "Oh, my gosh! What's going on?" Phil Lyde is almost graduating and is someone who's about to become an adept mage within the Dark Major. He's also the current team leader and the strongest. If he suddenly can't participate, then the Dark Major has even less chance this time. Athena spoke with some worry as she looked at the pale Phil Lyde. Sarah nodded and spoke, "Indeed. Keelung from the Light Major on the other side was captain of the Light Major team last year. It's said that he already has the strength of an adept mage, but purposefully delayed the timing of his advancement due to this year's competition. With Phil Lyde present, they would have been evenly matched, but now that this has happened, it looks like the Dark Major is completely without hope. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter." Hanchuo, with his sensitive hearing, could clearly hear Emma and Deo's conversation. Because of Flid's health issues, Deo was attempting to convince Emma to delay this year's battle for a few days, but Emma rejected Deo's request on the basis of Academy's rules. She only agreed to allow Deo to swap out for another Dark Major student on Phil Lyde's behalf. Deo had a face full of fury as he argued shrilly with Emma, saying that this was a conspiracy and he demanded for Emma to change the day of the demonstration. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. It was pity that Archmage Deo was just a Dark Major teacher in the end, and naturally wasn't more important than the Academy's rules. Unable to convince Emma, Deo said furiously, "Since this is the case, then we're not competing. Allow others to say what they will this time. If you're not reading this at Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Master Deo, please remember your status. Although an accident has occurred, I hope you don't think of changing the Academy's traditions. Please find a substitute for this year's demonstration and let's see it through." Emma, usually benevolent and kind, was obviously a bit annoyed as she spoke gravely to Deo. Apart from being a Space Grand Magus, Emma also had a sense of unquestionable authority since she'd established her position as Dean of the Academy. When such a severe warning was issued from her mouth, Deo was immediately dumbfounded. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Thinking for a bit with a darkened face, Deo turned to look at Fanny, who sat in the corner and spoke, "Master Fanny, the Necromancy Major has never been a part of the combat after so many years. I think it's high time that the Necromancy Major sent out someone. Please find someone to fill in Phil Lyde's position so that the combat may continue." Originally sitting in the back row expressionlessly watching everything, Fanny suddenly started when she heard Deo's words. She immediately recollected herself as rage filled her face. "Master Deo, what do you mean by this? If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter." Anyone could see that Deo had purposefully spoken to Fanny when he knew that he had no way to win after Phil Lyde bowed out. Even if they lost, those in the know could tell that Deo's actions were completely as a result of his bad temper. After all, the Necromancy Major was known for being weak. Deo could have asked anyone other than the Necromancy Major to fill in the spot. His actions were a noticeable jab at the Necromancy Major, and could even be construed as humiliation for the major. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Master Fanny, as a member of the Dark Major, you still need to make an effort sometimes, wouldn't you say? Another Dark Major teacher, off to the side, naturally understood Dao's intentions and spoke up after thinking for a moment. The teachers next to Fanny were watching her with an expression of delighting in her miseries, with some also displaying expressions of pity. However, the necromancy major was well known for being weak, and no one expressed anything. Expressions of watching a good show prevailed more than not. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. When do you usually ever think of our necromancy major? You think of us when you need someone to act as a scapegoat, I think not. Fanny had already lacked face with no necromancy students participating, and she'd only hoped for the battle to be over as soon as possible, so as to not suffer through the mockery and sympathetic gazes of others. Who would have known that she'd be so humiliated by Dao at the very end? This immediately roused her ire. Fanny was someone who was soft on the outside and tough on the inside, of this Han Xiao was well aware of. Under normal circumstances, Fanny always greeted others with a smiling face and wouldn't cause conflict with others, but once someone stepped over her bottom line, Fanny would also fight back with all her strength. It was obvious that Dao had stepped over Fanny's bottom line this time. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. The conversations of the teachers on stage couldn't make it over here, so Lisa and the others were standing there with looks of bafflement, not knowing why Fanny had suddenly stood up. When Han Shuo relayed what was happening with a darkened face, they were all incredibly angry as they cursed at Dao's despicableness. A strong body was useful in moments like this. He pushed everyone blocking the way aside, and walked towards the main stage amidst a flurry of student curses. He suddenly raised his voice, "Master Fanny, I would like to battle on behalf of Phil Lyde. I hope you approve." If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Han Shuo could no longer contain the anger within him when he saw Fanny being humiliated. He cried out loudly with a look of seriousness, his voice ringing out clear as a bell, and travelled a great distance to the stage. The square was immediately silent without a sound as large hubbub immediately exploded after. Everyone's gaze was focused on Han Shuo and they were all full of excitement and curiosity, all wanting to know what was going on. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Who is that kid? He's got some guts. Hey, such overconfidence. Even Phil Lyde knew that he was no match for our major and pretended to be ill and backed out. To think there are those who invite humiliation. Isn't that our major's Brian? When did he return? An uproar instantly suffused the scene as all the students and teachers patrolled curious gazes over Han Shuo's body. They even started asking those around them what Han Shuo's background was. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Fanny was dumbfounded to see Han Shuo appear. Her clear eyes sparkled as a hint of a sweet smile blossomed on her angry face. She spoke tenderly to Han Shuo, "Forget it, can't you see that someone's purposefully using us as a scapegoat?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo looked at Dao, who was busily pretending that nothing was out of the ordinary. He spoke to Fanny, "I know, but I still want to try. Our necromancy major has been quiet for so long that it's time we took our spot in the limelight again. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. This demonstration would affect the standing of all the teachers in the future. As a necromancy teacher, Fanny was being set up by someone like Dao. Han Shuo would naturally not allow something like this to continue to happen. Some sort of message seemed to be conveyed from Han Shuo's resolute gaze. Fanny stared dumbly at him for quite a few seconds before finally nodding. She spoke to Dao, "All right, I agree to your request. He will act as a substitute for Phil Lyde. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter." Han Shuo's identity was quickly revealed from the mouths of the necromancy students. His life as an errand slave to his experiences within the dark forest quickly made their ways to the ears of all the teachers and students present. When the tidbit of the old witch Camilla seeing Fanny and Han Shuo spending the night together and Han Shuo on Fanny's bed came out, this filled the minds of everyone present with endless imagination. This caused the voices of discussion to be louder and louder as people's gazes sharpened and grew with enthusiasm. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this is a pirated copy of the chapter. Then it's settled, he'll substitute for Phil Light and immediately join the battle against the Light Major. He's just taking the stage for show. It'll be over quickly and won't waste much time. Dao nodded and said to Fanny. Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Cutting a Smart Figure. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Under Dao's remote gaze, Han Shuo nodded his head woodenly and didn't say much. He flicked a glance at Fanny and walked inside of the magic barrier. Arriving at Emma's side, Emma looked at Han Shuo with benevolence and kindly said, "You're called Brian, right?" Han Shuo was startled and looked at Dean Emma in confusion, and said, "That's right, how do you know?" "Heh, of course I know of you. You made a great contribution to the necromancy major during the Dark Forest excursion. Go in and have a good fight. You're not a good kid." Emma smiled merrily at Han Shuo and spoke slowly. Han Shuo seemed to think there were some hidden connotations in Emma's words from the way she looked at him, but he didn't quite understand what she meant. He didn't pursue it and nodded politely at Emma, then walked into the square. After Emma opened the shield, Han Shuo and the rest of the Dark Major, as well as the Light Major, all re-entered the square. When they walked inside, Han Shuo suddenly noticed that what people saw inside and outside of the shield was different. When they looked in from the audience's perspective on the outside, they were able to see everything clearly although the lighting was dim. But when Han Shuo walked in himself, he discovered that it was much darker inside than outside. There were even a few wisps of fog floating around the interior. All sorts of trees, artificial mountains, and moats existed, making the entire battlefield a place strewn with obstacles. Han Shuo didn't dare to release the original's demons within the magic shield. After all, there were so many audience members outside. Not only were there teachers from all majors, but the Space Archmage Dean Emma was there as well. With so many seasoned experts watching along with the existence of the shield, Han Shuo didn't dare take the risk of releasing the original demons. Even without the original demons, Han Shuo wasn't affected by the fog or duskiness due to the way his brain was developed. The sensitivity of his ears and eyes were far greater than any of the other students present within the square. Leveraging his eyes and ears, Han Shuo discovered that the 5 from the Light Major seemed to be setting something up under the guidance of Qilong. On the contrary, the 4 from the Dark Major were all trailing their heads in dejection. They looked like they'd all been forced into fighting. That made sense. Ever since losing Phil Light, they could tell from Dao's conversation that even Dao had given up on this year's battle. Having them battle was just for show. It was a given that they weren't willing to go on stage for a fight they knew they'd lose, but they couldn't disobey Dao's orders either. It was no wonder they were drooping their heads and had no morale whatsoever. Since they'd entered the fighting grounds, the 4 of them had had no inclination to discuss any details with Han Shuo. It looked like they were planning on acting according to what Dao had said, and just make a random showing. From where Han Shuo stood, he could see all of their expressions. Yet he didn't say much, he just chanted a section of magical incantation and summoned a few small skeletons and zombie warriors to battle. The small skeletons and zombie warriors appeared faster than normal beneath Han Shuo's incantation. The 6 skeletal warriors and 3 zombie warriors appeared in almost the blink of an eye within the square. There was no pause in between each one, and their speed was astonishing. Yo, that fellow's incantation speed is rather abnormally fast. He's summoned so many creatures in the blink of an eye. Those observing in the crowd were students and teachers from all majors. They naturally understood that the chanting of a magical incantation needed to be in concert with the speed in concentrating mental strength. If the two magics had a short interval in between them, that meant that the speed in concentrating mental strength was also very fast. They all displayed expressions of astonishment when they saw Han Chuo summon so many dark creatures in such a small time frame. Even Dean Emma's eyes gleamed as she looked at Han Chuo in interest, as if she was very curious as to what Han Chuo was prepared to do. Humph! Light magic is the antithesis of dark creatures. He might as well save his mental strength for a few more necromancy magics, as opposed to wasting his mental strength in summoning dark creatures. One of the dark major teachers jeered as he looked at Han Chuo. Fanny sat beside him, so these words were obviously meant for Fanny. Anger appeared on Fanny's face, but she didn't say a thing. After summoning the skeletal warriors and zombies, Han Chuo was secretly delighted. When he'd summoned so many dark creatures previously, he'd felt a significant decrease in his mental strength. However, this time, after completing the summoning of so many dark creatures, the amount of mental strength depleted was negligible to Han Chuo. This was a practical demonstration that Han Chuo's mental strength had also increased by quite a lot. Joy filling his heart, Han Chuo once again chanted an incantation and a few more skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, and ghouls appeared. As he was summoning these dark creatures, Han Chuo had already left the clump of dark major students and arrived on the leftmost corner of the square. There was cover from artificial mountains and fake trees, as well as fog wreathing the area. Therefore, the light and dark major students wouldn't be able to see his motions. When the dark creatures came out, they waved the weapons in their hands according to Han Chuo's commands and quickly began to set up traps within the area. Ropes and snares, as well as further deepened moats, became hidden dangers in the area. The skeletal warriors raised their bone daggers to work quickly, the ghouls speedily moved the dirt to pile up in the front and formed a wall that would impede others from entering the side. The zombie warriors then used the wooden clubs in their hands to make the mud walls a bit thicker and firmer. The three dark creatures started working orderly and without confusion under Han Chuo mental manipulation. Under the gaze of the students and teachers outsiders, they began to calmly and gravely set up the damaging traps, as if Han Chuo was a calm hunter. They'd all originally held the mindset of watching a joke, but when they saw so many dark creatures appear and quickly work to set up the traps, their expressions turned from comical to gravely serious. As long as a necromancer's mental strength is strong enough, he can summon an endless numbers of dark creatures. Only necromancers can use their dark creatures to complete work that requires manual labor. This is the kind of advantage that all other majors aren't able to emulate. This little fellow's methods have thoroughly utilized the advantage of necromancers being able to utilize dark creatures. His mind is rather nimble. I think there will be a spot of interest with the fight this time. Dean Emma flicked a slight smile at Deo and said faintly. Snorting lightly, Deo's expression was still cold and remote. He still has to lure the people into his traps in order for them to be effective. I think the necromancy fellow will be hard-pressed to do that. When he appears in front of the light major students, a wave of magical attacks will be enough to lay him flat. By then, his traps will be completely useless. Deo couldn't help but be a bit regretful when his words finished. If he'd instructed the other four to work together with Han Chuo, then perhaps he could have lured the light major students into the traps and maybe truly caused some misfortunes to happen. But battle had officially begun by now, and no matter how much Deo regretted things, there was nothing for it now. Coldly surveying everything within the square, Fanny's bright eyes landed on Han Chuo. She didn't relax for a single second, and didn't pay any attention to the mockery and jeering from those around her. They say that a man seriously going about his business held the most allure. At this moment, Han Chuo was going about his business with not a trace of panic or franticness. There was even a hint of relaxed confidence playing about his lips. Add to that the fact that Han Chuo's current actions were on Fanny's behalf, he truly did have a mysterious allure to Fanny at the moment. Because of the magic shield's effect after entering the square, the noise and scenes from outside the square were completely obstructed by the shield. Han Shuo couldn't see anything outside the shield after he'd entered it. The dark creatures were busily. Han Shuo, having given his orders, began to walk amongst the shadows of the trees and artificial mountains like a ghost, approaching the center between the light and dark majors soundlessly. Han Shuo's movements weren't particularly surreptitious, nor did he purposefully display a fast pace, but with Han Shuo's current vision, his control over his movements had already reached the level of astonishing and magical. Ordinarily speaking, anyone passing through the shadows of the trees and artificial mountains would need to pass through an area of light. Any of the other students would be able to see someone pass through if they just concentrated a bit. As these students walked, they would inevitably unconsciously turn their heads to observe their surroundings. Han Shuo would only suddenly move through two shadows in the instant that they moved their eyes or when they happened to blink. It was as difficult as trying to scale the heavens for an ordinary person to grasp that instant of open space. It could even be said that it was a wonderful art, but the current Han Shuo had well and truly accomplished it. Therefore, no one discovered traces of Han Shuo's footsteps as he snuck through the shadows and arrived at the artificial mountains at the center between the light and dark majors. The students and teachers observing on the outside also found it odd why the students inside hadn't seemed to notice Han Shuo. This bizarre phenomenon made them feel that something was afoot. However, Emma and several other archmages with unparalleled vision happened to observe some peculiarities at the same time. Emma didn't say much after her eyes lit up, but two wind and water archmages exchanged shocked glances. Their originally disinterested expressions instantly refocused on Han Shuo. Dao's face darkened even further. He hadn't thought either that Han Shuo would have such ridiculous powers of judgment and vision. As he was reeling in shock, he couldn't help but look at Fanny behind him, wondering if Han Shuo's wondrous abilities came from Fanny. Han Shuo stopped in the shadows of an artificial mountain, and stood there without moving. The light major students had spread out and were cautiously probing in all directions on light footsteps, moving slowly towards the dark major's territory and using the surrounding trees and artificial mountains to conceal their movement. It looked like they hadn't lowered their guard even though Phil Light had been taken out of the picture. On the contrary, the four from the dark major side were lazily approaching the center area. Their expressions were dour and dejected as they complained ceaselessly. They seemed to be venting the anguish within their hearts. In their condition, they were likely to be demolished by the light major's first round of attacks. A light major student suddenly approached where Han Shuo was and looked at the artificial mountains in which Han Shuo was concealing himself. He was paying attention to the direction where the dark major students were going to appear, drifting closer to the artificial mountain Han Shuo was residing in without any guard up at all. This light major student was about 10 paces away from the closest person. He'd initially looked over the artificial mountains as he walked closer, and didn't pay much attention to things when he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. He started walking over with his guard down. Within the shadows, Han Shuo's body was almost one with them. His body was like a boulder as he stood there unmoving. The audience outside looked on as the light major student approached Han Shuo in the shadows, sucking in a breath as the entire scene became deathly quiet. Suddenly, Han Shuo, hidden within the shadows, became a demon concealed by the darkness. His demonic arms suddenly opened as one hand covered the mouth of the light major student, the other hand abruptly closed on his body and the light major student was dragged into the darkness. Just as the light major student was reacting with astonishment, Han Shuo brought a fist crashing down onto the back of his head. The light major student went limp and he fell directly unconscious. Within the darkness, Han Shuo dragged this light major student into the shadows and quickly swapped clothes. He then strode out openly from the shadows and slowly approached the center. The 5 light major students were more than 10 paces apart from each other. They could see those beside them, but could only determine that they were on the same side via the same clothes, due to the fog and duskiness. They couldn't see faces or features clearly. Add to that the fact that winter clothes tended to be thicker and made all their bodies bulkier. Therefore, Han Shuo's appearance didn't draw anyone else's attention. However, the students and teachers within the square got a full view of what was about to happen. The outside was going crazy with noisy chatter and discussion. The necromancy major had suddenly become the center of attention. Lisa and the others' yells stood out even in the midst of the boisterous square. "Oh my gosh, that's incredible, he took out a person just like that." The 5 from the light major have been observing their surroundings with their eyes for half the day. How could they have not discovered that he's approaching them? How is that possible? He's become part of the light major team now. I think the light major fellows are in big trouble this time. Their companion has suddenly become a ticking time bomb, but no one realizes it. This is quite interesting. Voices raised in incredible conversation rose and fell in waves. The students still found everything hard to believe, but given that the truth was right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe. "Master Fanny, your student is quite interesting." Dao's usually cold and remote face had become much more tender, as he looked at the composed Fanny. However, her subtly dancing eyebrows gave away her repressed excitement. A feeling of comfort flowing through her heart, Fanny flicked a chilly glance at Dao and mocked, "Now how would that be? He's just there to make up the numbers, Master Dao is too complimentary." Dao didn't say much after getting shut down, and his expression also appeared a bit nervous. His gaze patrolled the demonstration area within the square as he paid attention to further developments. At this moment, Fanny's heart was filled with contentment. She'd been continuously mocked and belittled by others because of her major's uselessness. Now, because of Han Shuo's rise to prominence, the gazes of those looking at her were filled with astonishment and incredulity. Even Dao, who jeered at her before, had nothing much to say now. This almost made the joy within Fanny's heart overflow. Everyone had a vain heart, and Fanny had often been suppressed by others. Now that the situation was suddenly reversed, Fanny's joy and comfort was felt even more strongly. When she looked at Han Shuo now, she found him extremely pleasing in her eyes and a trace of a sweet smile unconsciously curved on her lips. Within the square, Han Shuo naturally didn't know that there was an uproar outside the field because of his performance. He strode out calmly and steadily, slowly moving towards the center with the other 4 light major students. The 4 dark major students slowly appeared from the other direction. They had spread out their formation and kept an appropriate distance from each other. When they saw the light major students, the 4 dark major students abruptly halted their footsteps. 2 deep slumber spells and another 2 hand of darkness magics were chanted from the mouths of the 4 dark major students. The 2 deep slumber spells came floating towards Han Shuo and another light major student. 2 enormous hands also suddenly formed in the dim sky and started swooping down towards the other 2 light major students. Light Major Captain Qilong was standing in the center and watched all of this with a cold gaze, completely unmoved. This was because not a single dark major attack landed on him, or perhaps this was because the dark major students knew that they would be useless on Qilong. Han Shuo had also been attacked with a deep slumber spell. He shifted his body at this moment and walked swiftly, dodging the spell. The light major student standing beside Han Shuo remained coolly composed when the hand of darkness appeared overhead. A radiant slash suddenly appeared and shot towards the hand of darkness high overhead. A bone spear suddenly appeared out of thin air at this time, with another one appearing shortly thereafter. It pierced the radiant slash attack and both bone spears and the radiant slash broke apart as white dots of light. At the same time, an agony of the soul appeared in front of this light major student, along with the hand of darkness. The sudden change completely derailed the light major student's train of thought. The agony of the soul had already landed on him before he had time to react. The hand of darkness followed quickly after and grabbed his body. "Darren, are you all right?" Off in the distance, Qilong immediately cried out and started walking over when he saw what had happened. Darren immediately reacted. Although Han Shuo's chant had been made in an exceedingly low voice just now, he still heard it because the 2 were so close. Darren was anxiously trying to tell Qilong to watch out for Han Shuo, but unfortunately he was finding it difficult to breathe, given that the hand of darkness was wrapped tightly around him. The dark major student who'd casted it was watching with a face full of excitement off in the distance. The student reached out forcefully, causing Darren to pass out. Apart from Darren fainting, the other light major students easily handled the dark major attacks that had targeted them. Keelung, having not been attacked, swiftly approached Darren, wanting to check on him. There was one unconscious Darren between Han Chuo and Keelung. Han Chuo also approached the unconscious Darren as Keelung approached, appearing to want to see how Darren was doing. The light major captain reached Darren first. He'd just stooped down and was about to examine Darren's condition when 3 bone spears materialized, followed by 2 bone arrows and an agony of the soul. Keelung gave an abrupt start and suddenly stood up, finally catching a glimpse of Han Chuo's face. He shouted involuntarily, "This is bad." A light magic attack was suddenly released as an incantation was rapidly recited. It formed a semicircle in front of his chest and started rushing over. The bone spears, arrows, and agony of the soul were destroyed in an instant. However, when the magical fallout had begun to settle down, several bone arrows flew out again. This gave Keelung a great shock as he hastily backed up. The release of magic was dependent on the amount of mental strength and the speed of focusing it. Although the time elapsed between 2 magics could be decreased, theoretically speaking, the more destructive a spell was, the longer amount of time there must be between each cast. A spell, such as bone arrows, expended very little mental strength, and so it could be quickly cast in succession. Seeing the situation, Keelung had sent out an answering wave of magic and needed a bit of time to recover. It was a pity that Han Chuo wasn't giving him any opportunity to. 3 bone arrows flew out from behind, causing him some panic and taking one to the rear when he couldn't dodge in time. The necromancy major fellow is masquerading as Billy. This person's too sinister. Take him down first. Keelung rubbed his butt and immediately called out. Off in the distance, the other 2 light major students evading the dark major attacks hesitated only briefly and immediately met up with Keelung to attack Han Chuo after hearing his shouts. Han Chuo laughed loudly at this moment, raising his voice. Fainting already counts as being out. It's 3 of you now against us 5, I think it'll be difficult for you to win. Han Xiao didn't stay where he was as soon as he'd finished speaking. He dashed off to where the traps had already been set up with the speed of a normal mage. Keelung and the others were stunned for a second as Keelung then said resolutely, "Take down this fellow first. The other 4 from the Dark Major have no fighting spirit left, we'll take care of them after." The other 2 from the Light Major nodded and rushed towards Han Chuo after hearing Keelung's words, leaving the 4 from the Dark Major looking at each other with some embarrassment. One of them yelled out, "We're 5 now, why should we be afraid of the 3 of them? Let's take them out." In this way, the odd scene of Han Chuo running in front, the 3 from the Light Major in hot pursuit, and the 4 from the Dark Major chasing madly after was formed. It was a hubbub of noise outside. If it was said that Han Chuo had been lucky when he took down a person within the shadows just now, then his later interactions with Keelung and the fast speed of his magic being released and injuring Keelung's butt proved that Han Chuo's strength was definitely uncommon. Add to that the fact that they had seen Han Chuo setting up traps and saw him running there now, the audience immediately knew what sinister intentions Han Chuo had in mind. Oh damn it, why are things happening like this? Light Major Archmage Voigtlander had been smiling smugly, assured of victory. He couldn't help but cry out at this moment. The development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. "Master Fanny, your student is very strong. To think that the necromancy major had a talent such as him. This is truly incredibly." Suddenly, several teachers, who often mocked Fanny, had a complete change in attitudes, and they all spoke with great praise to Fanny. This was Fanny's proudest moment in all her years in the necromancy major. Han Chuo's actions had won the respect of all those present for Fanny. She was crazy with joy inside, but still smiled demurely and said calmly, "This is nothing. Our necromancy major has great talent, we just tend to keep a low profile. Now do you understand how shallow your understanding was before?" The other teachers looked askance at each other after Fanny had spoken. They hadn't thought that thanks to Han Chuo's bizarre rise to prominence, Fanny's presence would also be bolstered as well. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Stomping all of them together. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Amidst the clamor from outside the arena, Han Chuo's body leapt as he threaded through a wall that he had constructed earlier, landing onto the flat ground behind it. The traps, that the skeletal warriors had dug up, were a few paces behind Han Chuo, with branches and twigs concealing the entrance of the traps. The ghouls had covered the exterior with dirt, and it all looked quite normal. Having completed their mission, the dark creatures spread out according to Han Chuo's orders, hiding behind the big trees and artificial mountains in the back. Han Chuo then stood behind the earthen wall, firing out bone spears and bone arrows again, attacking the three quickly approaching light major students. Hey! You're asking for trouble by openly attacking us. Qilong drew near as two radiant slashes flew out, destroying the attacks that Han Chuo had sent their way, rapidly approaching Han Chuo with the other two students. The other two students also recited incantations just before reaching Han Chuo, demolishing the earthen walls that Han Chuo had just erected. One of them walked over the dirt, setting foot into a snare on the ground. Han Chuo immediately gave an order to the zombie controlling the trap when he saw that. The zombie warrior, standing in the distance, suddenly yanked hard on the rope in his hand. The loose rope suddenly tightened beneath the light major student's foot and abruptly entwined around his ankle, sending him soaring into the sky. Damn it! Qilong roared and was about to make a play to save the light major student when Han Chuo, standing quite a distance away, sent bone spear attacks at him from another direction, forcing him to temporarily retreat. The other student, however, had sharp eyes and nimble fingers and released a radiant slash, slashing through the rope. This caused the captured student to free fall from a great distance and cry out in pain. A large stone, bound by a rope, suddenly started rolling down from the artificial mountain from the left and came crashing towards Qilong and the others. They gave a great start of fright and also released magic at the same time to defend against the large rock, hurrying in the direction of the other traps afterwards. Light magic had a marvelous effect in restraining dark creatures, but the ones that Han Chuo had summoned never engaged them in direct combat. Rather, they leveraged other tools and elements to attack the three light major students. This caused the restraining effect that the light major had on dark creatures to be completely nullified. Finally, the four dark major students, who were chasing them, also arrived. When they saw the three from the light major busily fending off the attacks from the traps, they immediately joined in the fray with great gusto. They started chanting dark major magic from not too far away, preparing to add fuel to the flame and offer Han Chuo their assistance. A string of magical incantations suddenly sang out of Qilong's mouth. Eye-searing light abruptly shot out of the darkened sky. Everyone's eyes temporarily lost vision wherever the extreme light landed. Even the other two light major students didn't have enough time to react as they temporarily lost sight of everything happening around them. Qilong had closed his eyes beforehand and calculated when the strong light spell would arrive. He suddenly opened his eyes and was ready to deal out a devastating blow that would turn the tide against all those who'd lost their sight. However, in the second that he opened his eyes, he didn't even have time to chant any magic incantation before he saw more than 10 skeletal and zombie warriors surrounding him. Under the strength of 2 zombie warriors pushing him, his body backed up against its will as he fell into a trap when his foot stepped out into empty air. The other light major and dark major students, who'd lost their sight, were all standing there, extremely anxious. The dark creatures advanced upon them one by one and picked them up or pushed them, throwing all of them into the traps, making an exception for no one. The strong light spell was an extreme shock to the eyes of ordinary people. Han Chuo had also fallen victim due to its swiftness, but his body was different than that of ordinary people and his eyes recovered extremely swiftly. Most would need at least 10 seconds to recover from such a bright flash, but Han Chuo was out for only 2 seconds. Before the effects from the strong light spell had fully faded away, and before Qilong had even opened his eyes, Han Shuo had already recovered and directed the dark creatures into action that would change the course of the battle. He wrenched around the outcome of the battle and settled it with one move. Not only the students from the light major, Han Shuo had also thrown the 4 from the dark major into the pit as well. The trap had been dug quite deeply and could more than hold these small mages, who didn't know the levitation spell yet. There were also dark creatures holding large stones standing over them, ready to fling them down at any time. This heralded the conclusion of the competition. Dao had been watching with a more relaxed face and excitement when Han Shuo had been performing particularly well earlier, but when Han Shuo had targeted even the dark major students and thrown them into the trap in the end, he'd snorted coldly and once again tightened his facial expression, speaking to Fanny, "Your student has no sense of team spirit, look at what he's done. I think it's your 4 students who had no morale from beginning to end. They weren't that useful at all." Brian must have thought that they were useless and wanted to give them this reminder. "It's just a joke, no big deal." Fanny was in grand spirits as she chuckled and reposed Dao's words. On the other side, Light Major Archmage Voigtlander stood up with a face full of depressed dejection. He flourished his sleeves and spoke to Emma, leaving the square afterwards, leaving behind only Master Beecher to clean up the aftermath of the competition. According to logic, because the necromancy magic was tied into the Dark Major, and that Han Shuo had taken the field in lieu of Phil Lide, this should have been a Dark Major victory. But Han Shuo's motions were a direct slap to Dao's face. This made it difficult for Dao to be happy. When he saw Voigtlander give a random word of instruction to a teacher behind him, he also took his leave from Dean Emma and left gloomily. As for Lisa and the other necromancy major students, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. This was the proudest moment that the necromancy had had in many years. They'd always been suppressed and mocked, but because of Han Shuo's sudden appearance, not only had they salvaged Fanny's face, but all the students of the necromancy major had basked in glory as well. When Han Shuo walked out after the magic shield was taken down, he immediately saw the light of fired-up glee in Fanny's eyes and the sounds of cheering from the other necromancy students. Although the circumstances are a bit odd, I still must announce that the Dark Major has won this year's demonstration. Those who have participated in the fight will receive a space ring personally refined by me. Everyone will also receive a magic staff. I hope you will continue to learn and improve yourselves." Emma's voice sounded out smoothly after Han Shuo had walked out and carried throughout the entire square. As onlookers watched in admiration, Han Shuo was the first to walk to Emma's side and receive the rewards from this time's battle. Those from the Dark Major side had finally crawled out of the trap with help from others. They were just about to get their revenge on Han Shuo when they heard Emma's announcement, and smiles made their way to their faces again. They ambled over to Emma. Han Shuo swept the space ring with his mental strength after receiving it and was quite satisfied. The capacity of the space ring personally refined by Archmage Emma was at least 5 times greater than the one worn by Han Shuo right now. The materials needed to refine such a large space ring would be even more uncommon. It also looked like only a character on the level of a space archmage would be able to refine it. Part 2. Up until now, Han Shuo had never used a magical staff when casting magics. When he grasped it in his hand and imbued it with his mental strength, he suddenly discovered that there was another small space within the staff. The space had the ability to store mental strength. As he released a random spell and felt it circulate throughout the staff, the speed of the spell was increased slightly. Judging from the looks of things, this magic staff had the effect of storing small amounts of mental strength and even increasing the casting speed of spells. No wonder mages were even willing to put their lives on the line in order to get a decent staff. A wondrous staff would more or less have a great effect of enhancing the mage's strength. Han Shuo didn't hang around the square after receiving his space ring and magic staff. He nodded to Fanny from afar with a smile and left alone, leaving Fanny and the others to take care of any other remaining details. "Wait a second, Brian." Han Shuo's departure wasn't unnoticed by the many students within the square. However, everyone only watched him leave with surprise, and didn't do anything after whispering to each other in hushed voices. When Lisa saw Han Shuo leaving, however, she called out from a far distance and ran straight towards Han Shuo. After leaving the square and arriving at the necromancy major's training fields, there was a look of astounded excitement on Lisa's face. She stared at Han Shuo and kept up a running litany of questions. You were too amazing today. You handled them all by yourself. You did it all with a natural and smooth style. How did you do it? Shrugging, Han Shuo said noncommittally, it wasn't that I was strong, but just that they were too weak. Han Shuo had met many people during his trip to the Dark Forest that were all adept mages or senior swordsmen. He'd even met Sword Master Trunks and Archmage Emily. Those McGrady Guild guards, including Duke and Eric who'd shown up later, were experts who had experienced many battles and had astonishing strength. Having fought against these people, Han Shuo had basically experienced all sorts of situations. He'd just faced off against mages who had yet to reach the adept stage, and whose battle experience was even more lacking. He naturally held every advantage, and it would have been odd had he not won instead. If Han Shuo had mobilized the little skeleton, his own martial techniques, and the Demon Slayer edge, he wouldn't have needed to use any schemes or traps. He'd be able to completely annihilate the 5 light major students with his own strength, denying them the slightest change of resistance. When did you get this strong? Lisa watched Han Shuo with every expression of interest as she asked curiously. Grasping the magic staff in his hands, Han Shuo poured in his mental strength and began to practice the bone prison spell that a journeyman mage should be able to master. He imbued the staff with his mental strength and used it as the conduit to try to activate the bone prison spell. The bone prison spell was a spell that imprisoned enemies. It would form a prison made completely out of white bones once it was cast and would confine enemies, making them unable to move a muscle. If one had enough mental strength, one would be able to control every single bone within the bone prison. Not only would it be able to confine someone, but the caster would be able to use the bones within the prison to once again lock down the prisoner. The bones could be transformed into soft and supple vines. It was all very amazing. It was his first time manipulating the bone prison spell. After more than 10 bones had appeared in the air, they couldn't quite form a prison. When Han Shuo relaxed his concentration, the bones didn't form any kind of structure before falling to the ground with a clatter. My strength is similar to yours and I'm not that great. If you practice diligently, I think your accomplishments will be even higher. You may even be able to represent our major in next year's battle. Han Shuo responded to Lisa carelessly as he continued to practice the bone prison spell. Lisa made a silly face at Han Shuo at these words, then said lightly, I'm too stupid. I've studied necromancy for so long, but you've only learned it for a few months and you're already much stronger than me. No, your strength is quite good compared to the other necromancy students. Heh, I meant that if you work even harder, you should be able to increase the rate of your progress. I feel that the magics of our necromancy major aren't worse off than any of the other majors. It's just that there are fewer people studying necromancy magic now, resulting in fewer experts emerging. Han Shuo chatted at ease with Lisa and practiced the bone prison spell over and over again. After a while, some other students, who seemed to recognize the strength of necromancy magic for the first time thanks to Han Shuo's heroics, all skipped their meals and arrived enthusiastically at the training fields. They too began to practice magic one by one. When the other students appeared, Han Shuo halted his magic practice and evaded the other students' excited babble. He walked out from the training fields and, after leaving them, headed in the direction of Fanny's lab. When Han Shuo arrived at Fanny's lab, the door to the lab was locked. It looked like Fanny had yet to return. Typically speaking, Fanny would usually be at her lab right now. It looked like she'd been delayed by the necromancy major's newfound glory that she hadn't returned yet. He wasn't in a hurry either as Han Shuo took a seat on the grass and took out the book of necromancy magic that he'd taken from the Cemetery of Death. He studied it as the 3 original demons patrolled 3 different directions. With no fear of someone suddenly approaching, he began slowly studying the bone prison magic that he wanted to master. After a while, the space in front of Hanchuo suddenly twisted as light flashed by and Dean Emma materialized in front of Hanchuo. Giving a start of fright, Hanchuo immediately quickly put the book of necromancy magic away in the space ring and wore a smile on his face. He said to Dean Emma, "Hello Dean, what are you doing here?" Dean Emma looked kindly at Hanchuo, and an admiring smile appeared on her wrinkled face. She opened her mouth to say, "You're a hard-working child all right. You aren't willing to waste the slightest bit of time and still study while you're waiting for Fanny. No wonder you've had such accomplishments in such a short amount of time." Hanchuo felt a bit baffled by Emma's words. He didn't know why Emma had soundlessly appeared here and spoken such odd words to him. He thought for a bit and looked at Emma with a frown. He opened his mouth to ask, "Have you come in search of me?" Nodding, Emma said straightforwardly, "Of course, heh. I didn't appear here because I failed a space magic spell." "Then, do you need something from me?" Hanchuo hesitated and then asked again. Emma smiled kindly after hearing Hanchuo's question, "I actually want to thank you. If it weren't for you last time, I wouldn't have known that Camilla was a member of the Black Underworld organization from the Kasi Empire." Hanchuo gave another start of fright upon hearing these words. Hanchuo hadn't breathed a word of this to anyone other than Candide, and now that Emma suddenly spoke of this, it really did frighten Hanchuo. His thoughts raced as he looked at Emma. "Did Master Candide tell you this?" Nodding, Emma smiled, "Smart kid. Our house's old man says you're a good talent and Fanny's mentioned it to me as well. After today's competition, I've discovered that there are indeed some mysterious things about of you. However, I won't ask you why. I only wanted to try to convince you of something with my visit this time." Shock written all over his face, Hanchuo would have never expected that Emma and Candide from the Dark Mantle would be husband and wife. No wonder Emma looked at him with that strange look before the battle. "What would you like to tell me?" Hanchuo stared at Emma after coming back to himself. "I can tell from your gaze that you have feelings for Fanny, but I hope that you don't develop anything with her before you're strong enough. If you're still just a student who has yet to graduate, and your relationship crosses over that bottom line, it won't be good for either you or Fanny, particularly Fanny. This could give rise to unnecessary troubles." Emma stared at Hanchuo and spoke sincerely. Hesitating and then opening her mouth once again, "This is for your own good and Fanny's, I hope you take heed of my words of wisdom. When you graduate from the necromancy major and you're stronger than Fanny, I can even help you then if you run into issues in your relationship with Fanny. Fanny's coming, I'll take my leave now." Emma's figure once again vanished after she'd finished speaking. When Emma had just disappeared, Hanchuo also heard the sounds of Fanny approaching. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Flirting with Master Fanny. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This translations has been stolen from the original translator at Volare Translations. What are you doing here? Fanny called out in surprise when she caught a glimpse of Hanchuo from far away. There was a delighted smile all over her face. Hanchuo left the patch of grass behind the lab and strode towards Fanny. "I came to find you and saw that you hadn't returned yet, so I decided to wait for a while." Hanchuo had to seriously consider Dean Emma's words. From her words, Hanchuo understood that if they truly had a relationship within the academy, it might actually affect each other. Hanchuo wasn't scared of anything happening to him, but he really didn't want to see anything negative affect Fanny. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volare Translations. "Come in. Let's chat." Fanny was smiling a lot more than usual because she was in a happy mood. She opened to the door to the lab and gestured for Hanchuo to hurry and come in. When Hanchuo entered the lab, Fanny's beautiful eyes stared a bit fervently at Hanchuo. "I must really thank you this time. The teachers of the other majors were truly too ridiculous to treat our major thus. Do you know how comical their faces were after you won? I haven't been this happy in the longest time." Then how would you like to thank me? Han Shuo found a stool for himself after he came in, and then looked at Fanny with an intense look and smiled. Fanny's face blushed as she seemed to think of something. This caused her to be unable to look at Han Shuo in the eyes. She lowered her head and said, "Then how would you like me to thank you? Give me a kiss." This blurted out of Han Shuo's mouth with no forethought at all. He felt that he was in for a beating as soon as he said this and decided to turn it into a joke. "I'm joking, joking." Contrary to expectations, a flaming red-faced Fanny didn't immediately erupt in anger. She stood there silently for a moment with a flushed face and shyly walked over to Han Shuo. Before he could react, her cherry-red lips darted out and gave him a lightning-fast peck on the left cheek. "Cheeky little bugger, did you finally get what you wanted?" Having kissed Han Shuo, Fanny didn't dare to look at him as she abruptly turned her back, and pretended to sort the things in the messy lab with a nonchalant attitude. However, her flushed and trembling shoulders betrayed the agitation in her heart. Han Shuo stood there in dumb shock, reaching out a hand. He subconsciously ran it over the cheek that Fanny had kissed. He could feel the faint fragrance lingering on his cheek and used a finger to tap that wet patch. He then stuck his finger into his mouth to suck on it. When she saw that Han Shuo was remaining silent, Fanny finally couldn't resist looking back. She happened to see his ambiguous and somewhat horny move. She immediately stomped her foot in anger and cried out, "Damn it, you're really lecherous." Han Shuo had long since forgotten Emma's words of advice by now and spoke in an utterly leering tone, "How am I lecherous? You're just too mesmerizing. I actually wanted you to kiss my lips just now, but you seem to have kissed the wrong place. That didn't count, let's do that again." Han Shuo actually closed his eyes when he was finished speaking and pushed his lips forward. He looked lecherous no matter how one looked at him. Fanny felt breathless from the anger as she saw Han Shuo's appearance. Her slender right arm suddenly reached out to pinch Han Shuo's cheek. She hectored, "You bad little kid," reaching out for a yard after taking an inch. When Fanny's words of censure passed her lips, Han Shuo immediately knew that he couldn't get what he wanted. He hastily opened his eyes and suddenly saw Fanny's white, tender right hand reaching out to pinch him when he was about to retreat. His heart lurching, Han Shuo didn't think at all and turned with lightning speed, leaving a kiss in the heart of Fanny's beautiful palm, then retreating with lightning speed again. A soft was emitted. It was as if electricity made its way through Fanny's body as she involuntarily emitted a low sound. She then recollected herself and huffily said, "You bad little kid are behaving more and more outrageously. You're dead meat." An irate Fanny immediately dashed towards Han Shuo after her words sounded as she seemed to want to get her revenge on Han Shuo. Having just committed a frivolous action on Fanny, Han Shuo felt his heart lurch as it became harder and harder to control himself. He'd also discovered that perhaps due to being happier than usual today, Fanny's attitude towards him was markedly different from the usual. Under normal conditions, Fanny would have flown into a passion and denounced him had Han Shuo raised an outrageous request such as to kiss him. Who would have anticipated that not only would she not lecture him this time, she'd actually agreed to such a ridiculous request. When Han Shuo had kissed the heart of her palm just now, her embarrassment was noticeably greater than her anger. Han Shuo could clearly feel that the current Fanny was quite different from normal. When he saw that Fanny was about to rush towards him, Han Shuo didn't dodge or evade, but suddenly snaked out a hand and grabbed Fanny's outstretched hand when she'd rushed to in front of him, pulling her into his embrace. A waft of tantalizing scent suddenly surged towards Han Shuo's nose and mouth. When the fascinating, shapely body crashed into Han Shuo's embrace, the wondrous curves that stuck tightly onto Han Shuo's body immediately caused a great disturbance within his body, especially now that he was no longer a virgin. At this moment, he'd long since thrown his conversation with Emma and the awkwardness having to do with his relationship with Emily to the four winds. His large hand wrapped around Fanny's waist as he descended upon Fanny's cherry lips and began to greedily taste his fill. Urg. With her body confined by Han Shuo, Fanny couldn't budge. Even though she wanted to resist, she was powerless against him. Her small hands beat down furiously onto Han Shuo as protesting noises came from her mouth. But as Han Shuo continued his rapacious devourment, his big tongue churned behind her winsome lips, and an incomparably wondrous sensation slowly began to spread in Fanny's heart. She'd been pounding furiously on his chest originally, but the strength of her blows began to falter. Fanny's hands had not only stopped their struggle in the end, but they'd even mysteriously entwined themselves behind Han Shuo's broad back and neck. Her neck was tilted as she went along with Han Shuo's avaricious intrusion as her almond-shaped eyes grew hazy. Her body temperature began to rise, and it was as if she'd sunk into a sweet dream that she was happy to stay within. This wondrous sensation filled Han Shuo's entire body. The person that he'd dreamed about day and night was lying in his embrace. This type of psychological satisfaction was enough to drive him wild. Fanny's shy response near the end brought a sense of glee that filled Han Shuo like an erupting volcano. He slowly found it difficult to control his originally innocent objective as his large hands unconsciously moved towards Fanny's wonderful butt, and his highly erect lower body slowly began to look for an appropriate angle. Suddenly, Fanny felt a hot passion that was as stiff as a metal rod around her waist, deep in the throes of her sensations. She immediately understood the current situation, and began to struggle without care for anything. Because Fanny had gone along with his motions earlier, his body had also relaxed. He hadn't thought that Fanny would suddenly react so violently and was pushed away by her. Having pushed Han Shuo away, Fanny stood there with her face flaming red and was panting loudly, trying to say something. But she couldn't get a word out for a while because of her agitated emotions. Han Shuo's gaze was locked onto Fanny as he resolutely said, "Master Fanny, I think you know that I like you." Han Shuo's expression was solemn and firm, and his low voice seemed to have a magnetic attraction to it. Fanny's heart trembled as she was in obvious disarray. Currently she didn't dare meet Han Shuo's eyes. She averted her head and said, "Say no more. I don't want to talk about this right now. If you can advance to the Adept Mage stage and graduate from the Academy, I'll consider giving you a chance. Don't support theft." Read the original translation at Volari Translations. Standing with her back facing Han Shuo, Fanny was still panting as her neck was a patch of red. Han Shuo stared at Fanny for a bit whilst behind her, and then took resolute steps towards her. He suddenly reached out and hugged Fanny from behind, saying tenderly, "You were the goddess that I thought of day and night from a long time ago. Your kindness and passion have touched my heart, your amazing body makes it even harder for me to restrain myself. I think my entire life has perished in your hands." When Han Shuo had hugged Fanny at first, she'd trembled and wanted to break free. But when Han Shuo started his passionate declaration of love, her body had gone limp and it was as if she'd melted as she leaned softly into Han Shuo's chest, her cherry lips opening and closing. "Really, I think I'm unable to escape your spell. The honor of the necromancy major, personal glory, and rich rewards have no value in my eye. I didn't want to see anyone insult you and so I stepped out to do battle. All I did was for you. I think you've known of my feelings a long time ago." Han Shuo put a spin on a passionate topic and spoke of it with sincerity that overflowed with emotions. This caused Fanny's body to burn up, and she breathed even more loudly due to the agitation of her feelings. After a while, Fanny used an almost inaudible voice to say shyly, I actually know all this. However, our current statuses aren't that appropriate. This will be disadvantageous to both of us. If you graduate from the necromancy major, then we can, you know." These words revealed Fanny's internal thoughts, and Han Shuo's heart was immediately drowning in gleeful joy. He then wrapped his arm around Fanny's waist, one that had not an ounce of fat on it, and brought his mouth close to Fanny's exquisite ear. He blew hot air into it and said wickedly, "I don't know, can you tell me what?" Han Shuo was holding Fanny and thus could clearly feel her shudder when he blew into her ear. That marvelous, subtle sensation had a different kind of allure to it compared to the excitement of previous. Han Shuo quite relished the situation. "You bad little kid! What did I do wrong in this life to take you in as a student? Alright, alright. If you graduate from the academy, I'll be your girlfriend. Does this answer satisfy you? Fanny turned around, rolled her eyes with a hotly flushing face and spoke softly. With extreme joy and pride fully occupying all of his heart, Han Chuo only felt that this moment was the one most worth celebrating in his life. He stood there and smiled dumbly, not saying anything. Get out. I don't want to see you today. Hold whatever matters you want to mention. I want to be alone for now. As Han Chuo stood there and had a silly smile on his face, Fanny shoved him away in her shyness and pushed him out the door. Just as Han Chuo had been pushed to the laboratory door, Han Chuo suddenly chuckled and reached out a hand, blocking the door that Fanny was about to close. He then said to Fanny, "Wait one more second." Fanny couldn't close the door with Han Chuo's hand blocking it. She glared at Han Chuo with a red face and said huffily, "What else do you want? Haven't you bullied me enough today?" No, Han Chuo argued and said, "I agree with everything you said. But when I won today's battle, I received a space ring that Dean Emma had crafted herself. This space ring is of a much higher quality than the one I have, so I temporarily have no use for my space ring. I'd like to give mine to you." Han Chuo said tenderly with a smile to Fanny. "I can't accept anything more from you. If I wear your space ring, then people will absolutely misunderstand our relationship. That won't do." Fanny declined Han Chuo's gift with a reddened face. Han Chuo abruptly halted and then understood after Fanny's explanations. Han Chuo had planned on giving Yuna's space ring to Fanny, but he'd suddenly received Emma's space ring and thus changed his mind to gifting his to Fanny. He hadn't thought that Fanny would have this level of consideration. "Then, you can have this one. I don't think anyone will be able to read anything from this space ring." Han Chuo took out Yuna's space ring and handed it to Fanny. "I said that I can't accept it." Fanny still didn't agree. "I won't leave unless you accept it. Take it." Han Chuo shoved it into her hands without caring whether or not she wanted it, and immediately left afterwards without waiting for her to say anything. He disappeared without a trace after a few steps. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Full Speed Improvement. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Bone Prison spell was a magic spell that journeyman necromancers had to master. When this magic was deployed deftly, it would create certain conditions for dark creatures that makes it easier for them to defeat their enemies. Han Chuo practiced the Bone Prison spell by himself in the cemetery behind the mountains to the back of the academy for the next 3 days. His resolute determination and the intelligence afforded to him after opening up his brain allowed Han Chuo to grasp a clearer understanding of the innate character of necromancy magic. Some magical theory that had been obscure and difficult to understand, or needing prolonged contemplation from Han Chuo for comprehension, had become easy to understand due to Han Chuo's mind becoming incomparably clear. He could quickly understand many concepts when he put his mind to it. In a short 3 days, the use of the Bone Prison spell progressed from continual failure to occasional release. He also started officially practicing another spell of Bone Shield during this time. His fast training speed astonished even himself. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out in the distance, as the well-rounded and alluring Emily appeared in the distance with a slight smile, approaching Han Chuo slowly. Halting his magic practice session, Han Chuo looked at Emily and said, "I've already met up with Candide. Who could have thought that your identity in the dark mantle is this high? Looks like your mission will include me in it." "Hehe, my mission will require your communication with the forest trolls anyways. Although I don't have a high status like that old fox Candide, he still had to do me this favor when I brought up this matter with him. Now that you've joined this mission, I'll give you most of the credit after the matter's done. Perhaps your status within the dark mantle will increase another 2 stars this way." Emily reached out naturally to wrap her hands around Han Chuo's shoulder when she arrived in front of him, speaking to him in a seemingly fawning manner. He was about to compliment Emily when Han Chuo suddenly remembered what Candide said, and was on his guard about Emily's other identity. He suddenly looked at her with a not-so-pleasant expression. When I went to see Candide this time, he told me a bit about your true identity and told me to be careful, lest I incur unnecessary trouble. That was when I knew you were Master Im's blood sister. But I still don't know much about your other identity. Can you tell me now? Emily's face changed slightly when Han Chuo spoke. She looked at Han Chuo deeply and then sighed lowly, speaking, "Looks like Candide does value you highly, and he's deathly afraid that I'll lie to you. All right then, since this is the case, I won't have to conceal some things from you then. I've actually been married for many years already, except my husband went out to war right after we were married and then died in the battlefield. I've been a widow until now." Han Chuo became silent after Emily's words, finally speaking after a while. "It looks like that person's status must be high to warrant such a reminder from Candide." Nodding, Emily said, "Yes, but that person's already dead and there's nothing much worth discussing. Because of my involvement with the Dark Mantle, I had a few missions to execute after he died and my actions were a bit odd because of the missions. This has caused my reputation to be a bit damaged amongst the upper echelons of society in the Empire." "Why do you say that?" Han Chuo looked at Emily and asked faintly. Emily shook her head self-deprecatingly as she spoke with a dejected look, "Just like when you saw me just now and took me for a wanton woman, because of my status as a widow, it was inevitable that some gossip would start up because I had to come in contact with people when executing Dark Mantle missions." Han Chuo had taken Emily's virginity from her. Therefore, while others may not believe her, but Han Chuo had no choice but to believe her. She was in such a dejected mood right now that Han Chuo unconsciously reached out a hand and wrapped her in his embrace, saying tenderly, "I don't care what other people think, but I took your innocence from you and naturally know that you're not like what they say you are. Be at ease, I won't be affected by those kinds of words." Shaking her head with some gratitude, Emily said forlornly, "Candide's words reminded me, it looks like I must face reality. With your strength and rate of improvement, your future is bright without parallel. But because of the particulars of my status, it looks like I can only maintain an underground relationship with you. To do otherwise would bring no benefits to either of us." Han Chuo was well aware of the meaning behind Emily's words. It was like when Emma had reminded him to be careful of the relationship between him and Fanny. There were some unavoidable taboos having to do with status in this world. If the rules were challenged, one would meet heavy oppression. He kissed Emily as she laid in his arms. Han Chuo spoke coolly with a darkened face, "Don't you worry, I won't force you to hide for the rest of your life. We'll be able to interact out in the open one day. I don't dare do so yet because I haven't yet climbed high enough. If my status is enough to decide everyone's life or death one day, I think everyone will shut up or give us well wishes if they ever open their mouths." Emily's face showed delighted joy when she heard these words, as she turned Han Chuo's embrace around to hug him fiercely. She said with emotion, "You can do it, I believe you." After a round of entwinement, Emily spoke to Han Chuo with a hotly flushed body, "Hurry and handle the matter with the forest trolls. The McGrady Guild people have already contacted the merchants that deal with the forest trolls and they're heading for the Dark Forest. They're planning on buying the batch of siege weapons. You have to make the forest trolls sell the weapons to them." Nodding to indicate his understanding, Han Chuo thought for a bit and said, "I have good relations with a robber. He wants to do this mission with us, can we possibly add him?" "No problem. I'm in charge of this mission and plenty of my people are on it already. It makes no difference if another one joins. If he's trustworthy, I'll deploy him immediately when I get back. This way, I can contact you through him whilst you're at the academy. After all, it's not entirely appropriate for me to come into contact with you directly at school with my identity." Emily was quite forthright as she immediately agreed to Han Chuo's suggestion. "All right, he's called Chester and should be the guard in charge of the northern stronghold as of this moment. If you have any instructions and are not at liberty to venture outside to take action yourself, let him do it. I'll make a trip to the dark forest as soon as possible. Go about your business at ease. Han Shuo opened his mouth to speak with Emily. Okay, I'll be in touch if anything crops up. Don't worry, I have confidence in being able to quickly complete this time's mission. Emily left after saying these words. When Emily had left, Han Shuo thought for a bit and walked towards the booze merchant guild. There were 2 days until Han Shuo's predetermined time with Phoebe. But the days seemed to be getting colder and Han Shuo was a bit worried that the dwarves would run out of rations and life necessities. He planned on making a trip to the cemetery of death and taking care of the rations that the dwarves need to make it through winter first. Now that he had a space ring with greater capacity, he would only need to make one trip to settle everything. Add to that the fact that he had to visit the forest trolls in a few days and prepare the same rations and necessities, he probably should take care of the dwarves first. There were more forest trolls and so it was likely the space ring wouldn't be able to hold enough rations to take care of things in one trip. He made his way proficiently to the booze merchant guild, but didn't get to see Phoebe today. Fabian was instead the one who came out to welcome him. He learned from Fabian that Phoebe was out today, and because of Han Shuo's relationship with Fabian, they could take care of the matter regarding the rations even if Phoebe wasn't present. Because Phoebe held the reins of power now, Fabian's status within the guild had also risen accordingly. He took Han Shuo to the warehouse where the rations were stored and the warehouse was opened under his command. They filled Han Shuo's space ring with the rations that Phoebe had previously prepared for Han Shuo. Tell Phoebe for me that I still need more. Please have her prepare them for me and we'll settle the accounts at once when I swing by 2 days later. Han Shuo said with a smile as he looked at Fabian. No problem. With our relationship, I can take care of a small matter like this. Don't worry. Fabian spoke merrily to Han Shuo as he promised. It looks like Mr. Fabian's role within the guild is becoming higher and higher. Han Shuo was surprised to see Fabian agree so easily. Not at all, this is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have made my way up so easily. The reason Miss Phoebe values me so is also because I introduced you to her, I think. To be honest, I really need to thank you. Even my nephew Jack has benefited from acquainting you. You truly bring great fortune to us. Fabian looked at Han Shuo as he spoke earnestly. You're too polite, please say hi to Jack for me and tell him I came by. However, I'm a bit busy today and don't have idle time to chat. Han Shuo exchanged some pleasantries with Fabian and left with a smile. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Some Rejoice and Some Worry. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The dark forest was now covered by a thick layer of snow. Han Shuo sloshed his way through it as he made his way towards the dwarf village. The dwarves had been forced to leave their village because of the forest trolls. Although Han Shuo vaguely knew where they'd relocated to with the help of the original demons, but he wasn't quite sure where exactly they'd gone either such a long period of time. The forest trolls had left long ago and hadn't reappeared. Han Shuo felt that the dwarves wouldn't necessarily be willing to give up their old village, so he still decided to head in that direction first. When Han Shuo arrived at the passageway into the village and looked around, a smile blossomed from the corner of his mouth. From the various concealments and setup of things around the passageway, Han Shuo could ascertain that the dwarves hadn't left. Han Shuo whistled long and loudly, shaking the accumulated snow off the tree branches. His sensitive ears heard the sound of approaching footsteps as several dwarf warriors, holding battle axes, appeared after a short while, approaching from afar with looks of caution on their faces. Don't worry, it's just me, I've returned as promised. Han Shuo immediately called out before the dwarf warriors had gotten close to him. The dwarf warriors in the distance all heaved involuntary sighs of relief when they heard Han Shuo's voice. When they walked to Han Shuo, one of them said, "Many things have been difficult now that winter has arrived. Although the village has been exposed, we're unable to build suitable houses in such a short amount of time, so although we knew of the potential for danger here, we still didn't want to suffer in the cold and return to the village. Winter is here, so I've come this time to bring some winter rations and thick clothing for you. In addition, you can be at ease about the forest trolls. They won't ever bother you again." Han Shuo smiled slightly and comforted the dwarves. The dwarves immediately cheered when they heard this. Their expressions were bafflingly overjoyed and filled with sincere delight and celebration. "This is wonderful. We've gone through most of the rations you brought last time in recent days. The chief thought something had happened to you because you hadn't appeared in a long time, but we also didn't know how to help you, so we could only worry about you. It's wonderful that you came. Let's hurry and enter to village to tell the good news to everyone." The dwarf that had spoken before spoke joyfully as his short, stout legs moved forward rapidly, moving towards the depths of the village. When they heard that Han Shuo had come, all the dwarves that had been warming themselves up indoors, out of the frosty winter weather, squirmed out one by one to give Han Shuo friendly greetings. "Oh, it's fantastic that you're all right, Han. We were very worried about you." The dwarf warrior Bennett spoke with a look of surprise. Han Shuo didn't say much and proceeded to an area with flat ground that had been cleared of snow. He then took out the rations and daily necessities from his space ring with a smile. He laid them all out and gathered them into piles, covering a large area. "These are the rations and necessities that I've brought with me this time, along with some thick clothes to help you guys keep warm this winter. In addition, you won't have to worry about the forest trolls making trouble for you in the future. You can live here in peace and without worry, the forest trolls won't be making any trouble for you in the future." Han Shuo explained as he observed the dwarves' delight. He felt that his actions had resulted in a proper reaction. All the dwarves were beyond themselves with glee when they saw the ground covered with rations and daily necessities. Even the female dwarves, children, and elderly hiding in the houses came out when they heard the news and started cheering in the distance. "Thank you so much, Han. If it wasn't for your rations and necessities, I think many of us would starve and freeze to death this winter. These rations and clothes are enough for us to make it through the winter. How can we thank you?" Chief Darwin genuflected to Han Shuo in the great gesture of the dwarves and spoke with great gratitude. "We're friends, so say nothing of gratitude." Han Shuo responded. To be honest, these rations and clothes weren't worth much money at all, but it was a bit difficult for merchants to transport them over. Therefore, after entering the dark forest, whether it was the forest trolls, dwarves, or other species, all would be willing to pay a high price in exchange for rations and daily necessities. However, with the transportation matrix in the cemetery of death and the large capacity of the space ring, this task that would have taken a lot of people and resources to achieve was easily accomplished by Han Shuo with no difficulty at all. "Han, you said that the forest trolls would no longer bother us. Is it because the elves have already waged war against them and completely destroyed them?" The dwarf warrior Bennett thought of another matter and asked Han Shuo with great excitement. When he asked this question, Han Shuo suddenly started and asked Bennett, "Can it be that the elves are already planning on waging a huge battle against the forest trolls?" Nodding, Bennett spoke angrily, "Indeed, they've even invited us and said that they want to give those wicked robbers a harsh lesson. But the defensive capabilities of our village are too weak and the chief isn't planning on having us participate. Isn't it the elves that created this situation where the forest trolls won't invade us again?" "Of course not. The scourge of the forest trolls will slowly be restrained in the future. Be at peace." All right, all right. I still have some things to do and I'll come find you again in the future." Han Shuo spoke. He then spoke a few random words and hurriedly left the village, despite the dwarves' efforts to keep him. Bennett said that the elves were going to wage war on the forest trolls. Han Shuo couldn't sit still after he heard that. If it was before, he would have wanted the elves to wipe the floor with the forest trolls. But now, the forest trolls were absolutely under his control and could even be labeled as his private army. In addition, he needed the forest trolls to cooperate with Emily's mission. If the elves stirred up trouble now, that would be quite an inconvenient timing to choose. Except, many days were necessary to travel from here to the forest troll's stronghold. Han Shuo had many things he still had to take care of in the empire and he really couldn't spare the time. This gave him a bit of a headache. After thinking carefully, Han Shuo felt that there was no particular rush for things either. He'd only be delaying things by a day or two if he settled Phoebe's matters first and accompanied her to a banquet, then head for the forest trolls afterwards. The elves making a move against the forest trolls may not take place in these couple of days. Besides, although the elves were strong, the forest trolls were no pushover either. After so many years of conflict, the fact that the elves had not wrung any major concessions out of the forest trolls had already illustrated how things stood. When the sky was dark, Han Shuo made use of the darkness/silence to hurry back to the cemetery of death. He was in no hurry to leave immediately, so he took out a fruit of Dagmar again and endured exceedingly painful torture within the cemetery of death, digesting the fruit of Dagmar like last time and once again opening up parts of his brain. When Han Shuo felt that his body had recovered and was reborn once again, the clarity of his five senses had taken another leap forward, while the concentration speed of his mental strength and the circulation speed of his magical yuan had also all improved. Han Shuo could vaguely feel that there were signs of him breaking through the molded spirit realm. It looked like he'd be able to progress to the next level of demonic magic before long. The next stage would be the true demon realm. Once he entered this realm, Han Shuo would become an infant demon, truly becoming a demon in definition. The previous three stages of solid realm, open passages, and molded spirit were just to reinforce one's foundations for demonic magic. Before one became an infant demon, a practitioner didn't really count as a demonic practitioner. Only after he entered the true demon realm will Han Shuo truly be considered as someone who has entered the halls of demonic magic. As an infant demon, he'd be able to fly through the air and use magical yuan to refine magical treasures. He'd be able to reforge the Demon Slayer edge all over again, and could train in various other amazingly powerful magics. He'd even be able to refine the yin demons that were a step above the original demons. In other words, the true demon realm was a boundary. Han Shuo would have many ways to improve his strength after reaching this realm. His strength would once again take great leaps forward, so Han Shuo was filled with indescribable joy when he vaguely felt that he was exhibiting signs of breaking through. By now, it was morning the next day, and Han Shuo didn't remain here. He used the transportation matrix in the cemetery of death to return to the Empire and walked directly back to the academy. After the ambiguous conversation with Fanny, Han Shuo's heart was filled with boundless expectations. Although Fanny hadn't immediately agreed to his pursuit, he basically understood Fanny's heart. He understood that if he advanced one step further, attained the level of adept mage and graduated from the academy, he'd be able to capture the teacher's heart. He was still a bit unclear on some parts of the new magics and more technical terms, so he had to inquire Fanny. Therefore, Han Shuo still needed Fanny's guidance in this stage. Once he returned to the academy and made his way to the necromancy major, he suddenly realized that he'd become a celebrity when he bumped into students from other majors along the way. The gazes that other people used to use when looking at him were filled with surprise and admiration, with some pretty female students even revealing the light of romantic interest in their eyes. This kind of attention hugely satisfied Han Shuo's vanity. He was in quite a good mood all along the way. When he saw the attention and feelings from the pretty girls, Han Shuo even gave them friendly greetings, displaying a brilliant smile. These female students immediately ran away with short strides and reddened faces. However, once Han Shuo passed by the training fields, his good mood was immediately shattered. The smile on his face was replaced with a darkened look. Earth Rider Knight Clark was standing in front of the doors of one of the necromancy major's training fields, wearing a form-fitting shirt and holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers in his hand. He was looking inside with a faint smile. Passing through the open door, Han Shuo saw that Fanny was explaining some magical theory to some necromancy students with a smile on her face. Judging from her demeanor, she wasn't affected by Clark, nor did she look at Clark at all. She was practically ignoring Clark's existence. Even so, Han Chuo still felt ticked off by seeing Clark stand there looking soulfully at Fanny. As he took large strides to the doors of the training grounds, he suddenly darted forward and purposely exerted pressure with his right shoulder after tilting his body, scattering the bouquet of fresh flowers all over the floor. Han Chuo had purposely lightened his footfalls in his movements just now, accelerating only when he'd walked up to Clark. Engrossed in watching Fanny, Clark had been caught off guard and reacted too late. It was a bit comical how broken and scattered his bouquet was now. "Oh, I'm sorry, so sorry. It's just that these are the training fields for the necromancy major, and I bumped into you by accident because you were blocking the door." Han Chuo immediately appeared apologetic when he saw Clark spitting fire with his eyes and staring at him. "Oh, Brian, what are you doing here in the training fields today?" When Fanny saw that Han Chuo had come, her beautiful eyes immediately brightened and her whole face glowed with health. She indicated for Han Chuo to hurry up and come inside. Han Chuo was somewhat mollified by Fanny's reaction, but Clark's existence still irked Han Chuo, and so his facial expression was a bit ugly. He looked at Fanny and then looked at the fresh flowers in Clark's hands. He spoke with a voice dripping with acid, "Just who is the noble knight Clark waiting here for with flowers in his hand?" Fanny started and rolled her eyes bad-temperedly at Han Chuo. She then walked over as if expressing her stance, speaking a bit coldly to Clark, "Mr. Clark, I think I've been clear enough. I only want to teach in peace, and hope that you'll stop bothering me. In addition, your status is noble and lofty. I don't want to be embroiled in any unnecessary trouble with you, I think you probably understand what I mean." Fanny's words were for Clark, but also for Han Chuo. They were an obvious refusal of Clark's pursuit and a subtle indication to Han Chuo of her own attitude, also telling him to relax and not to think too much. Thus, when these words came from Fanny's mouth, Clark's face immediately dulled and became dejected, whereas Han Chuo felt damn good and had smiles reappear on his face again. Clark nodded his head, hugely depressed, and sighed lowly. He took the destitute flowers and departed from the training fields with a downcast face, not saying a single word further. "Are you satisfied now?" Reaching out a hand to pinch Han Chuo, Fanny said viciously, "How dare you not believe me?" "Ouch, that hurts, I believe you, I believe you." Han Chuo felt like he was on cloud nine as he pretended to be in pain. Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Abnormalities in the Night. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Master Fanny and Brian, what are the two of you doing? Lisa called out from behind them, looking at both of them suspiciously. "No, nothing." Fanny glared at Han Chuo and pointed her finger in the direction of her lab, turning and walking inside afterwards. When she reached out her hand, the space ring that Han Chuo had given her was displayed very prominently on her hand. Han Chuo was filled with joy after taking only one glance at it. He knew that Fanny had already accepted the ring. She was pointing in the direction to the lab, obviously telling him to wait for her there. He hadn't planned on lingering anyways, and he smiled foolishly as he nodded at Fanny. He then left on his own accord and walked to her lab. After waiting there for a while, Fanny returned to the lab after ending her class in the training field. She opened the door to let Han Chuo in and asked him with her usual expression, "All right, what do you want?" Although Fanny was acting normally, both of them knew that their relationship had undergone a subtle shift. It was basically impossible for Fanny to maintain the dignity of a teacher in front of Han Chuo now. Grinning cheekily at Fanny, Han Chuo smirked, "Don't be so serious." Rolling her eyes bad-temperedly at Han Chuo, Fanny said, "I need to be serious towards you, otherwise you shine so radiantly if I give you the slightest bit of warmth and your hands and feet become naughty." How were these ambiguous tones those of a teacher to a student? It was practically a flirtatious byplay between lovers. Han Chuo still felt content at heart even when Fanny was glaring at him. Although he was delighted, Han Chuo's willpower had gone through much tempering and he wasn't someone who didn't know what was truly important. He stilled for a moment, then started asking Fanny about all the difficulties in magical theory he'd run into lately. When she saw that Han Shuo was raising questions, Fanny also turned solemn as she regained her attitude as a teacher. She carefully explained all the theories in detail out all the theories for Han Shuo. When she saw how hard-working Han Shuo was, and that he could even use the journeyman magic of Bone Prison now, Fanny was happier than even Han Shuo. She sighed after a while, with your abilities, it looks like you'll be able to progress to Adept Mage before too long. I have to think for a moment before answering the questions you're asking now, and can't just answer off the cuff like I did before. It looks like I'll be unable to teach you before long. A good student would impart onto the teacher an incomparable sense of achievement. But because Han Shuo had truly progressed too quickly, this gave Fanny some pressure. She was only an Adept Mage after all, and was only one level higher than Han Shuo now according to the divisions of power and levels. Han Shuo's rate of improvement was beyond her imagination. If things progressed at the current rate, Fanny would make a weaker and weaker impact on Han Shuo. This made it difficult for Fanny to bear when this feeling permeated her heart, but she was still rather resigned to it. Heh, no matter what, you're always going to be the master Fanny who brought me in and set me on the right path. Hehe, even if our relationship changes in the future, your identity as my teacher will never change. Han Shuo's brain was working quite fast at the moment, and he could more or less guess her current thoughts based on the changes in her expression. He immediately spoke to her with a smile. Shaking her head with a slight sigh, Fanny's beautiful brows immediately creased and she spoke in a worried tone. Our Babylon Academy only has Jean and I as the two teachers in the Necromancy Major. We're only Adept Mages. When you learn all of our knowledge and have no one to teach you, then your rate of improvement will surely face obstacles. I'm most worried about this. You're thinking too much. When that day truly arrives, there may even be an even better way to resolve things. You don't need to worry that much at this time. Han Shuo could clearly feel Fanny's concern for him. However, with the existence of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo believed that as his strength improved, he'd be able to make it into the further depths of the Cemetery of Death. He could vaguely feel that the inner depths of the Cemetery of Death would have ways to help him become even stronger. Fanny seemed to think things through with Han Shuo's speech and she nodded with a smile. Perhaps you're right, I am indeed thinking too much. Alright, it's getting late. Go practice magic if you have nothing else. I'm going to go get dinner as well. How about if we go to dinner together? Han Shuo's heart lurched as he offered this naughty suggestion. Humph. Dream on. I will have nothing to do with you before you become an Adept Mage. Hurry and leave now. You're never up to any good if you stay here. Fanny smiled and waved a magic staff in her hand, trying to get Han Shuo to leave. Han Shuo was in no rush either as he yelped accordingly and backed up towards the door. Just as he was about to be swept out of the lab, he suddenly moved like a flash of lightning and kissed Fanny, laughing merrily as he made his escape amidst Fanny's embarrassment. Darned kid, I'll get you one day. Fanny said huffily as she slammed the lab door closed with an audible clang. At this moment, something registered in Han Shuo's mind as he suddenly heard a low panting sound. 3 original demons suddenly flew out without a sound and floated towards the origin of the sound. Earth Rider Clark was hiding by a fence post in the distance, his originally handsome features distorted by anger. He was staring at Han Shuo with a look of hatred, and Han Shuo was quite familiar with that kind of look. That was how Fitch had been looking at him before he'd taken his revenge. His heart chilled. Han Shuo suddenly felt that this was a bit tricky. Clark was an Earth Rider, and Han Shuo had witnessed the might of his strength before. Although Han Shuo's strength had taken great leaps forward, he was well aware of his limits and knew that he absolutely couldn't take Clark on alone. It was a bit difficult to be hated by such a character. Privately weighing up solutions to take care of him, Han Shuo walked slowly towards the dorm. The Earth Rider Clark was following close behind him, leaving silently only after Han Shuo walked into the dorm. Through his observation via the original demons, Han Shuo could clearly see the expression on Clark's face and knew that Clark wouldn't take things lying down. With his strength as an Earth Rider and the methods he displayed in the dark forest, Han Shuo believed that if Clark were to make a move against Han Shuo, he wouldn't try hidden subterfuge like that Kid Fitch. It was likely that Clark would bring about an attack as indomitable as a thunderbolt once he commenced, and would absolutely give him no chance to come back. With Clark's strength and confidence, he would never leave anyone alive. Clark and Claude were brothers, so their personalities were exceedingly similar. They were both people who appeared forthright and full of sunshine on the surface, but were characters that were filled with darkness inside. Han Shuo had long since discerned this point and thus been privately on guard against them. Han Shuo didn't linger in the dorm that night, but rather hid himself in the old warehouse, placing one original demon in the dorm. He wanted to see if Clark would take advantage of this opportunity to bring about a devastating blow to himself. The warehouse was as messy and dirty as usual as all sorts of useless items were shoved within, only to be cleaned in the morning by Borg and Carrie. Now that Han Shuo was tall, muscular, and more than double his original size, the warehouse was a bit of a tight fit for him, but for security concerns, he still had to do so. When all was quiet in the dead of night, Han Shuo meditated silently to concentrate his mental strength. As he remained alert mentally, his entire body seemed to meld with the color of the night. His breathing and heartbeat decreased at an astonishing pace. If it wasn't for the fact that heat remained within his body, bystanders would have thought he was a dead man. The speed of his meditations was much faster than it had previously been. Although Han Shuo had been mentally prepared for this phenomenon, when he felt the concentration speed of his mental strength was much faster than before and that his mental strength was replenishing at a flabbergasting pace, he finally understood that the level of his mental strength training had surely outstripped ordinary mages. After who knew how long, when the frosty night was about to pass, the original demons finally discovered Clark's body, just when Han Shuo felt that he'd overreacted and Clark wouldn't come by. In stark contrast to the dark mantle or any other nightwalker, Clark didn't conceal himself at all. He still wore the clothes that he had worn during the day, but his face appeared a bit overcast. He strode in from afar and didn't arouse anyone's attentions. When he arrived at the window of the room Han Shuo lived in, Clark dashed forward and leapt upwards, flying through the air and landed adroitly in Han Shuo's room. Although I don't have concrete proof, the disappearance of my younger brother Claude must surely have something to do with you. Don't think that I'm too harsh, it's that you're simply too irritating. You'll vanish after today, and Fanny will never find traces of you, even if she searches. Clark muttered to himself after landing through the window and surged forward like lightning, stabbing downwards with his sword. Han Shuo had used some of the pillows in the closet to set up his bed and made it seemed like someone was sleeping there. Therefore, when Clark stabbed downwards and even made a faint sound ring out with his sword, it gave him a feeling that something was amiss. Clark pulled back the blanket to see that there were only pillows inside. His face changed slightly. He stared off into space for only a moment and immediately put things back as they were. He retreated from the room like lightning and seemed to plan to return along the way he came. Just as this moment, the original demons patrolling the area suddenly felt another person's presence approaching. This person was like a shadow in the night, his body almost glued to the wall of the classroom building and observing Clark's actions from afar. Han Shuo had thought that this person was in cahoots with Clark, but when the person followed surreptitiously behind Clark after he left, Han Shuo immediately understood that this fellow's target should be Clark. He was greatly startled as he hadn't thought so many random, bizarre matters would take place in the academy. As he saw Clark and that person run in the direction of the night school, Han Shuo was deathly afraid that the original demons wouldn't be able to see everything clearly because they needed to keep a distance. He immediately dashed out of the warehouse and kept an exceedingly large distance between the two, observing them through the original demons. When the original demon followed them back to the night school, Han Shuo discovered that Clark entered one of the rooms and sat there without speaking. This room was where Clark had once spoken to Duke. It seemed like this was where Clark lived now. The shadow that had been following Clark made its way here and stood for a while in the distance after seeing Clark enter a room. He then made his way soundlessly in another direction in the night school. He sent an original demon to remain within Clark's room and had another keep watch on the surroundings. The third original demon followed that shadow, trying to glean more information about it. After a short while, the shadow made its way to an isolated room in the night school, lifted up a few tiles on the roof, and bounded into the room from above. "You've come back." Lawrence was sitting in the dim room and holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, speaking faintly to the shadow that had landed from the roof. Han Chuo was greatly astonished. He hadn't thought that the shadow's final destination would be Lawrence's room. As the son of a great finance minister in the empire, Lawrence had actually bought black iron ore from him a while back. Han Chuo had even sparred with Lawrence, and had some goodwill towards this person. To think that he'd sent someone to follow Clark. Han Chuo suddenly thought of Candide's words to him the first time he'd arrived in the Dark Mantle. Candide had said that Lawrence's identity was uncommon, and had reminded him that if Han Chuo walked too closely with Lawrence, it could result in attracting an enormous amount of trouble. Candide had wanted to speak further about Lawrence's identity, but didn't say more. When Han Chuo saw this scene, he immediately understood that Lawrence's identity wasn't as simple as merely the son of a great finance minister. The son of a finance minister wouldn't warrant such a reminder from one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. Yes, Clark went to the necromancy dorms after leaving his room and darted into one of the rooms. He seemed to want to kill one of the students. However, I saw him walk out with a dejected look on his face and didn't hear any sounds of fighting. He likely didn't find who he was looking for. The shadowy figure responded. Lawrence was suddenly interested as he looked at the shadowy figure. "Oh, that's a bit odd. Right, tell me which room did Clark enter?" When the shadow described the location of Han Chuo's room, Lawrence was taken aback and then smiled mysteriously, so he'd wanted to make a move against Brian. "Ha, this is interesting." "Quite interesting, indeed. It looks like I need to sit Brian down for a good conversation." Chapter 133. Chapter 133, I want to kill him too. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? He's just a necromancy major student, is he really worth that much attention from you? The shadow spoke in surprise. Ha, he's not ordinary. There's many mysteries surrounding him and even I can't figure out what secrets he holds now. This person is quite interesting. Lawrence spoke slowly with a smile. The goal of Clark's visit to the night school should be you this time. Most likely, he and that duke from the Kasi Empire wanted to make a move against you, but for some reason, their mission was aborted halfway through and Duke suddenly left our country. This entire matter is very bizarre. The man continued his report. Nodding his head and remaining silent for a while, Lawrence opened his mouth to say, "All right, you are dismissed for now. It's not that easy for Clark to make a move against me in the night school anyway." It looks like I need to move first and eliminate Clark." The shadow didn't say much when he heard those words and jumped up onto the roof, squirming out from a hole beneath the roof. He vanished into the distance as Lawrence sat inside, silently sipping his tea and contemplating something. The sky had already brightened at this point as the figure left and flew towards the mountains behind the academy, walking even further out. Han Chuo couldn't blatantly continue his pursuit either because of the lightened sky. Add to that, the matters of today, Han Chuo decided to momentarily give up on investigating that fellow. Making use of the time before the students of the night school had awoken, Han Chuo returned to the necromancy major early in the morning. He spent the morning alone in the dorm, practicing necromancy magic as usual and silently contemplating Lawrence's identity, and his relationship with Clark. Han Chuo moved to the academy's cafeteria for the first time at noon, resulting in a small riot. Each major of the academy had their own independent cafeteria, the dark major was no exception either. The cafeteria was divided into two, with the lower level being completely free. Students were free to partake after turning in their tuition fees, but of course, what was free naturally didn't taste that good. There was another level upstairs that many chefs were in charge of. Its level was much higher than the one beneath it. Of course, the food on this level could only be enjoyed by spending additional gold coins. It was usually for students who were more well off. Han Chuo was no longer a poverty-stricken scholar. There were enough gold coins stored in the crystal cards that were in his space ring for him to enjoy life as he would. Therefore, he didn't linger on the first level, went directly to the second. He swiped his crystal card to order a few expensive and exquisite dishes. He took a table for himself and started pigging out. After last time's battle, Han Chuo had become a celebrity in the school. Those enjoying their meals were now all dark major students. Although Han Chuo had gained glory for the dark major last time, his actions hadn't won respect for the dark major. Rather, he had thrown dirt in their faces. So when he appeared on the second level of the cafeteria, he had attracted everyone's attentions. Han Chuo paid no attention to any of this. As his strength and breadth of experience grew, he slowly paid less and less attention to these Babylon Academy students. In his heart, these students were only kids who'd never seen the outside world, so they posed no threat to him. So there you are!" Lisa exclaimed softly as she and Lawrence walked through the door. She smiled and walked over to Han Chuo with Lawrence. Lawrence smiled and nodded at Han Chuo from afar, then he went off to order his own food. Lisa sat down peremptorily in front of Han Chuo and she looked at the looks full of hostility around her. Her charming face chilled as she stuck her hands on her waist. "And just what are you looking at? What is there to look at here?" Although the little witch Lisa was in the weak necromancy major, her bad temper was renowned throughout the entire dark major. Therefore, when she yelled, those glaring at Han Chuo had their expressions turn ugly and they ducked their heads, muttering a few curses and then turned their heads again. "Pay no attention to them, they're just jealous of you." Looking around her and cursing angrily, Lisa sat down merrily and stared at Han Chuo. At a loss for words internally, Han Chuo said, "Then just let them be jealous. I won't lose any hair over their jealousy, but, if anyone dares materialize their jealousy into action, then I can promise that they won't only be short of hairs." Han Chuo had spoken softly in the beginning, but when he noticed that there were still people staring at him in hatred, he raised his voice with a cold face, filling it with a warning tone. Han Chuo hadn't dealt killing blows in last time's combat display, but the cold remoteness and resolution had already told everyone that he was absolutely not someone who was kind-hearted and would show mercy. The bystanders then had even had the strange impression that if it weren't for school rules, Han Chuo might very well have truly coldly killed those people. Therefore, when Han Chuo issued those warnings with an angry face, those who hadn't lowered their hostile gazes after Lisa's hectoring slowly ducked their heads in the end. "Ha, it looks like you're quite unpopular." Lawrence walked over from afar as he carried a tray of exquisite food. He sat down across from Han Chuo with a smile, next to Lisa, after giving a plate to her. Shrugging, Han Chuo said diffidently, "The key thing is that some people are truly too bored. They're incompetent, but have a strong sense of jealousy. Not only will they not be grateful if you show them a friendly face, but they'll think you fear them instead." "Indeed, I deeply empathize with your perspective." Lawrence chucked in agreement and nodded his head to say so. Amy and Athena, the two girls from the necromancy major, suddenly appeared at this time. When Lisa saw the two take another seat, she hesitated and then picked up her plate. "You guys chat, I'll go sit with Amy and the others." Lisa stood up after she spoke and made her way down two walkways, greeting Amy and the others in the distance and sat down with them. Han Chuo and Lawrence were the only ones left after Lisa's departure. Because of Lisa and Han Chuo's repeated warnings just now, there was a large area of free space around Han Chuo. Therefore, no one should be able to listen in on their conversation. "I've heard that Clark likes Fanny, but he left with a face full of dejected failure today because of your appearance. Did such a thing happen?" Lawrence seemed to ask randomly with a slight smile. Han Shuo was frantically going over things at this moment in his heart. He lifted his head to rake a glance over Lawrence and responded with seeming indifference. How could such a thing have happened? Master Fanny turned down Clark because she wasn't interested in him. This had nothing to do with me, don't you go sprouting random nonsense. Lawrence's expression abruptly turned normal after Han Shuo's words, and he then spoke merrily, Brian, Brian. We're friends, do you want to lie to me? Rumors of the matter between you and Master Fanny is all over the Dark Major. They say that nothing comes from nothing. I, for one, don't believe that there's nothing between the two of you. Say whatever you want to say. Han Shuo declined to comment. He lowered his head and continued eating, seeming to not mind Lawrence's words at all. I happen to know a bit about Clark's personality, he's not as just and kind as he appears on the surface. It looks like you've offended him. I've also heard that he suspects that you killed his little brother. It looks like you're in a spot of trouble. Lawrence continued to speak and used his eyes to silently observe Han Shuo's expression. When he saw that Han Shuo was completely unmoved, Lawrence remained silent for a bit and continued to speak. Brian, we're friends, right? Nodding, Han Shuo put down his cup and looked at Lawrence with a smile. I'd say so. Then all right. Since this is the case, I'm willing to bet that Clark will definitely make a move against you. I hope you believe me. Lawrence spoke seriously. Of course, when I returned to the dorms today, I saw that the blanket on my bed had traces of it being sliced open. It was a good thing that I wasn't in the dorms yesterday, otherwise you likely wouldn't have seen me today. I thought for a bit and felt that only Clark would want to act like this towards me. Lawrence had beat around the bush and said so much. His aims were slowly revealing themselves. Thus, Han Shuo knew what Lawrence was trying to do and stopped talking in circles, directly admitting to things. When these words were spoken, Lawrence's eyes lit up and he stared at Han Shuo in astonishment. He then flashed a brilliant smile and nodded, you're not a simple character at all. So you'd been prepared in advance. And to think that I'd been worried for you. Since you treat me as a friend, I can actually help you take Clark down. These words were the main point. A glimpse of astonishment flashed through Han Shuo's eyes as he took a deep look at Lawrence. He lowered his head and spoke lowly, you mean to say, you'll team up with me to kill Clark? A prickle of fright rippled through Lawrence as he was shocked. He looked around and said lowly, Brian, what makes you think that? Han Shuo stared at Lawrence, pausing for a bit. When he'd stared at Lawrence so that he caused the hairs on the back of the latter's neck to stand up, he spoke lowly, Lawrence, when you spoke of handling Clark just now, I could feel your killing intent. I can be certain that you also have these sort of thoughts too, right? It was Lawrence's turn to become silent after these words were spoken. It was like he was meeting Han Shuo for the first time. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with an odd look on his face and was silent for a long while before nodding. He sighed, Brian, I bow to your knowledge. That's right, I want to kill him too. This isn't a place to talk. I have some things to do today. Come find me tomorrow afternoon. Perhaps we can come up with a good plan. When Lawrence also spoke of his desire to kill Clark, Han Shuo suddenly didn't look at Lawrence anymore. He lowered his head and ate nonchalantly, speaking lowly as he did so. Also similarly silent, Lawrence and Han Shuo sat across from each other and ate with lowered heads. They didn't speak anymore, and didn't raise their heads to look at each other again. Maintaining this bizarre situation for a while, Han Shuo stood up after, walking outside with leisurely and unhurried strides. When Han Shuo was about to walk out of the cafeteria, that was when Lawrence suddenly raised his head and looked intently at Han Shuo's back, speaking in a voice audible only to him, what a frightening fellow. When he left the cafeteria, Han Shuo dwelled no more on what had happened. He left through the mountains to the back of the academy and hired a carriage when no one was looking, heading for the Booze Merchant Guild. This was the day that Han Shuo had set an appointment with Phoebe. The materials needed to refine the Earth elite zombies and the forest trolls' rations still needed to be done through Phoebe. Han Shuo was also starting to make preparations to refine the yin demons that were a step higher than the original demons after advancing to the true demon stage. Han Shuo had also discovered a place of extreme wood in the sacred ground of the forest trolls. This way, he could also refine the wood elite zombies and would have to trouble Phoebe for more materials. When he arrived at the guild, Han Shuo learned from Fabian that Phoebe had yet to return. Phoebe had left instructions with Fabian that if Han Shuo swung by, to have him wait for a bit. She would return later in the evening. Seeing that the night was still young, Han Shuo had Fabian lead the way to catch up with Jack. When Jack heard that Han Shuo had arrived, he was also delighted. He found an empty place for the two of them and they began chatting happily. Han Shuo learned from Jack that Phoebe quite valued him due to Han Shuo's recommendation. Jack was apprenticing beneath the best teacher in the guild, learning how to keep the books and knowledge of how to operate a business. It looked like Phoebe was planning on cultivating Jack into someone of Fabian's status. Phoebe finally returned when it was night and spoke immediately when she saw Han Shuo. "I've been busy all afternoon and made evening wear for you. Come with me to my room and change into it. Let me see if you fits you well." When Phoebe said that she had spent all afternoon to make evening wear for him, Han Shuo felt something odd stir in his heart. His heart lurched as he ambled confusedly after Phoebe, following her to her room. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, An Awkward Encounter. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. They entered Phoebe's room and stopped in front of an enormous mirror. Phoebe then stopped by a pile of black evening wear hemmed with exquisite, rolled gold edges that included a full set of boots and undergarments. "Change out of your clothes first and I'll help you with the exterior wear in a moment." Phoebe left after handing the pile of clothes to Han Shuo and went to wait outside. Han Shuo looked at the dress shirt, boots and bow tie with an aggrieved look. He hesitated, then followed Phoebe's request anyway and put them on. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt that he'd noticeably become more vigorous and handsome. "Are you done yet?" Phoebe asked outside. "Yes, I'm done," Han Shuo responded. When she heard Han Shuo's response, Phoebe walked in from outside and looked Han Shuo up and down with her clear eyes. She nodded, "It fits you very well. You look quite dashing in these clothes." "Oh, is that so? I feel quite good as well." Han Shuo smiled faintly with a careless response. "I'll help you with the outer jacket." Phoebe walked next to Han Shuo and picked up the jacket in Han Shuo's hands with ease. She didn't wait for Han Shuo to speak and took the initiative to help Han Shuo into the jacket, her expression quite happy. The two of them were close to each other as the faint fragrance wreathed around Phoebe wafted into Han Shuo's mouth and nose. Add to that Phoebe's indescribably tender movements, this all made Han Shuo's face flush and heart race. After Phoebe had helped Han Shuo into all pieces of his evening wear and helped him tie his tie, Phoebe took a small step backwards and focused her sparkling, beautiful eyes on Han Shuo, taking a deep look. "I hadn't thought that you were so fit. This set of formal wear appears to be quite form-fitting on you." Phoebe breathed softly with some surprise as she looked attentively at Han Shuo. "Then, did you finish what I asked you to do?" Han Shuo finally couldn't help but ask what he cared most about after holding in his words until now. She rolled her eyes ill-temperedly at Han Shuo, saying unhappily, "Can we not talk about your business for now, and talk about them after the banquet ends?" Han Shuo hadn't thought that his careless question would incur Phoebe's unhappiness. He thought privately that a woman's heart is difficult to guess all right. He was asking someone else for a favor and so could only nod his head with a rueful smile. All right. Don't give me that unwilling and reluctant look. I promise you that as long as you accompany me to the banquet and back, you'll leave the guild satisfied," Phoebe said when she saw that Han Shuo was sporting a wry grin. She then told him to wait for her for a bit and turned to walk into her room. After the sounds of rifling through clothing, a stunning Phoebe dressed in a simple, elegant pale blue dress with faint powder on appeared in front of Han Shuo. The unadorned, elegant pale blue dress tapered into a thin waist from the torso, fully offsetting the perfect curves of her chest and thin waist. The skirt that began around her lower body rippled like petals of beautiful flowers. It was as if waves were lapping when she walked. Her gorgeous cheeks were even more mesmerizing due to the presence of light makeup. Han Shuo was flabbergasted in the moment he saw her. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me in such a silly fashion?" Phoebe appeared a bit proud as she threw back her head a little arrogantly and asked Han Shuo. "No, nothing." Han Shuo's lips were a bit dry and responded after swallowing some saliva. Laughing lightly, Phoebe lifted her head and walked outside. A faint fragrance drifted around Han Shuo when she passed him. She opened her mouth after arriving in front of the door. "Let's go and attend the banquet now." Following behind Phoebe, Han Shuo got into a carriage that had long since been prepared. Two journeyman swordsmen were acting as groomsmen and spurring the horses on into the distance. "Where are we going?" Han Shuo couldn't help but open his mouth with a question when he saw that Phoebe was sitting in the carriage, seemingly thinking of something. "The finance minister of the empire is holding a banquet and has invited several notable business people in the empire. It's a meeting of the business people and a good timing to discuss business." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and opened her mouth to explain. Starting, Han Shuo said, "Then isn't that Lawrence's father's banquet?" "Eh? How do you know that Lawrence is the son of the finance minister of the empire?" Phoebe was a bit surprised and asked Han Shuo with confusion. "Lawrence and I have a good friendship, we're both from the academy. We've also had a few transactions before, so of course I know a few things about him." Han Shuo didn't tell Phoebe that Lisa had been the one to tell him about Lawrence. He spoke matter-of-factly, making it seem that the two of them had close relations. Phoebe didn't suspect a thing as she nodded, "So this is the case. I hadn't known that you were close to my senior brother. This rather surprises me." The two of them chatted about Lawrence afterwards. It was mostly Han Shuo taking the chance to ask questions and Phoebe responding. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Phoebe didn't know much about Lawrence. She only knew that he was the son of the empire's finance minister, and although they had the same master, the two of them didn't meet much. According to Phoebe's words, Lawrence didn't seem to be one who focused on training martial techniques. He spent more time studying random things with their teacher than martial techniques, so it was no wonder that Lawrence's martial skill wasn't that extraordinary. Phoebe was unsure about more of Lawrence's matters. She only knew that he dealt with people well and had a good relationship with their teacher. Lawrence was also a bit resourceful and seemed to have many secrets about him, but Phoebe was uncertain of that as well. The two of them had unknowingly arrived at their destination as they chatted. It wasn't until when Han Shuo got off from the carriage that he discovered they weren't too far away from the palace. Alighting from the carriage with Phoebe and walking to the door of a luxurious, opulent manor, there was a well-mannered butler long since awaiting to welcome Han Shuo and Phoebe inside. They made their way through a corridor and arrived in a courtyard surrounded by artificial mountains and rivers. They discovered that all sorts of soft and comfortable chairs had been placed in the surroundings, with many exquisite sweet delicacies and fine wine set up in the plains around the artificial mountains. People dressed in extravagant clothing were scattered in all areas, grasping wine glasses in their hands and conversing with a smile on their faces. When Han Shuo and Phoebe walked in, the stunning Phoebe immediately drew hot-eyed stares from many gentlemen within the area as well as some envious glances from some noble ladies. "Hello Phoebe, I'm very happy that you could come and participate in this time's banquet." An ordinary-looking middle-aged man with normal features called out softly from the grass next to the flowing waters, walking over with a smile. "Uncle Evie, how would Phoebe not dare attend an event that you've issued an invitation for?" Phoebe tugged on Han Shuo and walked in the direction of Finance Minister Evie of the Lancelot Empire. Evie Egedy was the father of Lawrence Egedy. Han Shuo stared at Evie, observing him closely and marveling at how Evie could sire such a handsome son as Lawrence, given his own ordinary features. He felt it truly incredible. "Is this handsome young fellow your boyfriend?" Evie looked at Han Shuo with a smile and asked in surprise when he saw Han Shuo standing by her side. Yes, Uncle Evie, he's called Brian and he's also quite close with senior brother Lawrence. Phoebe nodded and responded with a smile. She purposefully drew close to Han Shuo as they talked and reached out a hand to take his wrist, speaking with a look of happy contentment. Although he knew that Phoebe was doing so to purposefully prove their relationship to Evie, Han Shuo still felt something odd in his heart when Phoebe held onto him so intimately. Oh, so this is the case. Ha, Lawrence has returned from school today as well and is changing into his evening wear. I think he'll be out in a bit. You can have a nice chat later. Evie spoke with surprise and then smiled at Han Shuo and Phoebe. I'm a bit busy today and need to attend to other guests, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you for now. No worries Uncle Evie, go attend to what you need to do. Phoebe said graciously with politeness. Evie had just left when a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked towards Phoebe with a glass of wine in his hand. The man suddenly saw Han Shuo standing next to Phoebe before he'd reached her and his face immediately darkened, but he covered it quite well. It's been a few days, but Miss Phoebe is as beautiful and enchanting as ever. I don't know if you've considered the matter that I brought up to you last time. When the person reached Phoebe, his ardent gaze stared at Phoebe without abandon as he spoke in question. Apologies Mr. Cameron, our booze merchant guild is not willing to join your merchant guild. Phoebe's face resumed its cold expression as she flicked a glance at Cameron, speaking diffidently. Cameron's face changed as he stared deeply at Phoebe, saying, Our merchant guild exists to oppose the Brute Merchant Alliance. As members of the Brute Merchant Alliance, the McGrady Guild seems to pose quite a threat to your booze merchant guild. I hope you can seriously consider my proposal. Hello Mr. Cameron. Who are you talking to? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind as a curvaceous and alluring Emily, all dressed up, suddenly appeared behind Han Shuo. Her facial expression had been relaxed and carefree when it suddenly changed after she caught sight of Han Shuo when her body was turned. When her gaze landed on Phoebe holding onto Han Shuo's arm, her eyes danced even more as a weird look focused fixedly on Han Shuo. Chapter 135. Next chapter. Chapter 135, Giving Tit for Tat. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo received even more of a fright. He never thought that he'd run into Emily here. There was no way he could explain the fact that Phoebe's hand was wrapped around his arm. This beautiful lady is the master of the Booze Merchant Guild. Cameron's expression grew a bit reserved when he saw Emily appear and he spoke up politely. Emily's gaze was still focused on Han Shuo at this moment, and she only recollected herself after Cameron started speaking. She flicked a glance at Phoebe who stood to the side, saying faintly, So you're Miss Phoebe. This is Madame Emily, she's of the Empire's Betteridge family. Her husband is the second son of the head of the Betteridge family, Mr. Han. Cameron looked at Phoebe and cast some light on Emily's identity for her. The Betteridge family was a large family in the Empire, renowned for producing famous generals for the Empire. The Betteridge family had achieved many distinguished accomplishments for the Empire over the years, with Master Han now retired at home due to his advanced age. However, no one dared question his influence in the military. When she heard that Emily was of the Betteridge family, Phoebe's eyes lit up and she gave a friendly bow, Greetings to Madame Emily. Hee, you're too polite. This young fellow is quite handsome, is he your boyfriend? Emily had lost her composure earlier, but had fully recovered by now. She chuckled and stared at Han Shuo in inquiry. Phoebe had felt that Emily seemed to keep flicking glances at Han Shuo, but she didn't think much of it when she heard that Emily was already married. Now that she heard Emily's question, she immediately tightened her grasp on Han Shuo's arm and smiled, That's right, his name is Brian. Hello, beautiful Madame Emily, pleased to meet you. Han Shuo reached out a hand politely and wanted to shake hands with Emily. It's very nice to meet you, you're very much like one of my friends. An odd smile clung to the corners of Emily's mouth. She stretched out her hand and clasped Han Chuo's, but suddenly exerted pressure when their hands met as her fingers dug fiercely into the back of Han Chuo's hand that was facing the ground. A wry smile suddenly appearing on his face, Han Chuo knew that Emily was definitely doing this on purpose. He grimaced and revealed a pained expression. Emily's expression didn't change, but was obviously in a better mood after getting her revenge. She relaxed her hand and flicked a glance at Han Chuo and Phoebe, saying diffidently, "I need to go somewhere else for now, can I chat with you later?" "Of course." Phoebe agreed happily. Nodding, Emily sashayed away. She suddenly turned her head back halfway and viciously threw a look at Han Chuo when Phoebe and the others weren't paying attention. She made a subtle come-hither motion behind her back. I'm going to the restroom." Han Chuo understood Emily's meaning and leaned against Phoebe, whispering in her ear. He then extracted his arm from Phoebe's and left. He made a circle first and then walked past a corridor, sneaking towards a pavilion. Han Chuo's vision could clearly pick up traces of Emily's path, even without use of the original demons. He avoided some people along the way and made for an artificial mountain that was a bit out of the way. He'd just entered the artificial mountain when a shadow suddenly walked out from the gloom, giving Han Chuo's waist a firm pinch. The person spoke angrily next to Han Chuo's ear in a low voice, "How come you never told me that you actually have a girlfriend?" Han Chuo didn't even need to think to know that it was Emily. He turned the hand back on her and held her tightly, pushing her flush against the artificial mountain and running his hand over her pert bottom. His other hand clasped around her waist and kissed down on her brilliantly red lips. Ooh, Emily struggled twice and pounded furiously on Han Chuo's chest. She couldn't stop his invasion however, and her own body slowly began to grow hot and go limp. Emily was wearing a brown evening dress today. The long, tapering dress clung tightly to her mesmerizing body figure. The curvaceous evening dress was tight on the bottom as it enclosed around Emily's long, slender legs. It looked like the bottom half of a mermaid, further enhancing the body's slenderness. Breasts that looked like they were about to burst out of their fabric and a well-rounded, pert bottom were firm and toned. They were also completely accessible beneath the dress and left nothing to one's imagination, sending out a strong allure. When she sashayed, Emily sent alluring beams of beauty all over, appearing to be an incomparably beautiful woman. Han Chuo had noticed that many men present were looking at Emily with a completely distracted look, staring so hard that it seemed their eyes were about to fall out. "Speak, what's with that, Phoebe?" After they were done, Emily bit off her words while she helped Han Chuo clean up. Basking in his freedom from inhibitions and lying back comfortably with closed eyes, Han Chuo leaned on the artificial mountain and explained about the matters between him and Phoebe. Emily's face warmed a little afterwards, but didn't let Han Chuo entirely off the hook. She suddenly naughtily grabbed Han Chuo's lower body and said huffily, "Phoebe, that little chit looked so natural with her hand around your arm just now, she didn't look like she was pretending at all. I think things aren't that simple between the two of you." His little brother having been caught, Han Chuo exclaimed in surprise. He hastily straightened his pants and breathed a sigh of relief, explaining mischievously, all right, don't be jealous. We really don't have that kind of relationship. Brian, are you here? I'm looking for you." The original demons detected Lawrence calling out loudly and approaching this area at this time. Damn it, what's he doing here? Han Chuo felt a shiver of horror as he and Emily hastily adjusted their clothing, anxiety written over their faces. Lawrence seemed to know that Han Chuo was here as he yelled and walked in this direction. When Lawrence was almost where they were, Han Chuo pointed in another direction and said to Emily, "Leave in that direction, now." Emily was also in complete disarray right now as she hiked up her dress and stumbled into a run out of there. When Lawrence finally showed himself, he laughed merrily, "I was asking people where you were and the butler said he saw you walk in this direction. You were indeed here." Who's that?" Lawrence spoke with a smile when he saw Han Chuo and then suddenly caught a glimpse of Emily's back disappearing in another direction. He immediately exclaimed softly in surprise and looked at Han Chuo with a look of confusion. No, nothing. No, I don't know. Han Chuo had finally gotten everything in order and was privately cursing Lawrence as a bastard. He stammered a bit incoherently when he opened his mouth. Lawrence's facial expression was a bit odd as he took a few glances at Han Chuo, suddenly saying, I just heard Phoebe say that you're her boyfriend and was about to come find you for a good chatting. I happened to see a woman leave. Are you going behind my junior sister's back and coming here to rendezvous with another woman? Haha, how is that possible? You must have seen incorrectly, or someone happened to walk by. Han Chuo glossed things over and then changed the topic with a solemn face, saying to Lawrence, how do you plan on proceeding with regards to Clark? Seeming to see through Han Chuo's purposeful attempt to change the subject, Lawrence looked oddly at Han Chuo and didn't continue asking him. He said with a smile, my father is holding the banquet today and you're attending as a guest. You should thoroughly enjoy yourself. Let's not talk about such dirty tasks. Lawrence's words happened to fall in line with Han Chuo's thoughts. He walked out with a faint smile. All right, then let's go back to the banquet hall. Nodding, Lawrence didn't say much else as he left the area with Han Chuo, walking back to the banquet hall. A melodious song had started sounding at some point as many of the guests outside had entered a large lobby. Some of these people started dancing gracefully in the rises and falls of the music. Those without partners or without interests stood around the outskirts by themselves. Off in the distance, Phoebe's expression appeared quite irritated as she impatiently dealt with Cameron's conversation. There was another madam standing next to Cameron wearing a disdainful cold smile on her face. She seemed to be saying something to Phoebe that made her facial expression become uglier and uglier. What's going on? Han Chuo asked Phoebe with a frown when he and Lawrence walked over. Oh, this little thing is your boyfriend? Ha, he's just an ordinary student at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. How would he measure up to Mr. Cameron's wealth? Oh, are you paying for this little thing's tuition? It'd be very interesting that way. This older lady was wearing luxurious clothing and adorned in brilliant jewels, seemingly deathly afraid that people wouldn't know that she had money. Her features were middling, but her body was curvy to the point of being over the top. She rather appeared a bit bloated. Who's this old granny? Han Chuo flicked a surprised glance at this older lady when he walked over and exclaimed to Phoebe. Phoebe covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Her face then regained its composure as she said, she's Madame Valerie of Lilan Garments. Impudent thing, with which eye did you see an old granny? Valerie was beyond incensed as she placed her hands on her hips and glared at Han Chuo. Pointing at his left eye, Han Chuo said, this left eye. He then pointed at his other eye and continued, this right eye. A trace of a delighted smile curved Phoebe's eyes as she came over to tenderly hug Han Chuo's arm, saying to Valerie, he's just this blunt, I'm truly sorry. As a sword master, Phoebe's own strength was unquestionable. However, she wasn't adept at verbally sparring with others and couldn't bear to let go of her face to do so. With Han Chuo at her side kicking things off, however, she didn't mind going with the flow and adding fuel to the fire. Old granny, you're already at an advanced age. You should be staying at home and enjoying the little bit of time you have left. What are you doing in the outside world putting your face out there? In addition, the difference in our ages is simply too great to the point of being unable to communicate. If you're truly that lonely, you should find someone similar to your age to communicate with. Han Chuo ignored Valerie's anger and mocked viciously. He then pointed at someone in front and said, there, you should communicate with that old gentleman over thing. You can flirt with him and maybe experience some old love. There was an elder man with white hair, holding a cane, in the direction that Han Chuo was pointing in. He was sitting on a chair not too far away and slowly drinking wine. Valerie took a look at the old man and was so angry that her cheeks were red. The two meatballs in front of her chest swayed back and forth as she turned to stare at Han Chuo angrily, unsure of what to say. Following Han Chuo's gaze, Cameron, Phoebe, and Lawrence looked at the old man at the same time. Phoebe laughed lightly and pinched Han Chuo covertly, seeming to admonish him for making fun of the elderly. Cameron looked at the old man and turned his head, telling Valerie in a low voice to not be angry. However, when Lawrence looked at the old man, his facial expression suddenly changed as he was a bit shocked and taken aback. He finally revealed an odd, wry smile. "Little fellow, I heard you were talking crap about me from afar." The old man suddenly turned at this moment and looked at Han Chuo with bright, piercing eyes, speaking with a resonant, carrying voice. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Difference in Position. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo was flabbergasted when he saw the old man get to his feet and walk over. He hadn't discovered it when the old man was sitting, but when the old man drew himself up straight, he immediately appeared extraordinarily awe-inspiring. His body was tall and fit, and didn't appear old and clumsy in the slightest. Phoebe pinched Han Chuo covertly, wanting him to hurry and apologize. Lawrence, on the other side, kept throwing glances at Han Chuo, seeming to urge him into an apology to the old man. When he saw the old man walk over, Han Chuo said with a rueful smile, "Your ears are truly sensitive, but I didn't say anything bad about you, just wanted to introduce a good companion to you in your old age." "Oh? Now this is a bit interesting. I didn't think you'd be so kind-hearted." The old man walked over and flicked a glance at Han Chuo, one that sent chills running through his heart. He then pointed at Phoebe and smiled, "Do you mean this beautiful lady? If it's her, I'd be very happy to, heh." Han Chuo was immediately gobsmacked by these words as Phoebe's face turned bright red. She flung a vicious glance at Han Chuo, seeming to blame him for playing with fire. "No, this lady is noticeably unsuitable for your age. I was thinking that this old granny is more suitable for you." Han Chuo felt that his aura was a bit blocked when he faced this old man. He opened his mouth and continued spouting off random nonsense in an effort to shake off that oppressing feeling. On the other side, Lawrence appeared a bit anxious and continued sending certain looks at Han Chuo. However, he was still a bit too late as Han Chuo spoke his mind. "Such a rude thing lacking breeding and vision. In what way am I a good match for this old thing? Are you seeking death?" Valerie was exceedingly angry as she bawled out at Han Chuo with a violent look. She also glared at the elder as well for good measure. "Little fellow, you must be joking. Although I'm not young, I'm noticeably younger than this madam. I think she'd be more suited for my late grandfather." When the elder heard Valerie also curse at him, he actually merrily riposted in the same manner. Although his age was advanced, his words made Valerie out to be completely worthless. Valerie was so incensed, that smoke was almost rising from her 7 orifices. She immediately stared at the old man angrily and shouted, "Damned decrepit thing, how dare you say that about me?" A slap rang out as Lawrence suddenly made his move and flung a slap at the rich madam. He said with a cold face to Cameron off on the side, "Uncle Cameron, your friend is simply too rude. We don't welcome people like her. Please have her leave immediately." Cameron's face changed slightly as he couldn't quite understand why Lawrence would do so. The madam almost wanted to go on a rampage. She covered her mouth as a few traces of blood could be seen. It looked like Lawrence hadn't held back with this slap. Cameron began to subtly feel that something was amiss and was about to ask what Lawrence meant when Finance Minister Evie walked over from the distance. He immediately cried out with surprise when he came over and gave a bow, "Master Han, what brings you here?" Han Chuo's heart jumped with surprise as he suddenly remembered Mr. Cameron's talk of Emily's identity earlier. The current head of the Betteridge family was called Han. As he thought of this and once again looked at the elder, he vaguely guessed at his identity. Cameron's face also changed as he shouted coldly at Valerie in a low voice. "Shut up!" He restrained Valerie, who'd been about to continue making a fuss. He then spoke fearfully to the elder, "My apologies Master Han, we've been most impolite. I will take her away now and personally visit in a few days to offer my apologies. Valerie had finally recovered herself in this moment and her expression was filled with awe and fear as well. She stood there in a dumb haze, not sure of what to say. It was obvious that she was stunned by Han's identity. No need, our Betteridge clan cannot accommodate such characters like you. Han on the other hand, maintained his usual expression and cast a cold look at the two of them as he spoke faintly. Cameron's expression was still humble as he continued to express his apologies and kept tugging the dazed Valerie, quickly walking outside. He kept bowing and offering his apologies before he left, until his figure vanished into the distance. In this world, even with all the many gold coins that merchants could earn, their status in society would never be on par with nobles such as Han, particularly when Han's clansmen were senior officials in the military. They wouldn't dare offend Han no matter what. Little fellow, you've got some guts. Seeing that Han Chuo still had the same expression on his face after Cameron had left with clear explanations from Lawrence and Evie, Han was a bit surprised to see that Han Chuo didn't offer an apology or appear that frightened. He snorted softly at Han Chuo. Actually, when he found out Han's identity, Han Chuo was also a bit shocked. However, he hadn't said anything that was too offensive just now, so he wasn't that afraid of Han. When he heard Han's words, Han Chuo said with a conciliatory smile, I was just joking with you earlier, I think you surely wouldn't mind with your magnanimity. Heh heh, I'm a very narrow-minded person. Everyone knows that. Han laughed oddly and responded with something outside of Han Chuo's expectations. This made Han Chuo feel a bit taken aback as he stood there, at a loss for appropriate words. Honored father, what are you guys standing here chatting about? Emily had changed into a new set of clothes at this time and first flicked a glance at Han Chuo, then looking at Han in surprise. Emily had married Han's second son, but that unlucky fellow hadn't had time to consummate the marriage before Han had sent him onto the battlefield. He hadn't returned in the end and had left Emily a widow. Therefore, after Emily had become a Betteridge daughter-in-law, old Han kept reprimanding himself and felt that he owed something to his son and daughter-in-law. It was said that he dearly loved Emily and was even closer to her than his own son. Nothing much, just that I've met an interesting little fellow. Let's go, let's go. I'll go dance with you. I don't understand you at all. You used to never bring a date to these banquets, but wanted to drag me along this time. You'll be the death of me sooner or later. Old Han first responded carelessly and then complained merrily as he walked towards the dance hall. Emily had wanted to speak more, but she could only quickly follow after old Han. When she left, however, Emily still raked Han Chuo with a subtle glance. Old Han's words seemed to subtly indicate something. He thought about it briefly and understood that it might have been because of him to make Emily change. He was quite touched internally. So she's Madame Emily. It should be my first time meeting her today, but why does her back look a bit familiar? Lawrence looked in the direction that Emily had disappeared in and flicked a glance at Han Chuo, questioning in a low voice. Lawrence's words seemed to point at something, particularly that last glance at Han Chuo. This made Han Chuo feel that Lawrence seemed to have discovered something, but to Han Chuo, his relationship with Phoebe was the fake one, and thus he wasn't afraid of Lawrence telling Phoebe about his relationship with Emily. He felt that he was on firm ground at heart and wasn't panicked. Little Phoebe, you didn't offend old Han, did you? Finance Minister Evie looked at Phoebe and spoke with a bit of worry after Han and Emily had left. Never mind Phoebe's matters, heh. Go back to whatever you were busy with and don't worry. I'll take care of things here. Lawrence stood by the side and suddenly spoke up. Evie seemed to listen very much to Lawrence as he nodded and didn't say much else after Lawrence had opened his mouth. He left with a slight smile. Don't worry, Master Han isn't someone who confuses right from wrong. He won't make trouble for you, I can promise that. The ball has already started, the two of you can go enjoy yourselves. Lawrence spoke with a small smile at Han Chuo and Phoebe after Evie had left. Understood, senior brother. Phoebe smiled and pulled on Han Chuo's arm, seeming to say randomly, "Come, dance with me." Han Chuo started and said a bit frantically, "Forget it, I don't know how to dance, not at all." Phoebe started and hesitated. Just as she was about to give up, her eyebrow suddenly lifted and she said a bit mischievously, "No problem, I can teach you. It's really simple." "Forget it, I'm really stupid. It won't be good for me to embarrass you in front of everyone." Han Chuo shook his head and declined with a wry smile. Her slender, white neck rising up, Phoebe said with a bit of a pout, "What did you promise me before? Don't try to change the subject." Phoebe wrapped her hands firmly around Han Chuo's arm after she'd spoken, with no thought of whether or not Han Chuo had agreed. She tugged him in the direction of dance floor, not giving him the chance to decline. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Strange Happenings at the Ball. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was resigned as he allowed Phoebe to drag him over to the dance floor. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volari Translations. When he reached the dance floor, he noticed that a few merchants and other nobles were holding onto the waists of their ladies and dancing gracefully in the center of the floor. Han Chuo stood dumbly in a corner after being led there by Phoebe, watching the others dance with narrowed eyes and praying that he wouldn't be too embarrassing later. "Here, place your arm around my waist." Phoebe's body twisted as she stood across from Han Chuo. Her slender jade hands rose as she placed one into Han Chuo's right hand, guiding Han Chuo's left hand to her waist with her right hand. All other reproductions of this chapter are theft. When Phoebe's small hand landed in Han Chuo's large hand, Han Chuo's heart lurched slightly as it never had before. A smooth, warm, and boneless small hand felt quite comfortable to the touch. Han Chuo couldn't help but squeeze her hand, which caused Phoebe's body to tremble all over, her cheeks reddening unknowingly. She glared at Han Chuo and said softly, "No monkey business allowed." When Han Chuo's large hand landed on Phoebe's waist and the two of their bodies were flush against each other, they could smell the scent on each other, and their breaths would even waft into each other's mouths and nose when they spoke. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volari Translations. "Come, I'll lead you in dancing, just follow my rhythm." Phoebe was a bit scared to look directly at Han Chuo as she lowered her head and said that. She took a deep breath in, placing her empty hand on his shoulder and slowly walked towards the dance floor. Phoebe appeared to let go of her reservations with the elegant and wonderful music. She didn't continue looking down at the floor, but stared soulfully at Han Chuo with her beautiful eyes. She explained the main tenets of dancing to Han Chuo in a low voice. Translator at Volare has not given permission for her works to be reproduced elsewhere. With Han Chuo's current intelligence and observation skills, he'd already grasped the main principles of dancing after a round of observation. When he listened to Phoebe's detailed explanations and was led forward by her, he immediately grasped the knack of dancing and slowly became familiar with dancing after his initial unfamiliarity. Phoebe was a sword master, and thus her strength, flexibility, and agility was naturally extraordinary. After enduring the reforging from the magical Yuan, all the various functions of Han Chuo's body were even more outstanding than an ordinary person's. When their two bodies leaned close to each other and settled into the same rhythm, their dancing style was very much in sync and quite mesmerizing. Their bodies leveraged the fact that their hands were clasped together to move in incredibly harmony. Han Chuo would understand what Phoebe meant when she sent a glance over, and his footsteps would move with Phoebe's, in moving slowly, quickly, or turning. This kind of wondrous sensation caused ripples of odd emotion in both Phoebe and Han Chuo's heart. When the song was over, both of them felt that they hadn't given full expression to their thoughts, so when the next song sounded, Phoebe pulled Han Chuo into a dancing form again. Their strong accordance perfectly demonstrated another dance to perfection, and their handsome and beautiful forms attracted much attention from the many eyes within the dance floor. Reproduction of any GDK chapter is theft, even if credit is given. Just as he was feeling greatly content, Han Shuo's eyes swept the area and suddenly noticed Emily dancing with old Han not too far away. A pair of eyes full of the light of jealousy were fixed intently on him. This made Han Shuo's heart jump and flash a rueful smile at Emily from afar. When she saw that Han Shuo had only just now noticed her gaze, Emily was a bit angry as she viciously rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, telling him that she was truly jealous. There was really no way that Han Shuo could explain anything at this moment, and could only smile wryly at Emily in the distance. Several waiters appeared from 3 directions at this time. Their gazes were flitting back and forth and their steps light and slow, as if trying to hide something. Han Shuo hadn't paid them much attention at first, but his sensitive ears seemed to filter out the wondrous music and heard a very, very faint tinkling sound. This seemed to be the sound that jade and jewels would make after hitting metal. Do the right thing, don't support theft. His thoughts racing slightly, Han Shuo's expression tightened as he began to involuntarily closely observe the waiters who had just appeared. As everyone was mesmerized in romantic dance steps, the appearance of several waiters holding trays with wine glasses on them was a bit jarring. In addition, although the waiters' gazes were calm, they would involuntarily travel to old Han in the middle of the dance floor, with a cold light subtly appearing when their eyes landed on him. As Han Shuo continued his observations, he noticed that the waiters were slowly converging on one area. He also judged that Emily's and old Han's footsteps would travel to where the waiters were in another few breaths. Han Shuo vaguely felt uneasy as he noted the waiters' gazes. His mind racing now, Han Shuo tilted his forehead forward and brought his lips up to Phoebe's ears. Lost in the dance, Phoebe suddenly sensed Han Shuo's movements and her heart was thrown into disarray. The redness of her cheeks spread out to her nape. She moved her neck slightly to the left, seeming to want to put some distance between Han Shuo's lips and her neck. She then quickly lifted her head and snuck a glance at Han Shuo after moving her head like that, noticing that Han Shuo had furrowed his brow. This made her heart panic even more. She hesitated a bit and seemed to decide on something, rolling her eyes at Han Shuo inwardly. Her neck didn't continue to dodge and stayed there as she seemed to be waiting for something with reddened cheeks. Those waiters seemed to want to take action against old Han and Madame Emily. I made a joke out of old Han just now earlier. Move there with me now and I'll go and repay him for his favor. Han Shuo finally placed his lips next to Phoebe's ears and said softly. Her body had first trembled in anticipation, Phoebe's body had then changed from soft and pliable to quite stiff after Han Shuo had spoken his words. A trace of disappointment flashed through her heart, after which she widened the distance between her and Han Shuo to use her eyes to indicate that she understood. Looking at Phoebe's gaze, Han Shuo knew that Phoebe had fully understood his intentions, given how in sync he was with her. He nodded and didn't say much else, covertly changing their dance moves together. The two of them exchanged positions with another couple at an unknown moment and swiftly danced towards old Han and Emily. To Han Shuo, he wasn't doing so in order to pay back old Han any sort of favor. He was doing so because Emily was there. Emily was dancing with old Han and when she saw Han Shuo winking incessantly at her, she thought that Han Shuo was feeling guilty and wanted to explain something. She glared huffily at Han Shuo and turned her head to no longer look at him again, seeming to still be greatly angry. Seeing danger approach, Han Shuo's heart became more and more calm. His gaze focused on the bodies of the waiters and mentally charted out their plan of action and timing. He measured it all up clearly and accurately calculated when they would make their move. When Emily and old Han finally started moving towards a corner, Han Shuo's large hand on Phoebe's waist suddenly abruptly exerted force and they took 2 quick steps towards Emily. At the same time, the gazes and demeanors of the waiters, who'd waited for quite a while suddenly made a drastic change from their peaceful looks. A cold and severe presence emanated from their bodies. The waiter, with the tray of wine glasses in his hand, suddenly flung it forward, sending the tray and its contents flying towards Emily and old Han. Their bodies moved at the same time as a dagger, sparkling with cold light stabbed towards old Han and Emily like lightning. Emily and old Han had been dancing to the graceful music when their faces suddenly changed drastically, but when they reacted, the fatal attack was already close at hand. One dagger stabbed towards Emily as another four stabbed towards Old Han. The 5 assassins moved quickly and cleanly. It was obvious to see that they were old hats with lots of tough training under their belts. A sharp and severe whistling suddenly sounded, appearing all the more ear-piercing in the midst of the melodious music. The demon slayer edge shot out of Han Chuo's sleeve like lightning in accordance to his thoughts, aiming for the dagger, making straight for Emily. Han Chuo and Phoebe had swiftly whirled to Old Han's side at this time and surged into the other 4 assassins, attacking Old Han before they'd had a chance to react. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volari Translations. Having long since made their preparations, Han Chuo and Phoebe acted to defend at the same time. Han Chuo used a dwarf-forged dagger to block a hit. Phoebe's long sword twirled fiercely and strongly deflected 2 daggers into the sky. Making use of this opening, Han Chuo shoved fiercely with his back and tried to push Old Han away from the danger zone. To his surprise, Old Han wasn't pushed out of the way after his strong shove. Old Han's upper body swayed slightly as he reached through the air to snatch out a flying tray. Old Han hauled it behind him and blocked the last dagger with a loud clang. The suddenly appearing Han Chuo and Phoebe had blocked 3 of the daggers that had been for Old Han, completely throwing the assassins' plans into disarray. The 5 waiters looked at each other and didn't make another move. They retreated quickly towards the outside as screams and panic ensued on the dance floor, with everyone trying to flee and hide. Old Han and Phoebe both set their sights on different assassins and immediately ran off in pursuit. As the 2 of them were taking action, Han Chuo quickly ran to Emily's side and grabbed her hand, saying lowly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, go after the assassins." Emily was a senior executive of the Dark Mantle, all right. She didn't display any panic and immediately admonished Han Chuo lightly. "It's none of my business, it's good as long as you're all right. Everything else has nothing to do with me." Han Chuo shook his head and picked up a wine glass from beside him at random, staying where he was, and slowly sipped at wine as he looked at Emily, having not the slightest intention to rise. You darned brat." The meaning behind Han Chuo's words was obviously placing Emily's safety first and being too lazy to care about anything else. When Emily heard his words, she was both angry at Han Chuo not listening to her and touched by his concern. She pouted and rebuked him. The dance floor was in complete chaos at this moment as the merchants reacted to the sudden developments. They were all fleeing in mass panic to the courtyard beyond the dance floor. No one was paying any attention to the conversation between Han Chuo and Emily. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people on the dance floor, Han Chuo and Emily finally walked outside. A grave, sharp sound sounded when they reached the door as the demon slayer edge threaded through the frantically fleeing crowd and suddenly landed in Han Chuo's palm, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "The person who attacked you is dead," Han Chuo said faintly to Emily when he put the demon slayer edge away. When the demon slayer edge had flown back just now, it had been flying close to the ground. The people panicking around it naturally hadn't noticed, but Emily had been walking with Han Chuo and had seen the demon slayer's miraculous, automatic flight with her own eyes. It then concealed itself within Han Chuo's sleeve, making Emily flabbergasted. "What's the weapon that you're using?" Emily's voice trembled as she looked in disbelief at Han Chuo. The demon slayer edge that could fly according to his own will naturally appeared mysterious and unpredictable in this world. It was understandable that Emily was so shocked. Smiling mysteriously, Han Chuo explained with a dashing air, "This has to do with the martial arts technique that I'm training. I'm not at liberty to explain. All you have to know is that my weapon is indeed a bit different." "You wicked brat, just how many secrets are hidden amongst yourself?" Strange lights danced in Emily's eyes as they focused on Han Chuo, asking with extreme curiosity. Shrugging, Han Chuo smiled without responding and gave off the air of unfathomable mysteriousness. This made Emily's teeth itch to throw all decorum to the winds and bite him where they stood. Just as Han Chuo and Emily were conversing quietly, the chaotic scene slowly came under control as Phoebe, Old Han, a slightly frantic finance minister EV, and Lawrence, with a darkened expression, returned from all directions. One made it out and the others committed suicide. There was nothing to be gleaned from their bodies. Phoebe first looked in surprise at Han Shuo and Emily and spoke lowly to Han Shuo when she returned. Han Shuo and Emily had already put some distance between themselves before Phoebe and the others had returned, and their expressions had gone back to normal and didn't express anything special in particular. Therefore, although Phoebe was curious why Han Shuo hadn't gone after the killers and stayed with Emily, she didn't ask anything. "Little fellow, thank you for your aid in saving me and Emily," Old Han said approvingly to Han Shuo with a smile after he walked over. "Not at all, treat it as me returning the favor after making a joke out of you earlier. Heh, this way even if you really were narrow-minded, you likely wouldn't be able to find it within yourself to make trouble for me." Han Shuo winded at Old Han and said teasingly. Old Han laughed heartily when these words were uttered. "Fascinating, what a fascinating little fellow." Chapter 138. Chapter 138, We Can Be Together. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? I'm so sorry, it was because our defensive precautions weren't good enough that it caused you to be frightened. Finance Minister Ev spoke with a look of worry to Han. Waving his hands, Han's face was grave as he said seriously, "Don't apologize, Ev, I won't hold you responsible. Don't investigate this matter further, I'll handle it myself." Ev first heaved a sigh of relief when Han said so and then asked askance, "Why?" "Honored father, since Grandpa Han has already spoken, don't think too much about it." Lawrence's face was a bit dark as he spoke to Ev. Lawrence, don't you worry either. I know who did this." Han flicked a glance at Lawrence and seemed to know something as he spoke. Lawrence nodded his head remotely and looked towards Han Shuo and Phoebe. He hesitated for a moment, then asked Phoebe, "Did Cameron try to force you to join his organization's merchant alliance?" "Yes, but I've already turned him down," Phoebe responded. "Very good, don't give in at any cost, otherwise your booze merchant guild will face incredible danger." Lawrence, who contemplated silently, gave this piece of advice to Phoebe. Taking in their conversation, Han Shuo made his observations. He seemed to notice something from Lawrence and Han's discussion, but since the two of them didn't talk about anything tangible and so he didn't inquire further. As for the other matters, Han Shuo wasn't that curious about them. Since this assassination attempt had taken place, it was difficult for the banquet to continue. Han Shuo lazily stretched his waist and said to Phoebe, "I believe the banquet is already over. Can we leave now?" Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Phoebe bowed slightly to Evie and Old Han. Then, with a slight smile, she said, "We still have matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now." Evie couldn't very well keep them now that such a matter had occurred. He sighed and said lowly, "All right, be careful on your way back. Brian, remember what we said, I'll come find you tomorrow. Don't disappear for another few days now." When he saw that Phoebe and Han Shuo were about to leave, Lawrence suddenly reminded Han Shuo not to forget their arranged appointment. Han Shuo nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to leave, Han opened his mouth again, "So you're Brian, heh. I'll remember you." Smiling and not responding, Han Shuo and Phoebe left the banquet along with some other merchants who were leaving in a hurry. Everyone boarded their carriages and travelled back along their original routes. Just who wants to kill that old Han? Even I know of Master Han's accomplishments for the Empire. Many of the current officers in the military are Master Han's former men. With his status, there shouldn't be that many within the Empire who dare make a move against him. Phoebe's beautiful eyebrows creased slightly after they entered the carriage and she spoke with a distant voice. To remain vigilant, the three original demons had been deposited nearby and were continuously keeping an eye on the surroundings. When Phoebe had voiced her thoughts, Han Shuo thought briefly and said, "We helped old Han today, but that may bring great trouble to us. But for your merchant guild, the advantages of having a good relationship with old Han definitely outweigh its disadvantages. However, this matter doesn't have much to do with me as I'm not afraid of anything. But you, you should be careful. Phoebe flashed her teeth in a smile, don't you worry, I know my limits. Then I won't speak further. Can you now fully detail the items you promised me? Han Shuo nodded and then drew himself up slightly, staring straight at Phoebe as he asked this question. All right, just look at you. I found someone to professionally assess the wealth that you obtained from that unknown source. It's worth roughly 40,000 gold and can fully cover those random items you purchased. In addition, I've thoroughly prepared large amounts of rations for you. However, the space ring with a larger capacity that you want will take some time. There's temporarily no supply of that in the market. Phoebe's spirits hadn't been dampened with running into an attack on the banquet, as she spoke quite light-heartedly at this moment. When Phoebe spoke thus, Han Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and revealed a very gratified expression. He spoke with a laugh, I'm at ease with you at the helm. Forget about the space ring, I've just gotten one with an even bigger storage space. When we arrive at the guild, you can take what you need. I've already taken the risk of gathering all of it earlier when I didn't know if you'd have enough gold coins to pay for it all. Be at ease, there won't be any troubles. Phoebe threw her head back proudly and said softly. Han Shuo was a bit touched by Phoebe's words. He knew that Phoebe had taken the risk to do so purely based on their friendship. Phoebe had even thought of paying for some of it herself. From this point alone, he could conclude that Phoebe was a friend worth having. Just as Han Shuo was feeling gratitude, Phoebe reached out and pinched Han Shuo's cheek while glaring at Han Shuo. Also, you lied to me that you didn't know how to dance. You were so well practiced. You're the worst. In all honesty, Han Shuo wouldn't have known how to dance if it wasn't for this time's banquet. He'd learned on the spot and muddled his way through. It was only because his brain had been developed so much that his ability to pick things up was incredible. This was why Phoebe had the misconception that Han Shuo was pretending that he didn't know how to dance. I'm innocent. I really didn't know how to dance before, you were a good teacher. Han Shuo complained with an aggrieved air. Do you like dancing with me? Phoebe suddenly lowered her head to ask softly, and she looked a bit bashful. Nodding, Han Shuo responded carelessly, yes, it feels rather nice. Then, I want you to promise me that you will dance with me again next time, or I won't help you with your matters in the future. Phoebe's face lit up as she spoke happily. All right, I promise you. As long as you help me seriously, I'll promise you anything you want. I have no problem killing or setting fires for you, not to mention dancing. As there were plenty of annoying matters that he'd have to bother Phoebe with in the future, Han Shuo agreed without any hesitation. The two of them didn't run into any troubles along the way as they returned amidst happy chatter. When they arrived at the Buzz Merchant Guild, Phoebe took out the materials that Han Shuo needed, including a few warehouses full of rations and daily necessities, almost filling up Han Shuo's current space ring. Keep the other gold coins for me for now. In addition, these are the other materials that I need you to purchase, please continue collecting them for me. The wood elite zombies and yin demons all needed to be refined. Han Shuo had therefore prepared another list and gave it to Phoebe after taking care of everything that needed his attention. Looking over the list that Han Shuo handed over, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo with surprise, saying, rations for hundreds of people and all sorts of bizarre materials, just what are you planning on doing? Heh, nothing much. Just take care of it for me and I'll make up for the insufficient gold to you next time I visit. Han Shuo didn't explain much as he uttered this sentence and left the Buzz Merchant Guild, returning to the academy alone. When Han Shuo returned to the Necromancy Major, it was already pitch black outside. The chilly wind of winter howled through the night and it was so bone-achingly cold that no one wanted to venture outside. However, there was a figure standing not too far outside the entrance to the dorms. It was so cold that the figure's small face was beet red as it continued to circle around a stone statue not too far away. What are you doing here? Han Shuo couldn't help but ask when he saw that the figure was Lisa. I'm waiting for you. Lisa's eyes displayed happiness when she saw Han Shuo appear, and she quickly walked towards Han Shuo, speaking urgently. His brow furrowing, Han Shuo took off the coat on his body and covered Lisa with it. He asked in bewilderment, "Why are you waiting here for me on such a cold night?" Han Shuo's movements made Lisa overjoyed, but she then spoke with a worried face, "My mother is sick and so I need to make a trip home. I may not come back for a while, so I wanted to say goodbye to you. If it's just a goodbye, you can tell me tomorrow. Why must you wait for me in the middle of the night?" Han Shuo hesitated when he saw that Lisa was still shaking, then activated the mystical glacial spell fire. His right hand swayed slowly as waves of warmth came forth, warming Lisa's trembling body. "You often disappear mysteriously. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to see you because I'm leaving tomorrow, which is why I waited for you here. I didn't know if you'd come back, but in the end you did." Lisa breathed out softly in comfort when her body warmed up and then spoke softly to Han Shuo. You don't have to go out of your way to come say goodbye to me." Han Shuo felt that the atmosphere was a bit odd and was silent for a while before responding. Lisa remained silent for a while, her gaze was fixed onto Han Shuo. She suddenly said, "Brian, you said that you like me. You're no longer a slave or an errand boy now. Come home with me, let's be together." Han Shuo was greatly astonished by her words as he faced her, and he stood there, dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say when he saw Lisa rigidly standing there with a solemn expression. Chapter 139. Chapter 139, The Fate of the Original Demons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. I have a buttload of things to do right now. I'm afraid I don't have time to spend with you. Han Shuo thought for a moment and then responded to Lisa. With regards to Lisa, Han Shuo had rather disliked her in the beginning, but with his later interactions with her, he realized that Lisa wasn't a vile person. She was just a bit too naive. Particularly towards the end of their interactions, Lisa had protected him in many ways. This made it difficult for Han Shuo to maintain his heart of revenge towards her like he had before. However, as much as he didn't dislike Lisa, he still didn't have any feelings from her. Therefore, when Lisa made her suggestion, Han Shuo could only fob her off with a careless excuse. When Han Shuo spoke thus, Lisa remained silent for a bit and then nodded. "All right, I'll return home tomorrow. I hope you'll be stronger the next time we meet." Lisa was noticeably distracted when she said this, and she smiled after her words concluded. She walked back to the girls' dormitory alone, her back shaking slightly as she did so. Shaking his head and sighing lightly, Han Shuo only returned to his room when he saw Lisa disappear into the distance. When he arrived in front of the dorm, Han Shuo had just pushed open the door when a long sword came stabbing towards his chest. His face changed drastically, and he tried to back out of the doorway without even thinking about it. However, the sword's movement was like lightning, as it already arrived at Han Shuo's chest after the cold light had flashed. Han Shuo's rapidly retreating body tilted sideways as he quickly fell to the side. Pft! The long sword stabbed deeply into Han Shuo's body through the ribs, injuring him in that instant. The ambusher then quickly retracted the long sword with ease. Although pain racked his body, Han Shuo didn't make a sound as the demon slayer edge flew out from his right sleeve. It pierced through the door and stabbed directly towards his attacker. Dark green fighting aura suddenly exploded as the door turned into splinters. A figure, with its face covered, suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo with the accompaniment of metallic clashes. With Han Shuo's current powers of vision, all concealment would basically be useless as long as he'd gotten a glimpse of a certain person once. Han Shuo hadn't thought that Clark would be so scarily dogged. He'd retreated with all due haste when he hadn't discovered anything last night, but he'd laid in wait tonight to make a move against Han Shuo. Because he'd felt a bit apologetic towards Lisa, Han Shuo hadn't been on guard this late at night and thus he'd been less cautious. He hadn't thought that Clark would actually ambush him and so had been injured when the ambush started. As an Earth Rider, Clark's fighting aura should have been milky white. However, it looked like he finally understood that Han Chuo wasn't an easy target after last night's failure and was being much more careful this time. These thoughts flashed through Han Chuo's mind like lightning. Before the only partially hidden Clark sent another stroke his way, Han Chuo looked at Clark as his legs suddenly exerted power and he madly retreated outside, crying out loudly, "Assassin!" Bam! Han Chuo's back suddenly ran into a sturdy and chilly wall. When he turned back for a look, he discovered that there was only air behind him. His heart immediately tightened as he understood that Clark had come prepared this time. Han Chuo had concentrated all his attention after Clark had appeared and could sense that there was no one else around. As an Earth Rider, for Clark to have set up the water magic in the surroundings that was this sturdy ice wall meant that he must have used a costly magic scroll that didn't need magic as a catalyst. This was why he could release the sturdy ice wall in the surroundings, completely blocking off Han Chuo's escape path and all sound from traveling. Indeed, the sturdy ice wall didn't break when his back hit it. Han Chuo patently saw a jeering look flash through Clark's eyes, his entire face so muffled that only his eyes showed. Another ball of dark green fighting aura then flared out, forming the appearance of rolling waves and churned towards Han Chuo. His mind racing, the Demon Slayer edge, that had just returned to his hand, suddenly howled as magical yuan infused it. It danced with exceedingly hot flames to counter Clark's wave of fighting aura attack. It was a pity that Clark felt a strange power suddenly appear when he sensed the magical yuan infused Demon Slayer edge, halfway through his attack. His eyes flashed and Han Chuo discovered that the roiling fighting aura attack was dark green in the front, yet milky white in the back. He didn't even need to think that Clark was afraid of failing when he sensed the unknown power. He finally exposed his hidden strength and fully displayed the ferocity of an Earth Rider. Although his magical yuan was limitless in power, Han Chuo had only been training it for a few months. He knew that it would be difficult for him to defend against this all-out attack. He weighed his options with extreme speed in his mind, and the three original demons circling Clark instantly melded into Clark's body and ate away at his essence with reckless abandon. Ack! The silent Clark immediately screamed hoarsely in agony when the original demons started eating away at him. The milky white fighting aura, that he'd just released, was partially pulled back into his body in an attempt to destroy the three rampaging original demons. Bam! Sounded out as Han Chuo's magical yuan and Clark's fighting aura finally clashed. Han Chuo staggered backwards, his mind a bit woozy. Suddenly, 3 pricks of pain reflected in Han Chuo's nerves, and his somewhat foggy mind instantly cleared. He understood that this meant that the 3 original demons had already been destroyed in Clark's body. He focused his concentration and looked at Clark, noticing that Clark was looking at his body with panic as a strand of blood slowly seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Because of the 3 original demons eating away at his essence, Clark's body was surely injured as well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking at himself with such horrified eyes. After all, to the people of this world, having an unknown entity enter their body and devour their essence would be something that they would remember for the rest of their lives. The Demon Slayer edge, newly infused with magical yuan, carried with it a burning, flaming momentum as it struck into the back of the sturdy ice wall with a howl. A sharp ping sounded as Han Chuo charged towards the hallway with a look of joy. Just as Han Chuo threw back his head and was about to cry for help, Clark suddenly jumped out Han Chuo's window and quickly made his escape, as he'd felt the boundary collapse. He looked a bit bedraggled. It looked like he knew that with the collapse of the boundary, the plan to kill Han Chuo this time had failed and thus he immediately decided to retreat. Opening his mouth, Han Chuo didn't call out. Given that Clark had left, there was no point in him calling for help. Because of the sound isolation effect, although there'd been an extremely harrowing fight in Han Chuo's dorm and the hallway, it hadn't wakened any of the other students. Han Chuo's heart still pounded in fright as he looked at the shattered door and walked in silently. The 3 painstakingly refined original demons had been destroyed by the fighting aura within Clark's body due to the need to contain him. However, it'd been because of the effect of the 3 original demons that saved Han Chuo's life. Although the three had been destroyed, Clark's body had also been injured because his essence had been eaten away by the original demons. He'd have to rest for the immediate future and it'd be tough to prepare a second attack. It's alright, the new will replace the old. It looks like I can begin refining an even higher level of the yin demons. When I make it to the true demon stage and bring forth the elite wood zombie and yin demons, it'll be your death sentence then, Clark. Han Chuo murmured to himself. The next day, morning, Lawrence came looking for Han Chuo according to their agreement, and the two sat down in Han Chuo's room. Clark came by last night, I was almost unable to see you again. The door was still shattered and there were noticeable traces of a fight around it. Han Chuo didn't hide anything and spoke frankly to Lawrence. Giving a start of shock, Lawrence was astonished. So soon? Nodding, Han Chuo said again. Yes, I didn't think that would happen either. However, Clark's body has also been injured and I don't think he'll make another attempt anytime soon. You don't need to worry about anything. You harmed Clark? Lawrence looked at Han Chuo with disbelief as he asked in shock. Yes, but if you think that means my strength is greater than Clark's, you'd be dead wrong. I harmed him through a fluke, and if it wasn't for me evading in time, I would have definitely been killed by him. This person is really difficult to shake off. Han Chuo's face was grave as he spoke lowly. Even without Han Chuo's reminder, Lawrence knew of how thorny Clark was, given his greater familiarity with the latter. Although Han Chuo didn't speak of how the battle unfolded last night, Lawrence could tell from his expressions that it must have been very heated indeed. No matter what methods he'd used, that Han Chuo could injure Clark meant that Han Chuo wasn't a simple man either. Thus, when he heard Han Chuo's words, Lawrence's opinion of Han Chuo raised another few notches. With my understanding of Clark, it will be difficult for us to find him now that he's injured. He must have returned to a safe place to rest and recover. Our plan to kill him can only be delayed. Lawrence thought briefly and spoke slowly. All right, I happen to have to take care of some matters as well. Let's end matters here for today and I'll come find you after another 10 days. We'll chat then. Lawrence also nodded in agreement after Han Chuo spoke, then looked at him deeply before taking his leave. Han Chuo also proceeded cautiously to the mountains in the back, planning on starting the Earth Elite Zombie first in the Cemetery of Death and then finishing the matter with the Forest Trolls. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Advancing to True Demon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After arriving at the Cemetery of Death, Han Chuo immediately placed all the materials needed to refine the Earth Elite Zombie in the place of Extreme Earth. He was in no hurry to immediately take action as he first refreshed the refining method for the Earth Elite Zombie in his mind. He only started after he thoroughly considered the various steps in the procedures and places that he'd need to keep an eye out for. He first found the place in which the Earth Chi was thickest in the place of Extreme Earth. Han Chuo took out the Demon Slayer edge and dug a hole, turning it into the place where he'd be putting the zombies. All sorts of materials landed exactly where they should be placed according to the setup of the formation. He coalesced all of his mental strength in his mind and went over everything clearly and cleanly. Han Chuo acted without hesitation and completed all preparations with extremely high efficiency. When a ball of oozing, black dirt was embedded in a natural dip in the place of Extreme Earth, a small, weak wind seemed to start blowing in this location of Extreme Earth. However, upon taking a close look, one would discover that it wasn't a weak breeze blowing, but that some grey-colored matter was slowly converging in the center of the pit from all sorts of directions in the place of Extreme Earth. The concentration of the essence of Earth Chi was an indicator that the formation was complete. Han Chuo broke out in a grin when he saw this situation take place, and then immediately used necromancy magic to summon zombie warriors. 3 zombie warriors suddenly appeared in front of Han Chuo. Theoretically speaking, any zombie warrior would have the chance to become an immensely powerful Earth Elite Zombie with the particular preparation in the place of Extreme Earth. However, if the conditions of the main ingredient, the zombie warriors, was better all around, it would naturally have a greater chance of becoming an Earth elite zombie. Taking in a deep breath, Han Shuo once again summoned 3 zombie warriors. When 6 zombie warriors appeared, Han Shuo gave them the order to attack each other. He wasn't sure which zombie warrior was better, thus the order for them to attack each other was the simplest and most effective method. His brow furrowed in concentration, Han Shuo watched the struggle between the 6 zombie warriors with glittering eyes. He immediately ordered them to stop after a few minutes because his eyes had lit upon one of the zombie warriors with the bulkiest build. His battle strength seemed to be a bit stronger. If he allowed them to continue fighting, this zombie would undoubtedly be in tattered pieces afterwards. This would obviously impact the refinement of the Earth zombie afterwards. All was in readiness now as Han Shuo once again ran over everything that he needed to pay particular attention to in his mind. He cast his eye over everything in the place of extreme Earth with his astounding powers of observation. He gave the order to the zombie warrior after he was certain that he hadn't missed any details. The zombie warrior slowly shuffled into the pit in the place of extreme Earth. When the zombie entered the pit, its body was covered by the coalesced essence of Earth Chi. That grey essence of Earth Chi slowly seeped into every drop of the zombie warrior's bone marrow according to a profound way of circulation. The zombie warrior was a bit uncomfortable in the beginning as his body shivered slightly. A while after all the Earth Chi essence had been absorbed, the zombie warrior appeared to enjoy things quite a bit. Smiling slightly, Han Shuo suddenly waved his hand and all sorts of strange, colored dirt suddenly landed within the pit, covering it in the span of an instant. The pit was also filled in by the strange dirt, but the essence of Earth Chi continued its slow collection and percolated through the dirt and continued drilling into the zombie warrior's body. Having done all that he needed to do, what Han Shuo needed to do now was wait. He knew that the zombie warrior would only turn into a Earth elite zombie after all the Earth essence Chi in this place of extreme Earth had been fully absorbed by the zombie warrior. He wasn't sure how long the entire process would take either, but now that everything was proceeding according to plan, Han Shuo felt that he had no reason to remain. Walking out of the cemetery of death, Han Shuo continuously trained and practiced his magical yuan and magic along the way as he headed further south in the dark forest. It was indeed a bit inconvenient without the surveillance of the original demons along the way. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's senses were extraordinary. He didn't run into any particular danger along the way. In the dead of the night, the snow-covered, chilly dark forest seemed to be shrouded with a silver veil. Beneath the rays of the quiet moon, the entire dark forest was surrounded in a still and peaceful atmosphere. Han Shuo sat cross-legged on top of a single, towering tree with thick branches. His entire body trembled as thick, viscous clouds of demonic power wreathed around Han Shuo's body. The bright moonlight couldn't pierce through this layer of darkness at all. When the last of the divine brain fruit had been consumed by Han Shuo, and he'd suffered through the painful effects of the fruit, he was finally breaking through the molded spirit stage. As essence blood slowly gathered in his mind and abdomen, a baby demon slowly started forming, interspersed with magical power in Han Shuo's thoughts. Clouds of demonic power traveled out from Han Shuo's pores. The baby demon was a symbol of the true demon stage, indicating that Han Shuo had broken through the molded spirit stage. This stage was a line of demarcation in demonic magic. Only when the baby demon was truly formed would a practitioner really counted as having become a demon. Therefore, this was the most dangerous and risky moment. He kept this position as the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body furiously flowed into the baby demon. The baby demon had originally only been the size of a thumb as it continued to absorb Han Shuo's magical yuan and blood essence. It slowly grew bigger and even sparkled with a faint halo. He experienced this for 7 straight days as the baby demon grew to the size of a fist. As Han Shuo's magical yuan ran dry and he grew a bit dizzy, his body trembled as he suddenly fell from the large tree in a moment of weakness. Crying out with pain, just as Han Shuo was panicking, he suddenly sensed that the baby demon that had been continually absorbing blood essence and magical yuan seemed to suddenly form a mysterious connection with him. The magical yuan, that had been continuously taken in by the baby demon, suddenly surged back into his limbs and bones with the force of an exploding volcano. The magical Yuan seemed to have fundamentally changed due to its association with the baby demon, and Han Chuo himself seemed to feel that he'd been reborn. A thought striking him, he activated the mystical glacial spell fire, and a red and purple flame roared to life after magical Yuan was infused. It felt like he was holding two lamps in his hands, appearing all the more wondrous and magical. Waving his left and right hand around, the red and purple balls of flame suddenly flew out, landing on two different small trees. One of them was charred to cinders and gave off thick smoke, while the other instantly froze and multiple branches fell down with sharp cracks. Now in the true demon realm, Han Chuo could adeptly control the mystical glacial spell fire. He could form the purple and red spell fire in the palms of his hands and cast them from his hands as an attack. This was the wondrous effect after his magical Yuan had transformed. The demon slayer edge flew out from thin air, howling in a way that would possess souls and steal spirits. The surrounding trees and hills all broke apart or exploded as the demon slayer edge pierced through them. When the demon slayer edge had circled the premises in its flight and returned to his hand, the surroundings were devastated, as if a great battle had taken place. Now, he could finally refine the yin demons that were a level even higher than the original demons. With the effect from the baby demon, Han Chuo would be able to truly fly through the air after he practiced the art of the demonic ninth heavens as listed in the magical tome. Traveling thousands of li in a day would be a piece of cake. When he had previously faced off against Clark, Han Chuo had been extremely passive throughout the entire encounter. However, now that he'd reached the true demon stage, Han Chuo was confident that he could fight with Clark on equal footing were he to encounter Clark again. He wouldn't just duck and weave like he had last time. As Han Chuo practiced the art of the demonic ninth heavens and made his way further into the southern part of the dark forest, he finally appeared outside the forest troll residence after 2 days. Casting a glance in the distance, Han Chuo saw traces of battle outside the forest troll's village. Some large trees had been toppled as fired arrows and some broken weapons indicated that the forest trolls must have experienced a battle. It went without thinking that the battle between the forest trolls and elves had already started. Han Chuo surveilled the surroundings but didn't find traces of the elves. He didn't know whether or not the two sides had finished their battle. Summoning the little skeleton, Han Chuo made his way slowly towards the village where the forest trolls lived. Several forest trolls walked out in full battle gear when they reached the outskirts. When the forest trolls saw Han Chuo and the little skeleton, they all cheered in unison and cried out, "Datara," welcoming Han Chuo and the little skeleton into the village with great fanfare. When he walked over, Han Chuo saw that the forest trolls around them were all holding weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Even the forest troll women and elders in the distance were holding weapons as they prepared food. When he paid attention, he noticed that the numbers of forest trolls within the village were more than the amount that had been present when he left last time. He made a rough estimation and determined that there were at least 800 adult forest trolls that could wage war. That was 300 more than the amount that had been present when Han Chuo had come last time. However, it was obvious that the forest troll didn't have enough weapons and equipment to use. Some of the forest trolls in the back were holding only crude clubs or even rocks, with some metallic weapons spotted with rust dotting the crowd. Some were even starting to munch on tree bark and weeds. It looks like they were also short on rations. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Worshipping the Oracle. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo's arrival resulted in a round of cheering from the forest trolls. The old priest trembled and knelt on the ground, crying out with hot tears in his eyes, "The mighty Datara and Liaison, you've finally returned." Taking in the sights around him, the Han Chuo felt odd emotions in his heart. Logically speaking, these forest trolls were the greediest of robbers. Han Chuo should have had a distaste for them, but when he saw the forest trolls treat him like an oracle from the gods and listen to all his commands, Han Chuo suddenly felt that they weren't that evil. Raiding and looting was this race's innate nature. Their actions were acceptable according to the rules of survival in the dark forest. Just like how some of the larger magical creatures would naturally hunt some of the lower-level magical creatures, this was what the forest trolls did as well. As he looked out over them, all the forest trolls, whether elderly or young, were all looking him with great expectation and yearning. It was the most pious and reverent sort of faith a religious follower would have that was present in their eyes. It was as if one of his commands would cause them to rush headlong into death without a second thought. This kind of feeling made Han Shuo feel a bit odd. "Don't worry, your mighty Datara would never abandon you." After surveying the surroundings, Han Shuo opened his mouth gravely after remaining silent for a moment. The old priest translated this sentence in a shout of celebration as hot tears filled his eyes. All the forest trolls raised up empty pockets and cheered loudly, as if a guarantee from Han Shuo was enough for them to forget their current difficult straits. Han Shuo took out hemp sack after hemp sack of rations from the space ring, piling them on the stone floor that had been cleared of snow. All sorts of thick blankets and daily necessities filled the space in front of the forest trolls, dazzling their eyes. This caused the forest trolls suffering through the harshness of winter to all caper with joy. "These items were prepared for you to make it through this winter. The several warehouses full of rations are enough for you to smoothly make it through this winter without having to go out and raid." The mighty Datara made this trip in order to ready these items for his people. Han Shuo's low voice carried out smoothly over the forest trolls' village. As the old priest led the way with tears of gratitude bursting from him, all the forest trolls knelt in homage. The old priest then gave orders and the chief of the forest trolls led the way in lifting up the rations and daily necessities, storing them in a cave towards the back of the village. Han Shuo followed behind the old priest and arrived at the newly redecorated temple within the village. Not only had a small sculpture of the little skeleton been erected, but there was even one of Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo feel even more odd, as if he'd unknowingly truly become their protector. "When I arrived just now, I saw the traces of battle outside the village. Did those annoying elves start a war again?" After he walked in with the small skeleton, he gave an order and the little skeleton flopped down into the head seat. Han Shuo sat down next to the little skeleton and looked at the old priest with inquiry. In response to the oracle, it was indeed those pesky elves who have once again come to start a war, but be at peace, oracle, your brave people will never allow the elves to win. Beneath the splendor of the mighty Datara, the elves will surely retreat in great defeat again. Light shone from the old priest's face as he spoke with great confidence. Waving his hand, Han Shuo halted the old priest's continued boasting and thought for a bit before instructing, "The rations and daily necessities that I've brought should be enough to last all of you the entire winter. If any more merchants want to trade for the weird items in your possession, you can trade with them. In addition, don't go out raiding this winter without my instructions. If we're going to rob anyone, we'll do a big heist and none of those small jobs. The mighty Datara will inform you when he's found a suitable target. You don't need to worry that you'll have nothing to do. How many did the elves bring this time and when did you start fighting? Tell me all the details." The old priest didn't ask why after receiving Han Shuo's instructions and agreed to his request. He immediately told the forest troll warrior beside him to convey Han Shuo's 2 points to the chief. The old priest then thoroughly detailed the entire battle with the elves to Han Shuo. From the old priest's explanation, Han Shuo understood that the elves would always have a big battle with the forest trolls every winter. This was because it was only then that the forest trolls were likely to be short on rations, daily necessities, and weapons, and this was when the forest trolls' fighting strength was at their weakest. The elves had followed the same actions as last year and taken advantage of the fact that the forest trolls couldn't raid in winter to make an attack. However, their numbers weren't as great as the forest trolls and thus they couldn't occupy at absolute advantage. They'd only just made a feint when they retreated to discuss next steps again. From the old priest, Han Shuo knew that the forest trolls had many large and small tribes within the dark forest. Because this tribe had the duty of protecting the mighty Datara's sacred ground and the fact that it had around 500 forest troll warriors, the old priest's tribe had a certain authority over the other forest troll tribes in the dark forest. Because of the little skeleton and Han Shuo's appearance, the old priest had used their name to issue an order and command all the forest trolls, scattered throughout the forest, to gather, intent on giving the elves a painful lesson. Because the mighty Datara was the god of the forest trolls, the impact of the little skeleton's appearance was immeasurable. More than 300 forest troll warriors from 4 small tribes had rushed over in 10 days, wanting to bask in the little skeleton's presence. According to the old priest, the forest trolls from various tribes within the dark forest would gather together within a short period of time. By that time, not only would the elves' attack not have the anticipated effect, but rather they would even suffer heavy losses. Han Shuo had been worried that the elves would kill a great number of forest trolls, but hadn't thought that because of the little skeleton's charisma, forest trolls that had been scattered throughout the dark forest, who normally had no relation with each other, were all rushing here as if for a pilgrimage. From the old priest's words, Han Shuo understood that when all the forest trolls gathered, they would number more than 2,000. As for the elves within the dark forest, there seemed to be only a few hundred of them. Although they had a few divine archers and mages, it was very possible that they would suffer such a thorough setback that they'd lose the shirt off their own backs. Rubbing his head, Han Shuo had a bit of a headache. He thought for a moment and then opened his mouth. It looks like it should be the elves who should be worried this time. It's said that the elves are very rich, I think we should rob them all. The liaison's meaning is. The old priest started and asked, perplexed. Do you know where the elves live within the dark forest? Han Shuo thought for a bit and then asked. The old priest was stunned and then thought with a furrowed brow before finally saying, we're aware of the general location, but have never been inside. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled, all right, then when the forest trolls from the other tribes arrive, have them stay and keep the elves in check. Our tribe can travel to where the elves live and make use of this time to rob their homes. But liaison, why don't we stay and meet up with the brothers from other tribes and kill all of the elves' warriors? These elves are truly wicked. They always make mischief and sabotage our operations. They also fight with us every winter and have killed many of our tribe over the years. The old priest blanked momentarily and asked in confusion, not blindly following Han Shuo's suggestions for the first time. The nature of us forest trolls is raiding and not killing. In addition, the elves within the dark forest aren't the whole of their tribe. If we kill all the elves here, it will bring further trouble for us. There's no need for that. To Han Shuo, there really was no point in having the forest trolls and elves fight each other to the death. In addition, he didn't actually want all the elves to be killed. What he needed now was wealth. He needed large amounts of gold coins to support his demonic magic and practice of magic. This was why he made this suggestion. Although he still didn't fully understand, the old priest didn't continue his questioning. After a few more days in which more forest trolls gathered from all areas, Han Shao and the little skeleton received a tsunami of cheers and pious worship before leaving a portion of the forest trolls behind to contend with the elves. Han Shuo, the little skeleton, and the 500 forest troll warriors from the old priest's tribe left to visit the elves' village. On this chilly winter day, the 500 forest troll warriors brought with them sufficient rations, thick blankets, and sharp weapons as they made for the deeper reaches of the dark forest. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, The Suggestion to Slaughter the Dragon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Winter had arrived. The chilly wind howled ferociously as large snowflakes floated through the air like goose down, causing even the long-term residents of the dark forest, the forest trolls, to shiver with cold and feel frostbitten. It was a good thing that Han Shuo had brought enough rations and thick clothes upon visiting this time, otherwise this cruel winter would have been a disaster for the forest trolls. Han Shuo and the forest trolls ventured deeper into the dark forest over the next couple of days. Their progression this time didn't take them directly into the depths towards the south. They veered towards the west from the very beginning. Over the past couple of days, Han Shuo also had the forest trolls craft a crude carriage for himself, and he silently practiced the art of the demonic ninth heavens. This art needed to infuse the meridians of the hands and legs with magical yuan, and then circulate magical yuan according to a particular circulation route before being able to fly through the air. After experiencing the foundational training of the solid realm, open passages, and molded spirit realms, now that he'd reached the true demon realm, Han Shuo's speed in practicing the art of the demonic ninth heavens was much faster than when he'd initially trained in the glacial mystical spell fire. Because the meridians had already been opened and reinforced, Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit of obstruction as he circulated his magical yuan according to the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Over the last few days, Han Shuo didn't continue to remain within the carriage. He came up with random excuses and secretly tried to fly through the air with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Once he understood how to deploy it, a bit of practice and mastering its knacks was still needed in order to truly fly. Han Shuo tried many times and could only hover. Because he still wasn't adept at controlling direction, he fell from high heights multiple times. On this particular day, the blizzard stopped its ravaging of the land. The forest trolls also stopped in front of a mountain valley. Han Shuo was in the back, still attempting to quickly master the art of the demonic ninth heavens. When he discovered that the forest trolls suddenly stopped, he immediately stopped practicing and quickly rushed to the front from the back. Liaison, the mountain valley ahead should be where the elves live. 2 of our children saw a large amount of elves appear near this area a long time ago. When Han Shuo walked to the old priest, he pointed at the snow-covered mountain valley and explained respectfully to Han Shuo. He took a deep breath in and narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. It was a pity that due to the cover of the accumulated snow, the trees and ground were all covered and thus Han Shuo couldn't actually make out anything in the distance. A string of mysterious incantation chanted out lowly from Han Shuo's mouth as an oily green ring of light flew out in front of him, making for the snow-covered mountain valley. Life reconnaissance was a journeyman magic of the necromancy major, and something that Han Shuo had just started to grasp recently. Life reconnaissance had no use in attacking, it was, as its name indicated, a spell that probed for life. It was useful in unfamiliar environments and unknown surroundings. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes to sense things as soon as this magic had been deployed. He didn't sense any traces of life wherever the life reconnaissance spell flew over. When the magic had circled the mountain valley, it vanished without a trace due to a lack of mental strength. There are no signs of life within the mountain valley. However, we can still take a look. If the elves do live here, they must have left signs on the trees. It'd be best if we can discover the elves' homes here. Han Shuo thought for a bit and instructed the old priest. Han Shuo then took the lead with the forest troll warriors, with the hunters and priests bringing up the rear. They slowly moved alertly towards the depths of the mountain valley. As their feet creaked through the packed-down snow, the forest troll warriors waved the weapons in their hands and knocked the snow off the top of the trees, kicking vigorously at the snow that had accumulated on the ground, trying to see if there were any clues. A shout of astonishment came from a young forest troll. Han Shuo's ears captured this exclamation as his body flashed like lightning towards that location, but when he stood at the source of the sound, he discovered that the forest troll who'd cried out had already vanished without a trace. His brow furrowing, Han Shuo paid attention to the sounds of disturbance all around and then circled the accumulated snow a few times. He finally stood on top of the messy, snowy ground and suddenly stomped down hard. Han Shuo's body suddenly free fell with a plunk and he landed in a pitch-black cave within the span of a breath. The startled cries of the young forest troll were still sounding from a corner not too far in the distance. It was quite ear-piercing in the pitch-black darkness of the hole. Han Shuo's body had now adjusted to the darkness as his eyes rolled around, discovering that the cave he was in continued on through to some place beneath the ground. He looked carefully and discovered that the entrance to this cave was quite spacious. The ground leading downwards from the entrance was a bit messy as there were many traces of footprints. Could it be that the elves who worshipped the goodness of nature and loved the forest all lived underground? Han Shuo was a bit confused. He activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens after looking around dumbfounded for a bit. His body slowly floated upwards and he punched upwards where he'd landed through the ground, destroying the snow covering overhead. The forest troll, who had accidentally fallen down just now, had only slowly grown accustomed to the darkness after flailing around in surprise for a bit. He felt his way around and slowly climbed out as well. A weird whistling sound suddenly travelled from the depths of the ground. Han Chuo gave a start of surprise as he once again released the life reconnaissance magic and aimed it towards the source of the sounds from the depths. When the life reconnaissance magic was released, Han Chuo discovered immense traces of life and gave a great start of fright. He abruptly rushed out from the cave, threw his head back and whistled sharply. When the old priest heard Han Chuo's cry, he came searching for Han Chuo from a far distance away. The forest troll, who'd fallen down, had also crawled out at this point. The forest troll warriors who were observing the situation in the surroundings all rushed over with their weapons, shoveling the snow away from the cave and revealing a deep cave that could contain 3 or 4 people walking abreast. Several arrows whistled fiercely as they were shot from the mouth of the cave, scaring the forest trolls who had stuck their heads out to take a look. The old priest's face grew angry and was about to give the order to attack the creatures within the cave, but Han Chuo reached out a hand and stopped him. The elves greatly loved nature and naturally wouldn't live in such a dark and gloomy place. Han Chuo understood this and thus he hadn't had the forest trolls immediately make a move. Several figures shot out from the mouth of the cave with a whoosh. Their sharp ears, handsome and beauty features were the unique trademarks of the elves, but these elves had black or darkly purple-colored skin and white hair, appearing all the more different. "It's the dark elves!" the old priest immediately exclaimed when he saw these strange elves appear. Han Chuo finally reacted after the old priest's cry. This tribe was also made up of elves, but they'd forsaken peace, nature, and worship of the goddess of nature. They worshipped the queen of the night, Rose, instead. Living in the gloomy underground world for a long period of time had caused their skin to turn black and dark purple. Their natures were evil as they burned and looted everywhere. Their society was a matriarchal one as females were mainly in positions of power. Within the underground world, they were like the forest trolls, an evil race full of villainy. After the first couple of dark elves dashed out, even more of them slowly poured out. When they appeared, they first guarded the entrance to the cave as they stared in an unfriendly fashion at Han Chuo and the forest trolls, grasping weapons in their hands. Han Chuo waved his hands and indicated for the old priest to not make any moves at the moment, and for everyone to slowly back up and spread out behind them. However, he also had everyone brandish their weapons against the dark elves, in case they suddenly made a move. The beautiful female dark elves wore revealing outfits, displaying tantalizing bodies from all of them. Although it was the winter season, they still didn't seem to be willing to cover the skin on their bodies. Although the dark purple skin was bizarre, it had another sort of enthralling allure. After a while, a beautiful, dark elf noblewoman, who looked quite stately and opulent, walked out from the cave. She was wearing a soft, leather jacket and was subtly revealing her beautiful legs with a fey air about her. When the beautiful dark elf madam walked out from within the cave, she looked askance at the forest trolls in the surroundings and gave a coy laugh. She asked in the common tongue, "So it's our brave forest troll friends. What are you doing here?" The old priest also knew that they'd come looking for the wrong people at this time. As the sage of the forest trolls, the old priest's experience was also quite broad. He naturally understood that the dark elves also weren't those of the light. He snorted lightly and responded, "Our children recently discovered the traces of a large group of elves. Because us forest trolls hold deep hatred for the elves, we've come to destroy them." The fey, beautiful madam had a much friendlier attitude after his words had been spoken. She nodded, "We also have a deep grudge with those who live on the ground. They enter the underground world every now and then to attack us. The large numbers of elves you discovered must have come to do battle with us. Hehe, we've long since heard the brave ferocity of your forest troll tribe on the ground. It looks like we have a common enemy." The old priest was silent for a bit after she'd spoke and turned to ask Han Shuo respectfully, "Liaison, what should we do now?" Han Shuo actually wanted to rob the Dark Elves, but he didn't know just how many they had in numbers or how strong their fighting capabilities were. Thus, he weighed things up privately. The Fey Dark Elf Madam was very surprised by the old priest's inquiry towards Han Shuo. Although he wore a dark robe and had covered his entire body, his body was noticeably smaller than the forest trolls, and it was obvious that he was of a different race. It naturally made the beautiful woman quite surprised to see the old priest's respectful attitude. "Brave friend, our family is facing the attacks from a dark dragon at the moment. If you're willing to help us, we can offer you a cartload of gold and a cartload of jewels in thanks. If you can kill the dark dragon, everything on it will belong to you." The Dark Elf Madam suddenly spoke up when she saw Han Shuo stand there without a word. Han Shuo started. He hadn't expected that these Dark Elves would be facing the attacks of a dark dragon right now. Dark dragons were evil dragons and also liked to live beneath the surface. The Dark Elves were truly unlucky to run into a dark dragon. Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a bit and felt that this Dark Elf's suggestion was a bit tempting. Although the dark dragon was likely incredibly strong, but the combination of this group of dark elves and 500 forest trolls, there should be a chance to kill him. There was extraordinary treasure on each dragon that would cause anyone to tremble. Therefore, the rewards in killing a dragon was a temptation that many couldn't resist. "Let's go see the underground world first. If the addition of us means we can handle that dark dragon, we'll agree to your proposal." Han Shuo thought for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "I can promise that with the aid of your 500 brave forest troll friends, that dark dragon is dead without a doubt. My name is Dana, you're welcome to join us in the underground world." The Dark Elf Madam said happily and then gave a word of instruction to the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves who had just rushed out of the Ave once again re-entered the cave under Dana's orders. Dana lifted her buttocks and walked in the very end, waving a hand at Han Shuo and the old priest. Following behind them meant that they could back out if anything went south. Therefore, when he saw that the Dark Elves went down first and Dana had stayed behind to look after them, Han Shuo felt that there should be no danger and he nodded at the old priest. Han Shuo and the old priest was in front, the carriage holding the little skeleton was in the center. 500 forest trolls filtered in through the cave and started walking down into the underground world that the Dark Elves lived in. The further they walked, the more spacious the cave became. There were even some red-brown rocks growing down in the depths, sending out a faint light and making so that it wasn't so dark inside. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Everyone with their own plans. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The group walked downwards for quite a long period of time, with Han Shuo discovered that the cave was becoming wider and wider. All sorts of complex paths led in all directions. At this time, Han Shuo concentrated and his eyes took in the surroundings, remembering the way they'd come in from in order to prevent them from being unable to find their way back. When their footsteps downwards slowed down and Dana led Han Shuo and the others to walk on flat ground, Han Shuo lifted his head to look up and discovered that those red-brown glowing rocks were hung high overhead, appearing like the sunset that would appear on the ground. As he looked out, he noticed that apart from the red-brown rocks covering the skies overhead, the sights all around weren't that much different from the world above. It just wasn't as cold as the outside world, and seemed to even be a bit warmer. Those who live below the ground also include gnomes and lizardmen, as well as super creatures like the dark dragon, apart from us dark elves. Although the world below and the world above are a bit different, it's not that much so. When Dana saw Han Shuo and the old priest look in all directions with great interest, she beamed and explained. Her mesmerizing eyes seemed to look at Han Shuo with great expression. The dark elves were naturally lascivious, and their female elves even more so. As the matriarch of the dark elves, Dana was naturally no exception. Han Shuo only needed to take one look at her glance to understand the meaning within it. "Why is the dark dragon attacking your tribe? Where does he live?" Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to Dana's attention as he frowned and asked her about important matters. We originally didn't have much conflict with this dark dragon, just that the lizardmen seemed to use some methods to bribe it into attacking us. This is because our tribe has been fighting the lizardmen for a fertile piece of land recently. We've engaged in several battles, and the lizardmen turned up with this dark dragon after they were defeated. Dana was a bit glum and anxious when Han Shuo brought up this matter and spoke with a sigh. How many people did you send out to battle the dark dragon? What kind of attacks does it use? Will we be of any effect if we join you? Han Shuo continued to ask. Our tribe has more than 300 dark elf warriors who have already engaged this dark dragon in combat. Its body is incredibly durable, with only its head and neck being slightly weaker. It can spit out a dragon breath attack that will eat away at flesh. It can also spew out a hot flame that has lava mixed in. We used magic and arrows to attack it from afar and lost more than 20 dark elves during this time, but we also successfully harmed it. It's now hiding in the swamp, licking his wounds. If we add your 500 forest troll warriors, I am certain that we can kill it. Dana answered confidently. Han Shuo didn't open his mouth again. Many dark elves continuously gathered along the way. When they finally arrived at swamp with deeply dark sludge, the original 10 dark elves had turned into more than 300. Give us our payment first. We've decided to help you. Han Shuo thought for a bit and suddenly said with a low voice. Dana was quite forthright as she nodded with a smile. A few male dark elves in the distance pushed 2 carts to Han Shuo. They lifted the grey cloth covering the cart to reveal the gleaming cart of gold and a sparkling cart of jewels. Han Shuo's eyes lit up as he looked silently at the payment, appraising it privately. He was sure that this cart of gold and jewels was worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. To think that these dark elves were actually quite rich. Han Shuo weighed things up privately and walked to the cart of gold and jewels, using the space ring to unceremoniously put the contents of the 2 carts away. As he did this, Han Shuo covertly observed Dana's reaction. From her eyes, Han Shuo suddenly detected a hint of coldness and disdain. After ascending to the true demon realm, not only Han Shuo's 5 senses, but even his perceptions felt all the more mystical. He could miraculously detect many fine details, just like the expression that had just flashed through Dana's eyes. Han Shuo hadn't even purposefully paid attention to it, but still magically grasped this detail unconsciously. A thought striking him, Han Shuo maintained his bent-over posture and put away the items in the 2 carts. He silently debated the meaning of the coldness and disdain in Dana's eyes. A few more traces of wariness appeared in his heart as he began to secretly plot some things. All right, I've accepted the items, what now? Han Shuo lifted his head and kept an eye on the swamp as he spoke to Dana. Our tribe doesn't have any strong warriors and only has archers and mages to engage in long-distance attacks. I think we should have your forest troll warriors lead the charge later, with our dark elves using arrows and magic to attack from behind. Dana spoke matter-of-factly. Shaking his head, Han Shuo turned her down decisively. No, the dark dragon also has a strong body. Our people will be going to our deaths if we take the lead. If you insist on doing this, then we can't continue this business deal. If the forest trolls led the charge, they would face a dark dragon of unknown strength in front and the coldly scheming dark elves behind. Facing danger in this way would subject the forest trolls to danger from both sides, placing them in an exceedingly disadvantageous situation. Even if Han Shuo hadn't discovered Dana's plotting, he would have never agreed to this suggestion. Not to mention that Han Shuo now felt that Dana had other plans, he naturally wouldn't allow such conditions to form. Dana's smiling face darkened when Han Shuo turned her down, and she then looked at Han Shuo with some anger. Someone has to be in front at least, do you want my weak tribeswomen to go to their deaths? We've paid you 2 carts of gold and jewels. Don't worry, we just want cannon fodder, don't we? Leave it to me. As long as you can lure the dark dragon out, I can take care of the cannon fodder. Will this do? Han Shuo's voice had also descended as he responded. When Han Shuo's words finishing ringing out, he chanted a magical incantation and a zombie warrior appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo continued chanting as more zombie warriors and skeletal warriors appeared, including a few ghouls as well. They formed a meat shield in front of Dana. "So you're a necromancer?" Dana nodded, but her gaze at Han Shuo had turned slightly contemptuous because he had only summoned zombie and skeletal warriors. He paid no heed to her look and said, "Well, can you make your moves now?" "Yes. I'll go make arrangements and lure that dark dragon so it leaves the swamp immediately. You'll have to immediately send your summoned creatures forward and have your forest trolls attack with us from the distance. We can't give the dark dragon any breathing space or chance to talk, otherwise we'll be in grave trouble." Dana nodded and then backed up to where the dark elves were. They chatted quietly in an exceedingly low voice as they looked in Han Shuo's direction. It was at this moment that Han Shuo's extraordinary ears proved their use. He could clearly hear Dana's conversation after he concentrated. When he discovered that Dana's words were discussing on how to handle the forest trolls, he couldn't help but continuously laugh coldly. He waved the old priest over and bent his head to the old priest, giving a few instructions in a low voice. The old priest was first greatly startled and then recollected his wits. He listened carefully to Han Shuo's words and then walked off to give some order to the forest troll chief, having him act in accordance to Han Shuo's words. A young, female dark elf walked naked to the swamp, singing out with a clear voice as she walked. Her naked curves was tantalizing as her dark purple skin glistened and gleamed. Her buttocks from the back were full and pert, her spine smooth and alluring. She was full of a fey beauty. The pure, desolate song emitted from her mouth, making even Han Shuo's heart caper and his mind race. When she walked to the end of the swamp, her cute feet sank into the soft, pitch-black sludge as she cutely kicked at it, created not a small bit of sound. The peaceful swamp suddenly sank in on itself, forming a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool sucked in all the sludge around it as the naked dark elf girl gave a start of surprise, evading it a bit frantically and dodging the pull of the whirlpool. The whirlpool had been in the center when it slowly changed position, quickly moving to the little girl. Just as it was about to reach the end of the swamp, a huge wave of sound erupted from the whirlpool as an inky black dark dragon stuck its head out. Its red eyes were like two lanterns. When its spine and sharp claws were also revealed, its body extended to tens of meters beyond into the swamp. Its body shape was huge, making Han Shuo flabbergasted as it was his first time seeing a dragon this close. "Little wench, come play with me, don't run away." The dark dragon was full of lascivious teasing after it emerged. It shook its enormous body as it chased after the dark elf girl. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, A Step Ahead. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was a depraved dragon all right. Han Shuo cursed under his breath and gave an order. The dark creatures he'd just summoned walked out from the cover on either side and looked at the dark elves, ready to make a move against the dark elves along with the dark dragon. "Come on, come on!" The dark dragon leered as its over 10-meter-long body took flight with a thunderous rumble, sending sludge flying every which way in the swamp. The naked dark elf girl had panic written all over her face as she desperately ran towards where Han Shuo and Dana were hiding. Her lofty melons swayed in tantalizing ripples as her slender legs furiously churned. Her allure only increased as mud adorned her lithe body. When the dark elf girl finally made it to the zone that Han Shuo and the others had erected, Han Shuo gave an order to the dark creatures. More than 10 zombie and skeletal warriors, as well as a few ghouls, broke out from concealment and brazenly charged towards that lustful dark dragon. Han Shuo called out at the same time and the forest trolls readied their weapons. Aiming for the dark dragon trying to rise into the sky, the forest troll hunters threw out sharp spears and javelins. In the same breath, the dark elves covered the sky with a shower of arrows and dark elf magic. "Damnit, it's you lowly races again!" The dark dragon bellowed as he opened his mouth and shot out an awe-inspiring jet of flame with bits of lava mixed in. "Stand back and evade!" Han Shuo roared out, as the forest trolls quickly hid towards the back when the old priest shouted out as well. The jet of flame seared where they'd just stood, setting fire to the dry weeds and grass that littered their surroundings. Attacks from all sorts of spears and javelins, as well as arrows and magic from the dark elves, landed on the dark dragon's durable body. They had no effect at all. The ones aimed at the dark dragon's neck, eyes and head were all sent flying in another direction with a wave of the dark dragon's claws. The dark dragon's enormous body soared through the air as it arrived above Han Shuo's summoned zombie and skeletal warriors. Its metal claws suddenly swiped downwards, crushing the skeletal warriors into bone fragments. The zombie warriors fared no better, their bodies falling to pieces with another swipe. They were indeed only good as cannon fodder. The strength of the dark dragon was within Han Shuo's expectations. He didn't feel pained when he saw the dark creatures disappear into shards and fragments beneath the dark dragon's attacks. He sent a significant look at the old priest from afar. The dark elves continued attacking as their archers, with magic bows in the back, started shooting icicle-like arrows. In addition, they also started using explosive arrows, which caused a huge disturbance and enraged the dragon even more. You lowly, pathetic lives will all die before the anger of I, the wondrous Gilbert. The dark dragon Gilbert roared furiously and continued flying forward in the face of icicle and exploding arrows. As he flew close to the ground and churned the ground with his claws, it finished off the rest of the dark creatures that Han Shuo had summoned. The dark elves, according to orders received from Matriarch Dana, all swiftly dodged to the back after firing their attacks, attempting to continue handling the dark dragon from behind the forest trolls. It was a pity that Han Shuo had long since given his instructions that whenever the dark elves started moving, all the forest trolls should even forget attacking the dark dragons and race backwards in retreat with all due haste. They were even faster than the dark elves in escaping to the back. Bring down the stone wall! Han Shuo roared furiously in the midst of the forest trolls after they'd arrived at a small mountain valley, not too far off in the distance. The old priest gave his instructions and the forest trolls roared out his order. More than 10 forest trolls stood at a high vantage point and threw down boulders, instantly blockading off the mountain valley and blocking off the dark elves. When Han Shuo eavesdropped on the dark elf matriarch Dana's words earlier, he knew that Dana had long since made preparations in the surrounding valley. She'd prepared large amounts of boulders and had intended on evacuating the dark elves to the area after enraging the dark dragon, leaving the forest trolls to face the dark dragon. They'd then emerge after the battle and eradicate the surviving side. In this way, whether it was the dark dragon or the forest trolls, neither of them would escape the dark elves' grasp. If Dana's marvelous plan had been deployed according to her ideas, then Han Shuo and the forest trolls would likely not have left this place alive. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's hearing was extraordinary and caught every detail of Dana's vicious plan. This allowed the forest trolls to be one step ahead and hurry to the mountain valley before Dana and the others could react. They then used the stones that the dark elves had prepared to seal off the valley. What do you mean by this? Dana finally revealed panic as she shrieked at Han Shuo and the old priest from the other side of the stone wall. Nothing much, just that I've discovered this dark dragon is simply too hard to handle. I'm cancelling our deal earlier, we don't intend on continuing this battle. I'll be sure to return the 2 carts of gold and jewels after you take out the dark dragon, and I'll compensate you for your losses as well. My deepest apologies. Han Shuo shrugged and spoke quite sincerely to Dana. Dana had never thought that Han Shuo would deceive her at the most crucial moment. Although Han Shuo was apologizing with a sincere face, his eyes were sinister and cold, obviously bearing ill will towards her. How could Dana be blind to it? When she thought about what she'd planned earlier, she felt her hands and feet grow cold and a huge headache throb at her temples. She was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Lowly, cowardly lives, receive the rage of the mighty Gilbert. Dark Dragon Gilbert roared and sprayed acidic poison from his mouth. More than 10 dark elves couldn't dodge in time and emitted hideous screams after being covered by the acidic liquid. To hell with him! A handsome elf roared angrily as the exquisitely carved longbow in his hands suddenly expanded, as if sucking in something. His originally slender body seemed to be sucked in by the bow as he started shrinking rapidly. "No!" Dana cried out loudly, her expression a bit frantic. "Hurry and give the order, otherwise my sacrifice will have been in vain." The male dark elf howled as his body became stick-thin. His life surged into the strange bow as the bow flared out a faint, dark light, looking quite evil and strange. Han Shuo looked at the bow with astonishment, revealing a very curious look. After the bow sucked in the dark elf's life, an arrow, with inky black light circling around it, formed magically on the bow. As the dark elf's body dried out, the arrow started emanating a dangerous aura. Even the cocky dark dragon felt danger at this moment. He started his charge, sending out streams of blazing flame. The back of the mountain valley had been blocked off by Han Shuo's orders, so the dark elves could only face the dark dragon's attacks and had no avenue of retreat at all. Since things had progressed to this point, Dana had no choice left available to her. She grit her teeth and gave the order. A few dark elves threw themselves in front of the elf with the bow without hesitation, rapidly deploying all sorts of elven magic to help him defend against Gilbert's attacks. In the span of a moment, more than 10 dark elves were engulfed by the dark dragon's flames that had lava mixed in and turned into a crisp in the blink of an eye. A ghastly wail sounded at this moment as the arrow finally swallowed all of the dark elf's life and shot out towards the dark dragon. Unfathomably swift, Gilbert had no chance to evade the mysterious arrow. The strange arrow formed by the black light abruptly metamorphosed into a black cloud as it drew closer to Gilbert, eventually completely enveloping him. A string of crackles exploded from the cloud of black light, intermixed with Gilbert's pain screams. It looked like the dark dragon was enduring an inhumane amount of pain. But as a super-rank magical creature, the dark dragon still spewed out flames and poisonous liquid when assaulted by such pain. His body even landed amidst the dark elves from the air, as the black cloud enveloped him, his claws tearing all the nearby dark elves to pieces. Even more dark elves died in a sickening fashion beneath the attacks of the flames and the poisonous liquid. Another 100 dark elves perished after a few breaths. There were less than 100 out of the original 300 dark elves. When the cloud of dark light dispersed and the dark dragon's body once again revealed itself, Han Shuo discovered blood running down the dark dragon in multiple places. Even Gilbert's flesh and skin were charred and burnt. His movements weren't as agile as before and both his eyes were injured. He moved around blindly like he couldn't see anything. "Prepare yourselves, we're going to be dragon slayers very soon." Han Shuo smiled sinisterly at the old priest behind him as he gave the order. Chapter 145 Chapter 145, Capturing the Lewd Dragon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Kill that damned dark dragon. The dark elf matriarch Dana no longer possessed her previous beauty and demeanor as she screamed with her hair wildly strewn all over the place. Due to the dark dragon's random rampaging, the dark elves scattered and dodged in all directions, occasionally running into the dark dragon's poisonous bouts of flame. Even though Dana had the protection of the dark elves, she still appeared quite bedraggled. Under Dana's instructions, the remaining dark elves started attacking the almost blind dark dragon. All sorts of arrows and magic struck the dark dragon's body, further worsening his injuries. As an advanced rank magical creature, the strength of the dark dragon was beyond all doubt. Even with 300 dark elves, if it hadn't been for the male dark elf sacrificing his life to activate that strange bow, it was likely that they would have been unable to harm the dark dragon. But up to now, because the dark dragon had already been gravely injured to the point where his eyes could no longer see, his large body had become a living target. As injuries racked his body, his speed became slower and his attacks weren't as powerful as before. The dark elves in the back were pushed up against the rock wall that Han Shuo and the others were standing behind. When Han Shuo saw that the dark dragon was about to die as he observed everything, he immediately nodded at the old priest. "Obliterate the stone wall, we'll go in and clean up." Han Shuo laughed sinisterly and gave instructions to the old priest. The forest troll warriors were ready after the old priest conveyed Han Shuo's instructions and immediately started moving the boulders away. The dark elves had long since made their preparations to clean up afterwards and dug a sloping pit not too far in the distance. The forest troll warriors only needed to exert a little bit of strength to turn the thick logs that the dark elves had prepared. The boulders rolled at a slope and surged into the deep pit in the back. When all the boulders in the mountain valley had rolled into the deep pit, the passageway was finally opened again. Han Shuo swept the scene with a cold gaze and waved his hand, telling the forest troll to charge. The forest troll's hunters in the back row hurled out spears and javelins with their thin arms, and the weapons whistled as they landed amongst the dark elves. Although the dark elves had been prepared for an attack, they still cried out with multiple howls of agony as the multitude of spears and javelins rained down. Scores of dark elves were nailed dead beneath this wave of attack. The matriarch of the dark elves was so incensed that she wanted to leap over and fight Han Shuo to the death. "Matriarch, let's retreat!" A female dark elf elder cried out loudly. "Shameless forest trolls, I'll settle this with you sooner or later." Dana's shrill voice bawled out loudly. She then turned desolately and gave the order, "Retreat, everyone retreat!" The dark elves, who hadn't died yet, all ran for their lives under Dana's orders. Even Dana swiftly left under the cover of some experts. If roots weren't fully removed, they'd reappear again when the spring wind blew. Since they'd erupted in full-blown hostility, Han Shuo naturally hardened his heart and spoke coldly to the priest, "After them, exterminate them all." The forest troll chief gave the order to attack and the forest troll warriors came howling out of the mountain valley, giving chase to the remaining dark elves. Han Shuo targeted one of the dark elves and gave the little skeleton the order to kill. Wielding the bone dagger, the little skeleton was as fast as lightning as it swept past the hordes of forest trolls, speeding towards the dark elf with the strange bow. The male elf had expended his life earlier to activate the strange bow into shooting a frighteningly powerful arrow, riddling the dark dragon's body full of injuries. Han Shuo was exceedingly curious about that strange bow, so he'd kept his eye on it all along. When the dark elf, who'd used up his life, had died, the bow was grasped by another dark elf. Han Shuo had the little skeleton chase him because he wanted to obtain the bow in the elf's hands. Gilbert roared out raspily as its enormous body rolled, creating thundering sounds as he thrashed around on the ground. The forest trolls around him hastily avoided the dragon when they saw that he was moving around again. Even when heavily injured, the strength of an advanced realm magical creature was still very frightening. The forest trolls had already seen him terrorize the dark elves, so they were deathly afraid of the dark dragon's enormous strength to the point of being unwilling to let up their guard even now. The dark dragon's body thrashed as it slowly moved towards the swamp. It looked like it would attempt to flee back to its old nest at all cost now. Seeing that the dark dragon wanted to flee and casting a look at the dark elves escaping in all directions, Han Shuo immediately roared at the old priest, "Split half of our force to handle the dark dragon and have the rest chase after the dark elves. Those chasing the dark elves shouldn't go too far. Even if they can't kill all the dark elves, they should return in a short amount of time." The old priest made a simple hand gesture and half of the forest trolls, who'd all been ready to chase after the dark elves, automatically split off, with the remaining half attacking the dark dragon. The forest trolls had more than twice the amount of numbers compared to the dark elves. Once 200 trolls joined forces in attacking the dark dragon, it was unable to escape after a mere second. "Wah wah, that hurts, don't hit me! Don't hit me! I surrender!" The dark dragon Gilbert cried out loudly as his large body slowly began to shrink beneath the circling black lights. Han Shuo started, he hadn't expected that the dark dragon would actually beg for mercy. He laughed uproariously as he lifted a hand indicating for the forest trolls to cease their attacks, intent on seeing what the dark dragon wanted. When the forest trolls had surrounded the dark dragon in the center, the dark dragon's body continued to shrink beneath the circulating black lights, slowly transforming into a humanoid form. A tall, slender young man with burnt skin, smoke coming out of his head, and traces of blood around his eyes appeared. He grimaced and cried out with pain, continuously begging for mercy. I surrender, I surrender. Casting a glance at the old priest and all weapons leveled at this young man, Han Shuo grasped the demon slayer edge and slowly walked in front of the young man. There's no use in surrendering. There are many valuable things on you, your dragon crystal, dragon meridians, and dragon horns are all priceless treasures. I can obtain them all if I kill you. Do you think your surrender is of any use? Dark Dragon Gilbert immediately raised both hands and called out, No, no. My most valuable things aren't on me. I can belong to you and form a master and slave contract with you, as long you give me beauties and treasure and keep me by your side. Han Shuo immediately paused when this suggestion was raised, and thoughts spun madly through his mind, weighing up the possibilities of this suggestion. Don't hesitate, think about it. If I become your servant, I can help you kill people, burn things, and fly everywhere and take out your enemies. As my master, you only need to give me treasure and beauties to enjoy. What a good business deal this is! The young dark dragon called out loudly, as if deathly afraid that Han Shuo wouldn't agree. He then added on, I can compromise if you don't have treasure, but I must have beauties to sleep with, or I won't do it. Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the shameless and cowardly dark dragon. He stood there, not knowing what to do. The old priest suddenly walked over to Han Shuo and hurried him, Liaison, hurry and agree. He'll be an absolutely loyal servant if he forms a contract with you. Lewd dragon, why must you have beauties? Han Shuo stared at Gilbert and asked, amused. The latter was covered in burns and blood and looked like he would die at any time, but still roared loudly for beauties. I don't know, I really don't know. That's what my daddy told me when I was born. Us noble dark dragons must have plenty of treasure and beauties to win respect from other dark dragons. Beauties are our goal. Gilbert's black hands kept rubbing his eyes as he answered loudly. Is this your first time away from home? Han Shuo stared at him and asked once again. How did you know that it's my first time away from home? Gilbert started as turned towards Han Shuo's voice. This lewd dragon was actually quite silly. Han Shuo contemplated silently and then opened his mouth. All right, I accept your request. You and I will immediately form a master and servant contract, otherwise I'll immediately kill you. Master, I'm your servant now, will you find beauties for me? The lewd dragon Gilbert cried out and pleaded Han Shuo. I haven't found any for myself yet, you wait there on the sidelines. Han Shuo said nonchalantly. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, I'll safeguard it for you. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. How can you do this? You can't do this. Gilbert's loud complaints travelled far.